quarter till 8 in California on that, so we'll move ahead if we can get the next presenters here. Stan Rounds and whoever's going to be on that panel. Okay, Stan, let's go ahead for a second between presentation that you're fixing to make.
Yes, sir.
Our director.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good morning. I'm Stan Rounds. I'm the Executive Director of the New Mexico Coalition of Educational Leaders and the School Superintendents Association. And we have an announcement to make and an award to present, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your support. Your Executive Director, Mr. David Abbey, you already know the wonderful work he has done over the years for education. And we have noticed things like his work with public school capital outlay, as he chaired that council, the work on K-5 plus and early childhood work, the early learning process, all of that have been tremendous contributors to what's happening in our educational system, our public schools in New Mexico. And by golly, as an association, we decided that that deserved recognition. Now we have an award that we do annually called the Earl Nunn Award. And Mr. Chairman, I think you probably remember Earl perhaps back from the early days when you were in the legislature. Earl was in my position, and he had finished his superintendency in Las Cruces, New Mexico, had been in Hobbs prior to that, had been up in the northeastern corner where I was, the district I had was Des Moines. He had been in Folsom. They'd combined those in his career. Interestingly enough, he was my mentor, and we considered him the dean of superintendents. And so that association has recognized Earl's work over the years, and each year we present an award to the person who we believe has contributed greatly to our educational mission that is a non-educator, and this year unanimously we chose Mr. David Abbey. Oh, David, here we go. We want to take some pictures. Come on up first. Yeah.
Okay,
We have right here.
real quick, one more. One for
Helps us to do
posterity.
it.
1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that moment of personal privilege. It is my privilege to give you a background. I've known David for a long time. He and I began our careers almost at the same time. I was at LESC and he was with DFA. And we've worked together for lots of years, 35 or so, I think, David. So thank you for the opportunity, sir.
You know, we were getting close to salary review, this committee was, and given the precarious situation of the revenues to the state of New Mexico, David, this is it.
Well, good. It won't feed you well, but it'll be something you can look at.
Right.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you very
Chairman. I
much.
really appreciate it.
Appreciate
I'll
it.
hand you the box here after a while.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, we have a presentation scheduled this morning, and if you don't mind, we're going to start with Dr. Arsenio Romero, who's the superintendent in the Deming Public Schools, one near and dear to your heart, Mr. Chairman, since that's where you abide. And then as he completes his, we'll move to myself, and then Dr. Jeannie Bark is, and he has some principles here, and then Dr. Jeannie Bark is in the proper position. We call it cleanup in baseball terms. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for all having us all here. Again, let me say something about David Abbey again. He is an amazing individual. I just have to take it, since I got the mic, I want to take a moment. He has really been amazing to Deming Public Schools in many ways, and he truly affects the outcomes of students within Deming. That comes from our facilities, that comes from the learning environments, it also comes from the instructional day. So thank you, David, for everything that you've done. Again, my name is Dr. Arsenio Romero. I am the superintendent for Deming Public Schools. I'm also a regent for New Mexico State University. I want to thank you all for having us here today. This morning, we're talking about ideas, proposals for being able to comply with Yazzie Martinez. And we want to spend this morning kind of talking a little bit about where we were, how we got to where we're at, what the reality is of today's environment, and some ideas about where we can go into the future. This morning, of course, I'm going to be able to kind of kick us off this morning, but I also want to introduce a couple of principals that I brought with me. They are going to be able to tell the story of what this looks like with all the work that the legislature has done, what happens when we get down to the classroom and school level. And so we have Mrs. Lonnie Hofackett. She is the principal of Memorial Elementary. We also have Mr. Toby Soderberg. He is the principal of Chaparral Elementary. And so with you, you've got a little slide deck there, and you can help follow along. Please ask any questions along the way, and hopefully I'm going to be able to talk fast enough so we can have lots of discussion. When you look at that cover slide, there's that little number 1 and number 2 there, and that really has been, if I was to nail it down, what the goals of public schools are today, they're really centered around 2 things. One is that we need to make sure that we have an environment that is safe for our teachers, for our students and our community, for our principals. And that's been a huge issue to be able to ensure that we are able to comply with that goal of having safe and secure environments, especially today with the pandemic. The next one, number 2, says a high quality education. This is something that we've all strived for since the beginning of my career. This is something that I try to do every single day. And now that we are in a different learning environment, where it being either hybrid or virtual, it's even more true than ever before. The issue is that number 1 and number 2 don't always jive together. Right now, they are really banging heads with each other. And that's what's hard. We have to make a choice, health or safety over high quality education. And we need to get back to the point where we can start to blend those 2 together. And that's been difficult. We're getting better and better at it every day, but we're not quite there yet. Next slide, please. I do want to take just a moment to recognize the work of the legislature, and I want to thank you all for what you have done. There's been over a $500 million influx to public education, which is huge, just to help comply with Yazzie Martinez. There's been additional compensation for teachers. This was needed. This allows us to be able to keep and retain teachers, which is an issue in New Mexico. And when you think about a community like Luna County and Deming Public Schools, it's difficult to not only hire teachers, but it's also difficult to retain teachers. And also being a regent for New Mexico State University, it's also difficult to get people to go into that profession and want to do that for the next 25 or 30 years. But I also want to thank the legislature for the work that they've done to vastly improve the pre-K opportunities. That's something that we in Deming have taken advantage of. We've been able to almost double our pre-K capacity, and that has really had an impact when we look at the outcomes of students over the time of them being with us as students. Typically, they come to us as 5-year-olds, as kindergartners. They leave us as seniors, 18-year-olds. Now we're able to dramatically increase the amount of time with them by a couple of years. Many of them come to us as 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds now. I also want to say that the K-5 Plus and the LTP programs have dramatically had wonderful outcomes for Deming Public Schools. As many of you know, I've been able to speak with you about this many times before. Deming Public Schools went all in with K-5 Plus and ELTP. We were, I would say, the only district that really worked towards having 100% participation in that. And we got really close. Last year, we were at right about 87% participating in K-5 Plus, and we had about 80% participating in ELTP. And this was because we have been working on this for a number of years, probably over the last decade. It really started back when it was K-3 Plus. And so it's really come a long way and had some wonderful outcomes for us. And we're going to talk a little bit more about what that looks like today within Deming Public Schools. And I also want to thank the legislature for the wonderful professional development opportunities. And this includes not only teachers, which is very valuable and very needed, but also professional development for nurses and educational assistants, but also leadership capacity. And that's been something that we've really looked at across the districts in New Mexico, but specifically in Deming Public Schools, is how we build wonderful leaders, because when we have wonderful leadership, that now flows down into the classroom for students. Next slide, please. Right now, I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Lonnie Hofak. She's going to talk to us about how some of this actually flows down into the school and into the classroom, and then I'll be back up, and Mr. Soderberg will accompany and follow Mrs. Hofak.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you so much for having us. Again, I'm Lonnie Hofak, and I'm the principal at Memorial Elementary School in Deming. And I'd like to talk a little bit specifically about some of the things that Dr. Romero gave us an umbrella view of, starting with instruction. So Yazi Martinez calls us to the charge that really has been the charge of education for as long as we've had schools, but has needed some targeted attention. And that's instruction that is sufficient and uniform for all students. So we know that there are inequities. We see that in our data, and we want to be able to address those inequities. And so how do we do that? We have this goal of being able to provide quality and rigorous instruction for all of our students. So how do we really do that? It's a wonderful thing to have a goal, but in order to achieve those goals, we need systems. And one of the systems that we have really invested a lot of time, energy, and professional development into is the curriculum leadership team. That consists of teachers from every grade, from every school, who came together to ensure that the instruction being delivered in every classroom from pre-K to 12th meets the standard of the Common Core state standards. That is a process that is recursive. We begin by building a curriculum that all teachers are aware of and have professional development in, because it's especially important because we have so many alternative licensure teachers. This year we have teachers who are learning not only the curriculum side, but the technology side. How do we deliver this instruction? And we want to maintain the quality of that instruction no matter the setting. So whether we're sitting in a classroom face-to-face, or we're delivering that over Zooms and videotaped lessons, we want to ensure that is quality and that every child has the access to the same level of instruction. Next slide, please. One of the things that is important in being able to do that is building the leadership capacity to support teachers, because they are critical to that experience for students, to support teachers in being able to deliver, to know, and then also to analyze the instruction and the assessment data. And principals are a critical piece of that. And so we call our principals instructional leaders, and we are so grateful to the state for the structure that they have provided to train us, for us to train other leaders in our schools to be able to observe instruction, knowing what the instruction level should be, to provide face-to-face or Zoom-to-Zoom feedback to teachers this year on that instruction, and then to know what to do to build those gaps and to fill those gaps. So this morning I heard a conversation between Senator Papin and Mr. Rounds and Dr. Romero talking about how do we make up the ground that we know students have lost. It starts here. It starts with these conversations with instructional leaders supporting teachers and knowing where students are, so that every third grader leaves our classrooms knowing how to solve multi-step multiplication word problems, just as one example. So we thank the Priority Schools Bureau for what they've done to support our teachers. We thank Dr. Romero for prioritizing that for us as leaders and giving us the opportunity to attend those trainings, to lead those trainings and mentor others, because we know that those are critical aspects of instruction for our students. So I'm going to pass the baton off to Mr. Soderberg for our next couple of slides.
Perfect.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you again for allowing us this time to come and speak. Next slide, please. Oh, you already went to that slide, sorry. And so really, we wanted to speak about K-5 Plus and the Extended Learning Time program, and just give you a synopsis view as to where we were last summer when we did have that 87% and 80%. And so when we were preparing and planning for K-5 Plus and Extended Learning Time, really, we came together as district leaders, as school leaders, and came up with a common planning and purpose from the schools, just to have that common theme, that commonality amongst all school sites that's happening within our district. Then we focused on recruitment, and that took a lot of building relationships with our staff, with our students, and with our families in the community. We had to market, we had to get the word out and say, you know, this is what school is going to look like this year. And then again, to go back on what Mrs. Hofackett was saying, the instructional theme and focus, making sure that we're looking at student data to drive our instruction, to have targeted interventions for different subpopulations of our students, and then also to establish individual student goals as we went through. Now, as we're all aware, at that point, move forward to this school year, with the pandemic and the school closures that did happen, time was definitely a factor for us in trying to decide what and how and if K-5 Plus was going to be possible. Unfortunately, in our district, we did decide that just because of schedule, more so than anything, being able to get that consistent information out to families would not be a viable option for us. However, our district did participate in the Extended Learning Time program, which gave us a lot of opportunities there. However, the impact of not having that K-5 Plus and those additional 25 days of instruction, again, the loss of instructional days, our data collection, obviously since school closures, we didn't have some of our assessments, we did not have some of just that time with our students to be able to collect that and be able to analyze and see where it is that we need to go in our own instruction. And then to be able to create meaningful and sustainable relationships is a huge component for us to be able to move forward with that. With Extended Learning Time, we were able to do that on a small level, but as Mrs. Hofackett had said, we're also learning how to do school in a different fashion and over the computer and have different training. We have some veteran teachers, 20 plus years in the business, and so for them, it's always been in person, never been over the computer. So that's been a huge learning curve for some of our teachers. Next slide, please. When we think about future steps for K-5 Plus and Extended Learning Time program, looking forward to next year and all the way through this school year as well, we're going to need flexibility in order to make this program work. We still want to have accountability for that, but we need to have somehow different evidence for us as to what that's going to look like, whether that's our district or other districts in the state. We want to have a student-first mindset or model. That way we're focusing on individual and intentional supports that will address our student needs and their learning and their growth. We really want them to be able to have those specific supports that are specific just to them as an individual student. We want to make sure to communicate and have a consistent communication tool for our families, for our students, for our staff, to make sure that it can be as sound and as strong as possible, and as a unified message, it really helps to support each other in that as well. And again, it comes down to intentionality, being able to create a plan that is going to address those cultural differences, bring that into the classroom, and have an inclusive curriculum as we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So where do we go from here? What we were able to do over the last few minutes was talk about where we've been going for the last few years, and it's taken a few years to be able to get there, to be able to get to the level of success with K-5 Plus and ELTP, to be able to get to the level of success that we've had in Deming when it comes to really just a short few years ago. We were one of the lowest performing districts in the state, now over median. Actually outpacing most districts in the state. And that's because of the hard work that we've had when it comes to our teachers, when it comes to our principals, and increasing instructional time. But today is a little bit of a different day, and we've taken a step back because of the pandemic that we're in. But we can actually look at this as an opportunity to do some things different. And that's what I want to give some ideas about, and then hopefully open up that for some conversation. So there are some impacts of what's happening right now. One is attendance. I have a spreadsheet that we will get to you. I didn't get it till last night out to the LFC staff on that, and we'll pull it up in just a little bit. But I really want to show you the loss in student numbers that we've had in Deming Public Schools, and this is going to be a good measure because Deming's, kind of a medium-sized district, so you could take a look at this and kind of scale it out for larger districts or scale it down for smaller districts. But we have a district of about 5,300 students, and we are missing or have a loss of student counts in about there's 209 to be exact right now today. And so when you actually look at that, what does that mean? Well, that impacts your budget, and it can impact classroom teachers. So this is something that also is going to impact transportation. We have fewer students riding, and we actually don't have any students riding right now because they're all on virtual learning. Deming Public Schools has elected to be in a virtual environment through January. There's some different reasons for that. Of course, we have data from across the state, but when you look at this county data, we aren't quite getting there when it comes to getting to that green status. So because of some different factors, the school board has elected to be able to stay into a virtual setting through the month of January. That affects attendance, that affects transportation. That's something I think is very important for this committee to know about, because at some point, those students are going to come back. And they may be coming back as soon as January when we are able to go into a hybrid situation. And they will come back when it means that we're back in school full time. Another big issue that has just really smacked us right in the face has to do with equity in learning. And the big topic I want to try to promote here is, now that we are in virtual learning, there is a huge need for excellent technology, excellent online curriculum, and excellent Wi-Fi access or stable internet access across all of New Mexico. So we have been able to plug the holes, I can say it that way, to be able to try to work with many cohorts or populations of students, but we have not found the one and only solution to be able to get stable internet access for all of our students in Luna County. The vast majority of them do not have stable internet access. And in fact, I'd like to tell a story about one of your fellow representatives, not in here today, but I remember talking to her and saying, hey, can we actually jump on a Zoom? And so this is Representative Sweetser. And her telling me, hey, I can't do that because I've got internet at home, but it's not a strong enough access to be able to do video conferencing. She said, I'm going to have to go into town to the radio station, and I can do it from there. And I said, okay. But that was very telling, that even one of our representatives does not have the opportunity, the ability to be able to get strong enough Wi-Fi access to be able to do that. And everything we do in the classroom setting right now has to do with video conferencing, uploading, downloading. And so the vast majority of our county does not have, two things, let me say it two ways. Either does not have access at all because there is no cellular service, or does not have strong enough Wi-Fi access to be able to be stable enough to be able to be on there and actually get through a live lesson with their teachers. So that is something that we have been able to plug holes, but we cannot solve completely, and we desperately need the help of the legislature to be able to get to a point where we can offer this to all of our students. That includes our technology services. We have been successful, and thank you to the legislature for being able to provide funding so that we do have devices for all of our students. And I want to go back to what Mr. Soderberg was saying, it has affected K-5 Plus and the LTP. We are working with the LTP at 100%, but I also want to stress that we are already looking to next school year. And this was also part of the reason why we were not able to participate this year, because we had to add the extra 25 days, and there wasn't time to do that. When it came to the month, so in Deming, we have a schedule, and this is something that our community can count on. They know exactly when the first day of school is and when the last day of school is. And for the last decade, we've started school right around July 1st, whatever that Monday is. And because of the pandemic this year, we were not able to have school in the month of July at all. So that took out that opportunity. Now, it's possible for us to put it at the end of the year in June, but there's a problem with that. If we start thinking about next year, we want to be able to come back again next year and be full bore with K-5 Plus starting July 1st, but we need to have that intercession break. That's going to be important for our community to have that. So it just was not in the cards for us this year, at nobody's fault. Because of the pandemic, we were not able to participate in K-5 Plus, but we have every 100% intention, you've got my word on it, we will be participating in it starting next year. This has also caused us to have to, really create reopening plans. I talked about the inequities with broadband internet, but also the at-risk expenditures. And so this is a question that many of us have, many superintendents across the state have, as we have had reductions in SEG. Well, we know that we are accountable to the legislature now about how we spend at-risk funds. And there are some questions about, since we've had the reductions, how that affected the at-risk expenditures. And so it is important that we do have that communication with PED about what that is. And so we're going to be we're probably going to be having some more conversations so that we make sure that we meet the requirements of the legislature to be able to make those expenditures correctly for at-risk students. Next slide, please. So what are those next steps? I kind of go back to Yazzie Martinez and what the intentions were with Yazzie Martinez. And this actually provides us some opportunities, I believe, to be even better as we come out of this pandemic. One is curriculum and programming, and I'm going to lump in instruction here too. And I was able to have a little bit of a conversation with Senator Papin earlier, and she had a question about do we have strong curriculum for every student when it comes to languages? And the answer is we don't. You may be able to talk to a vendor, talk to a curriculum developer, and they promise the moon, but we don't. When we look at Deming Public Schools, our largest languages, of course, are English, and we have Spanish. But when we look at the state of New Mexico, we have many native languages. We also have an influx of Somali students coming into Deming Public Schools. We do not have the tools that they need to have a proper curriculum, which then lays out into a proper instruction. But what we do have in New Mexico is we have excellent educators, we have wonderful universities, and we have excellent curriculum specialists. And one of the things I would like to be able to think about and have this body actually think about, along with PED, is we have the ability to actually write our own curriculum in multiple languages. That is something that we can do, and we could do at a very high level, and that would be able to take care of all of those language issues that we have when it comes to curriculum. That is something that I think, in my opinion, Yazzie Martinez is asking for. We also have the opportunity to provide, again, more high-quality professional development for our teachers, and we've seen that now. So when we think about professional development, yes, we want to be able to get teachers the tools that they need to become great teachers on how they teach math, how they teach students how to read, but now we need to be able to spend purposeful time in how they become excellent teachers in an online environment. And so I think Ms. Hofak had talked about the teachers that have been around, that have been 20 years plus, and they've really learned a whole new tool in a very, very short amount of time, and we're still learning. But how do we use those online environments to be able to get across in a very high functioning fashion what our standards and benchmarks are? How do we develop relationships with students in an online environment? How do we have grades? How do we ensure that students are learning? And that takes work to be able to design those type of environments. And again, pre-K instruction. We want to make sure that we continue down the road that we are on when it comes to pre-K instruction. We are in Deming being able to affect many, many more students, our 3- and 4-year-olds across the district. But we haven't got to all of them, and there's a few reasons why. We need to be able to hire more teachers. Sometimes they're not available to us. We need to be able to have more classroom space. That's kind of our roadblock in Deming, is we want to have more. We don't have enough classroom space. So those are some of the things that I think we have an opportunity right now to continue to expand on. But then you see those little blocks behind there. I got 4 blocks, and these are some things that I think that because of the pandemic and because of Yazzie Martinez and because of the questions when it comes to having equity in education, these are things that we can think about. The pandemic may change what classrooms look like forever. So we really need to be able to think about what those blended learning environments may look like. This could provide opportunities for some of our most at-risk students to have more access to teachers and classrooms in a face-to-face setting than they ever have before. This is also an opportunity to really tackle the challenge of having statewide broadband access for every student, which would benefit every person, every citizen within New Mexico. I'm going to go down to the bottom left, really to have flexibility with our school calendars. When I think about what we've done this year, we've had to change and go to the school board 3 times to be able to change the calendars. And that may still happen throughout the school year based on the new information we get from the pandemic. But I also want to say that the pandemic, the concerns that are coming out of the pandemic, in my opinion, are not going to end in January. They're not going to end in May. This may be something that we really have to work on and get to a new place for the next 18 to 24 months. And I want you to have that number in your head, that for us to get back to this idea of normal school may take that long. And then the last thing is I want to be able to stress is really keeping schools whole. And that really comes down to the funding part of this when it comes to our changes when we have to attendance, our changes with transportation. We know that those students are going to be back, but right now, if I look at what I know of today with the quantitative data that I have today of 209 students not coming, there's some different reasons for that. They may be staying home, they may be in homeschool, there's about 100 students that I haven't been able to find yet. Some have left to different states, and I'm going to show you a slide here in just a second of what that looks like, and we will get you a hard copy of that. But I do know that when they come back, because of the last 25 years that I've been in education, they will be back. It is not going to be feasible for me to not hire. So about 200 kids is about 20 teachers. I need those teachers. It would not be feasible for me to not hire those teachers, and then when the kids come back, try to hire them, because what will happen is those teachers won't be available. I need to have them in place now so that when the students come back, we're ready to go. Next slide, please. I just have some contact information for us. I know that we're here talking to you today, but I would very much like to just let you know that you can get in contact with us anytime. We'd love to be able to answer any questions that we have for you. And if you could bring up that Excel spreadsheet just really quickly so you can take a look at what we've done. And I hope you may not be able to read it up there on the screen. But basically what I've done is be able to provide a spreadsheet that we will get a hard copy for you. And it has a breakdown of students that we are missing, 209 students. And I want you to know what grade levels they're in and also where we think that they've gone to. And this is just an ability for you to be able to take a look at one district, but it is, kind of gives you an idea of how you scale that up for larger districts like Las Cruces and Gadsden and Albuquerque, or you scale that down for districts like Roy and House and any other district. So it's kind of hard to read up there, so I won't make you do that because I can't see it either. But we will get you the hard copies, and again, if you have any questions, you're welcome to be able to do that. You have them. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. So you do have them. So really what that does is it lets you know what grade level students have either not shown up or disenrolled, and also us verifying where they've gone to, so you can see what states they've gone to. We do have a number going to Texas. We're trying to see if we have some kind of correlation of students, families going to places where maybe schools are more open or not. So there's just some things to think about. That concludes my presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Rounds. I want to thank you for everything that you do for us, and we will be here for questions. Thank you.
And if I could have you return to the slide deck we had active and go to the next page or the next slide. And Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this is my 47th year in public education in New Mexico. And boy, is this different than I've ever seen before.
Well, you and Biden have been at the same time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that comparison. So the Martinez-Yazzie lawsuit has a requisite in it, and the requisite is educational efficacy. And where we're at today is we're having to balance health and safety on one hand, and then those requisites of educational efficacy on the other. And that's out of balance right now. We're having to pay such attention to the health and safety portion that you've already heard from Arsenio and his folks from Deming. This is an on-the-ground, real-world district who has done everything they can to use the tools you have given them. They were all in on K-5 Plus and extended learning, all in on professional development, all in on getting materials aligned to the students' language needs, all in on the training that you have provided. And then along came COVID. And this balance began to shift. And I'd like to talk a little bit about on-the-ground realities. Next slide, please. So there are many operational impacts that are coming from the COVID health order. I'm not chastising the health order. Please don't hear anything in this that would infer that. But I am telling you the dilemma in reality that's happening in every school in New Mexico today. You see that balance? Our business has been the educational efficacy and assuring health and safety within that framework, and it's upside down at this point in time. We have a pending potential funding shrinkage. I was delighted to see that it may not be as severe as we thought, but the reality is you go down line. I was a superintendent in oil and gas areas in Hobbs for 10 years, and I know that when you look at those horizons, there are probably likely challenges still coming on our horizon in New Mexico. And I think Senator Smith and I were talking beforehand. If I remember the numbers, members of the committee, about 43% if you do general fund, if you use all factors in oil and gas, that's about the general fund impact of that part. And we haven't been able to diversify in our incomes for the state, and I think that is daunting as I look out into the future that's out there. And so I am concerned because we in public schools take 45 to 50% of that year over year. And it's our livelihood, just like it is the state of New Mexico, because we are you, and I'm concerned. The learning loss. Beforehand, I had a number of discussions with senators and others here about the learning loss. Where does it really stand was the question you asked. Well, let me frame it exactly for you. Last spring, we interrupted learning in the state of New Mexico greatly. We did some things to try to hold kids, to hold families, and to continue a process at home, but we didn't have time to structure it well, structure it right, and provide the PD necessary to really bring that along. Remember with me that the directives we received from the Public Education Department and others was that we were to assure 30 minutes of instruction a day online with students. Well, I'm here to tell you 30 minutes a day doesn't do it. And so we have learning loss. I've been asked, what do the statistics look like on that? Here's the bad news. We'll be unable to give you good test information, statistical information about learning loss, except perhaps in the K-6 slice, because we have iStation and things like that. But last spring, totally interrupted everything. And we have no data. We have no end of year. In iStation, you have beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year data. In the current year, we haven't launched beginning of the year data because in many districts we still don't have kids. And so how do you modulate that? If a child stays in the district this year, when we bring them back in, we'll be able to take middle of the year data for that K-5 sector and look at the middle of the year, end of year data this year, BOY, they call it beginning of the year data, and be able to do some comparatives about where they should be and where they are, and we can then extrapolate probably some learning loss information. But when you go upstream into middle school and high school, a couple of things are happening. One, we're changing testing modalities. We're going to SAT. So we're changing tests, which in and of itself is always a statistical nightmare. Mr. Abbey and I used to scratch our heads over that as we were doing our work back in the day. So how do you track that? And that is going to be problematic. But to add to that, I'll just ask this question. Will we be testing in the spring? Under what condition? We have ACT and SAT testing required by colleges and universities that are happening right now. But with the health order, we're not able to derive the kinds of capacities to assure every child is testing that needs to do that necessarily. And that's a struggle. We're trying hard to make it happen. But that's the kind of interruptive stuff that we're dealing with. You heard a talk about K-5 plus and ELTP. I want to muse on that just a little bit with you, but it was taken completely off pace. Remember with me that when you brought ELTP and especially K-5 plus online a couple of years ago, that was out of a 60-day session, there was a very short ramp time to get things in place. And so schools were moderated at least or completely inhibited from doing K-5 plus in the immediate next cycle. Well, that next cycle was last year. And we see what happened to last year. We clobbered it right in the middle of the year in March. And now, as you ramp up, you've heard the compelling argument, there are not enough calendar days to do the work that's required under K-5 plus, so we opted instead to ELTP. And I'll talk a little bit more about where districts have gone with that, and I've got some ideas about where we might want to suggest you go with policy. SEL implications, this is the worst case of student social and emotional positioning I've seen in my career. And it's true with teachers, and it's true with staff, and it's true with superintendents. The interruptive nature, the change of how our society is working and how school is working are leaving students in a horrible place. I was in a meeting with Sally Marcus and some others from the New Mexico Activities Association who were urging me to urge you to urge the world, so to speak, to let athletics and activities come back on as soon as possible, because what we're seeing right now are 12 documented cases of student athlete suicide since July. And that rate is triple or quadruple the rates that we normally see. And we're convinced that it's because students are left in a position of despair and loneliness and inability to deal with situations. Just this week, there was an unfortunate loss of life. We're not sure it was suicide, but a loss of life of a student athlete in Hondo, New Mexico. What a horrible thing to be dealing with there. And then finally, staffing is going to be a problem. It is now, but it's going to burgeon more, and it's going to depend on where we are regionally in the state and what the conditions are. I'm not going to be surprised if, as we talk during the 60-day session, that we're not talking about how do we sustain teachers and encourage them to come and be part of the in-class experience across the state, because a lot of them are old folks like me. They have lots of years in. You heard Arsenio talk about those that have 20 years and more tread time on are in a risk category as we're dealing with this health crisis. And we're finding now that there are more retirements in August of this year than there have been in any August prior to this year across the state of educational personnel from our schools. And I think that is a trend line we need to watch. Now we'll move on to the next slide, please, and then go ahead and skip it and go to the next slide. So we're at impacts on practice. So let's talk a little bit about the reality, and I've given you some of this, but from March to today, or to September, to yesterday, some things have happened. Our district practice, as I just described, has been totally interrupted. Business as normal isn't. And so we're moving as heaven and earth to try to be sure we provide the right experience for kids across all districts in New Mexico. I don't know a district that isn't doing everything they can. And their singular urging is that we get kids back in the classroom. And so that's that balance between educational efficacy and safety and health. We've got to figure out how to manage that from a policy perspective. We have a lot of new programs. You heard about K-5 plus ELTP. But there are a lot of new programs that districts were just getting ready to bring on thanks to your wonderful revenue support of schools that simply had to be freeze-framed, had to be stopped. And PD is one of those that hasn't flourished over the summer because while we might have had money at one point to do that, the money was not as readily available because of your necessary actions in the special session. But secondly, we couldn't figure out how to get people together collected in face-to-face to do the quality work that needs to be done together, because we believe that online is less quality than in person. And hear that as practitioners. Maybe it's because we're so used to it, And we'll probably be cloning that over time, but the real issue is we're much better when we're together in group. That's how we've operated, and that's how we have a better interoperative style. And so we not only need to learn how to do better, but that is something we need to seek to make happen. Students were placed into unfamiliar and untested ranges of practice. Kids were not used to being online. Parents were not used to having to support that at home, and we certainly were not ready for that experience. Now, we have changed and done lots of training to get there, but just think about your first year in your business or in your practice, or if you've ever changed jobs like I have. As you change the first year, you may be ready yourself and do an okay job and do a professional job, but it's not nearly the quality that I had after 10 years of teaching, because I got my act together. I understood how to put the pieces together. And that's one of the things that convolutes our business today. And finally, from September to 20 through June 21, I believe we're going to continue to see districts scrambling to try to do all of that work and make it qualitative, but more importantly, understand how it needs to come together so that educational efficacy does occur. So the students who don't have internet have quality educational access. I want to make one point about the internet. You'll hear from Do It and others that we have less of an internet problem than we thought we had. In just true connections, that's probably true. But hear what Arsenio Romero said a minute ago, because this is what I'm finding across many, many communities, is when you then use a wider array of broadband, you actually take the systems down. You can't have video conferencing. You experience that right here as a legislature, coming off of a fairly large setup that supports you. When you're trying to bring your members into this meeting, we struggle keeping it up. Now imagine doing that to every student in the state of New Mexico and the strain that's putting on the system. And so I'm going to suggest, while we're going through this modulation, that's something that may be part of it. Now when you go from today to June 21, districts will need to scramble to implement new learning modalities using hybridization, because it appears, as I look out at the current rules of engagement, we're likely to be in hybrid education for the entire year. I'll be surprised if we get to return, if the current prospectus of order is in place from a health order standpoint. I'll be surprised if we get into class. And remember with me that almost a third of the geography of New Mexico is still in the red, and therefore is forced into remote learning and only remote learning, except for certain populations, high needs students, but that's a very small amount. And established practice, the real established practice of the business we've had in the past, I will be surprised if we don't stay out of that until at least August of 21, and it could be an entire year later before we return to that, and that scares me. Next slide, actually 2 slides down, please. Let's talk about funding shrinkage just for a minute. I don't have to preach to you about this, but I want you to know we recognize it. The downturn is the downturn. You have what you have in your hand. You do what you can to provide for public schools, and thank you for that. COVID has now stressed that. And I think we don't know all of the impacts that's going to have. I talked about staffing. I think that'll be a stress point that we need to be cognizant of, measure. We need to understand what's happening and figure out how we intercept. We were lucky CARES Act bailed us out to an extent in the current year. And there may be some future things out of Washington that is a CARES Act-like fund. There's several initiatives, but I'll be very surprised if we see anything before January. And timing is everything on getting resource in the door. I would urge you that if that happens, that we have a good conversation about how we deal with that, because targeting it to the needs really does need to happen. School districts have spent triple probably what they received under CARES Act to do the work of CARES Act. And you found it necessary to do some balancing in the overall resource base that recognized some of that as money that would not be set by state dollars, instead would use CARES dollars. I'm not arguing. The statement is that we need to be very thoughtful as we move through time and know what we're buying. The greatest things right now that we're struggling with in districts are filtration systems. We're dealing with masks. We probably have $500,000 of face shields and masks that are no longer allowable under the current condition. And so they were purchased by districts under guidance that was in place in June. Guidance changed. Masks or shields may no longer be used exclusively. And so we have bunches of boxes of things sitting in schools. And I dare say none of us have any money to have life fallow in things we do. Unplanned costs are tremendous. We don't even know what all those are yet, but I guarantee you when you have to do the testing at the door as staff and others come in, we do contact tracing, all the things that are now falling onto the schools as business they must do, that has cost that we never assumed, and every day we're discovering new costs. And we'll be happy to talk with you later about some of those. And then student enrollment. You heard Arsenio's talk, it's real. Every district in this state is between 5 and 12% less in students today than they were last year before COVID. And you heard Arsenio talk about 100, you don't know where they're at? That's not an unusual happenstance. There's a lot of lost kids in our state. And we have a mandatory school attendance policy, and I don't know how we make that happen in this environment. But more importantly, how do we entice the parents and the children to have confidence in us, but also to come and engage with us? We're working hard in every district to try to figure that out. But what we hear in almost every case is, I want my child in class, at least some, at least get to hybrid, at least get them in class, because that's the tenable stuff that we're probably all used to watching, but it's also what drives our practice. Now, as you look at FY22, the future year, that destabilized student enrollment is going to continue. I don't think it's going to settle itself out for 24 more months, at least 18, probably 24 more months till that settles. Until we're into regular practice again, we're going to have parents and students decide not to be part of the educational issue. Why would a parent come to a public school's remote learning if they can go online and buy remote learning if you're affluent? There's a disparity issue that will move faster and purports to do better and is more skilled at because that's their business. That's how they've always done it. And that's part of what's happening. So's homeschooling. But you know what I'm most worried about? It's just absolute educational neglect that we are supporting because we're not in place, but are happening in families. And that's not okay. Our kids are losing today. Our workforce instability is likely to continue because as staff have uncertainties, we are struggling district by district in getting teachers to be motivated and agree to be in classrooms. Yet we have many, if not most parents. In most districts, most parents want their children back in school, but in many schools, half the staff or more don't want to come back to school because they are fearful for their health. We have to resolve that issue. Next slide, please, and go ahead and go to the second learning loss. So let's talk about learning loss. Just next slide, please. And then one more. Thank you. So spring 20 realized substantial learning loss. I already told you about that. I'm not going to recap, but hear that. But it's continuing today because we haven't been able to get good quality engagement daily with students perfected. It isn't for lack of practice. We're doing much better this fall than we did last spring. We had a summer to prepare, and you know the funny thing about education is when you have time to prepare, you deliver, and we are. But nobody can pretend that today's instruction is better than instruction in person was last year. We need to continue working at retooling instruction, and that then means PD. You heard that. I won't go over that. Students were differentially ready. We have students who had their computer at home. I was having a talk before this. You know, my grandson is great because his mom will make sure that he studies and learns. But what do you do with a student whose parents have a language difference, or is working 3 jobs and unable to spend the time at home, or doesn't have the capacity to understand or utilize the technologies and do the support at the house, or in some cases, because of distance and lack of technology access, are just on the very bottom end of their ability to provide the educational quality that we're sending. It's all over the map, and we can, those of us that know New Mexico can map out where those losses are. I was excited to work with a group at New Mexico State University. They were talking about, Mr. Chairman, drones as long flying drones that can provide those capacities in remote areas like satellites do at a much lower cost. While that isn't probably where we want to be in the long haul, it may be an interloper step we need to consider as we move to getting kids into the classroom. And finally, as we look at fall 21, we'll have a calibrated practice as we move a whole year out from now. But I think that we are endangered of continuing learning loss this year. And so we've been doing a lot of study organizationally to look at what can we do to recoup that learning loss. Otherwise, we lose a generation, Mr. Chairman, and we don't want to do that. That's not okay. We are good enough to figure out how to change our practice and recoup the learning losses. And I'm encouraged with some of the research we've done. We'll be happy to share that with you at a different time. And Mr. Chairman, let's go to the next slide. I want to be sure we get through. And we'll go to the following slide then. Thank you. Let's talk K-5 and ELTP very briefly. It was untenable. You heard that. It's a calendaring issue. It's a staffing issue. It's a timing issue, but also the health order issue says that thou shalt not basically be able to get into the environments that were prescribed or understood or designed for K-5 plus and extended learning. You can do some work, by the way, through remote education. Purport to you that isn't going to get the outcome that you saw. You saw an additional 25 days plus additional time during the year where we focus on students that are out of phase, that aren't ready, and getting them in phase. We meet the Martinez-Yazzie requisite. We're falling well short of that today. Mr. Chairman, I believe that districts will step back into the K-5 plus and ELTP once that settles. I know that there was a large number of districts ready to launch for this year that were unable to do that because of the circumstance. The logistics could not work. But as I talk to those superintendents, they and their staffs are ready to step out and do that work. But simply, it's not in the cards until the 21-22 school year at best. So FY21, FY22, I would ask you to think about softening. You had a wonderful idea in the marriage, if you will, of extending the days, the K-5 plus part of it. But you also had a wonderful idea about taking days that we have in place and using the flexion that you have in ELTP where you can do district design work. I would ask as we move through the next 2 cycles at least to soften that so districts can begin to blend and come up with their best guide to how do you transition from where we are now with COVID to where you want to be in instruction. And I think it'll be informative to many of us as districts move that along. Let's go to the next set of slides, please. So skipped us 2. So let's talk about SEL and student stability. I talked about student suicide. It's horrible, it's horrific, and it's happening at much higher rates. We need to understand how we can tie mental health to our students and families. And right now, under the health order, we still are falling well short of that support. And we need to solve that issue right now, ahora. And many students are simply disengaged or missing. That's not okay. We need to find those. We need to put an effort to get that engagement happening. I talked about homeschooling depleting our enrollment, but student return to schools will occur, I'm certain, when we're back in standard practice, whatever that is, whatever that design ends up being. When we have students fully brought back into our educational scene and fully supported face-to-face. Next set of slides. So staffing and local and regional, there are differences of staffing issues, but some generalities are falling out. Longer standing teachers who even stayed with us are now departing. That's that August thing I talked about. There are no substitutes in this state. Think about this for a minute. If you're a substitute, you almost have to substitute in building specific under your hybrid setting for when the students come in, because if you move from building to building and there's a potential of exposure, you may not be available for any substitute action. But when you add that to the people who would step up into substituting, we're not seeing them. Rio Rancho, Sue Cleveland, longest standing superintendent of the state of New Mexico, longest standing, says, our bench, she calls it, is fully depleted. I have no substitutes, basically, and I have no teacher corps ability to build on our teacher corps. I am in crisis. I think that is a statement for the state of New Mexico. We need to figure out what that means as we move through into your next session. We have a worried workforce. The career end employees are stepping out. We need to do some things, which I'll talk about in a minute. And that instability will continue to emerge, and we'll be happy to report to you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, as we move through time. Let's go to the last set of slides. Legislative recommendations. Provide flexibility to districts to manage through COVID. That's not just K5 plus and ELTP. Your best decision makers for COVID reintegration does not lie at the state of New Mexico. I'm sorry, that may be a sacrilege. It belongs and is best managed in the communities of New Mexico. Superintendents know how to do that business. We understand the balance between student health and the efficacy of learning. And I think we can manage our way through that if there'll be some trust. We're concerned, Mr. Chairman, as an example, superintendents were asked to sign assurances for reentry. They did that. That's that pledge. We're going to do it right. We know how to handle it. We'll follow the rules. Yet our fire marshals in the state of New Mexico, on the next day as schools began to reopen, are coming in checking to be sure you're meeting the assurances. Where's the trust? Mr. Chairman, we have to let local folks do the work. We don't mind oversight, but we just think that might have been a waste of resource. School district cash balances. I don't know how to get there financially, members of the committee, without allowing districts to manage the full range of resources they have, which includes cash balance. We would ask you not to consider sweeps, not consider limits, at least through COVID, and then let's get to the policy decisions down the line. But right now, I couldn't give you a recommendation of how best to manage through cash, because I think we're in such significant disarray right now that we really, there's no standard practice that we can say, yep, that's the way to do it. You heard about the student stability issue. And we've already been talking to your staff some, but we think it would be a good idea to establish a methodology for averaging or recognizing prior year membership as your basis and carrying that on for about the next 2 years, the next 2 cycles, and then recorrect to the normal process and statute for student membership. You see, it's going to have lots of this in it. It already does, but it will return. And you've heard the plea for staff. That's the why. If you don't have the resource to retain staff, you're going to look like TJ Parks was 3 years ago when he had the ballooning of students and he couldn't find teachers to come to Hobbs, New Mexico because they weren't there to be had. So he's built that staff up, as Arsenio has built the staff to support the level of students that will likely be there in the long haul. But if you reduce the funding, you have to cut the staff. They depart, we'll have the same ramping problem in getting quality teachers back in the system. Instead, wouldn't it be smarter to use them to begin to make the changes in our educational practice, to be part of the PD process, and to assure that every student is fully supported? Because every student today is more differentially separated than ever before in this state. Let's figure that out and do that together. I would suggest we need to work on instructional materials. We'll talk more about that. But I'd like you to also consider removing the penalties that we have in our retirement system for retirees and substitutes. Retirees coming back into the system and return to work are heavily penalized under our current code because we're supporting our ERB, which needs to be supported. But we have a measure of equity we need to think about. I believe we need the people for the short term more than the protection of the ERB fund in the short term as we move public policy through. And substitutes should not have to pay into ERB. Very likely they will never retire. And so we want to continue those dialogues with you and consider how we don't disincentivize getting the staff we need to in the door today. We understand there'll be a wide range of variance in how we do business. We'd like to continue discussions with you so you understand the practical practice points. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for your support, the support of this committee, and we'll be happy to stand for questions at the time it is appropriate for you. Thank you.
Let's move on to the next presentation before we move through questions at this time. And we've accumulated a fairly large list of people that are asking questions. It's a good thing legislative members get per diem, because if we got by the hour, we'd be here late tonight. From that standpoint, there's a huge interest in that. But if we can move ahead expeditiously, we're anxiously waiting to hear from you.
Okay. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Chair, and committee. It's nice to be here with you again. Let me just get some water. I'm daunted and impressed by what I've just heard from all of these fine educators, and I'm going to talk to you today about sort of a longer-term vision of New Mexico and a study that I'm from the Learning Policy Institute, which is an independent national research group that works with states to try to improve their systems, and we're funded by foundations, both national foundations and some local foundations, to do this work. So this is independent, research-based work. For the past several months, and this started 18 months ago when we were in a very different world. You guys had made a couple of years of amazing progress toward vitalizing the education system in the state. And so our task was to try to bring the best of research evidence to bear on where we are now and where we ought to go in the future. So we've been conducting research. Let's go to the next slide. I'm going to try to go through this very fast. So the purpose of our study, okay, thank you, was to provide leaders at the level of the state. Our audience is really state policymakers and what they can do with that would help us figure out how to move ahead using the very best of research, but to do it in a way that fit New Mexico. And so that's why the title of our work is called Improving Education the New Mexico Way, because it is an effort to blend local knowledge with national research knowledge to say, okay, given what we know from the research, given what we know about New Mexico, what could be done here to move this system in a very powerful way to dramatically improve the quality of the system, which I don't think anybody has been happy with. So next slide. We used mixed methods research. We did interviews, probably close to 100 leaders from various sectors we interviewed, did site visits, document reviews. We've read everything I think your staff has ever written, and did new analyses of data provided by the New Mexico Department of Public Education. So it's both lots of methods. Now, let me stop a minute and say, on the next slide, please. it's not an elephant in the room because we've been talking about it. But what happened? We were about done with our study, ready to make a report in May, and realized there is no way that people can engage seriously in thinking about a long-term agenda that's going to require additional investments and lots of systems change while we're in the throes of this pandemic. So we went back, we did a number of additional interviews, we rewrote the report and said, okay, let's try to figure out what can be done now that's not going to cost, that's not going to require investments, but will help pave a way over the long term. So in the 24 months or so that Stan projects, that we can begin to get back on track and we haven't lost ground with the progress that you guys had made in the 19 and 20 sessions, and in the work of the advocates who were trying to resolve the issues in Yazzie Martinez. So we now have two kinds of recommendations in the report. One, these short-term things that'll help keep us on the right path, and then a long-term agenda, some long-term goals that can be kept on the table as we're making these current decisions. So for example, just briefly, closing the digital divide is one. I mean, it has to happen right away. We are doing everything we can to patch together solutions. But in fact, we're also in the middle of the biggest education technology experiment that this state and this country has ever experienced, and things will never go back to the way they were. Teachers have learned a huge amount. Kids and families are learning a huge amount. And there's no way that going forward, technology as a part of education isn't going to be there and be very important. And so it's critically important that we think now ahead about making sure that every child in this state, every family in this state, every school in this state has access to what they will need to have high quality schooling going forward, knowing that we're not going to just shut our computers down in 24 months and it'll be over. So let's go to the next slide. I want to start out by telling you the 4 big findings of our report. And this is asking you to step back a little bit because this is not about New Mexico now. This is about New Mexico for the last 100 years. And the 4 big findings of our research is that New Mexico is indeed a different place. Everybody here says it, but in fact there are unique characteristics in this state that are different from other states that complicate school improvement and that make more resources and capacity necessary. And so we know that systems around the country have made, and some of you have been involved in the No Time to Lose study, looking at what other high-performing systems have done. And we need to look at those elements, those 5 elements, but we have to figure out how to do those changes in a way that suits New Mexico, that we can't borrow from some other place and say all we need to do is copy what they did in Finland or in Massachusetts or some other high-performing place. The third is that accountability needs to be a really important part of the system, not only because it monitors what the system is doing, but because it can trigger high-quality support and capacity building that can make it possible for local districts to adapt important research state priorities, research-based state priorities to the local context. The interesting thing about the diversity of I'll get there in a minute. But so we try to talk about how the system of accountability can be shifted in ways that it really serves toward improvement rather than simply sort of naming and shaming in some cases where people are right now. And finally, because this is long-term work, it requires, we think, some sort of independent body to take ownership of it, as has happened in many other states. So I'll go through a little about this, of each of these. Next slide, please. So why is education in New Mexico so complicated, and why is it hard to improve? Well, the complications come from the things we like best and the things we like least about the state. I mean, one of the most wonderful things about New Mexico, and I've lived here for 7 years, and I grow more appreciative of every day, is the incredible diversity. Geographic diversity, cultural diversity, linguistic diversity, and the regional differences are amazing, and they're a very strong asset. It positions New Mexico in such a place to be able to educate children for the world as it's going to be, much more diverse, much more global. I mean, we have assets here that can help New Mexico young people be better prepared for the future that they're going to have to grapple with. But taking advantage of diversity requires a lot of local control. It requires that that decisions, that goals, that principles, that laws be adapted in places in ways that they fit that local context. And the rub is that we can balance state direction with local flexibility and control. And in fact, New Mexico's historic governance strategy has been one of local control. But in fact, you can't do local control well unless you have very strong local capacity. And we have not paid enough attention to building that capacity locally so that everybody has great trust that we turn things over to the local districts, and we know, and the relationship between the districts and the PED is such that there's plenty of support that we can ensure high quality implementation. So that's kind of the challenge that comes out of our strength. The challenge that comes out of our weakness is, in fact, this is an extremely distressed economy. And when you're in a distressed economy and trying to educate children, many of whom have never, in families who've never been able to be lifted out of poverty, it costs more. The principle is poverty does not prevent learning, but it requires interventions and resources to overcome the barriers to learning that come with poverty. And because we're a poor state, we've got these high costs having to do with what kids need, and while we've had fairly equitable funding, it's been inadequate to meet the needs of the kids in our state who have so many barriers. And so the bottom line for us in looking at New Mexico's context is that we have too little capacity, too little funding, and that's turned out to have disappointing education outcomes. And I don't think it's because people haven't tried to do school improvement, it's just we've been caught in this trap. So the issue is, how do we move ahead in ways that get us out of that trap? So next, if I could have the next slide. We looked at, okay, well, how would you go about improving education in a complicated New Mexico way? And we came up with these 4 principles to say that the policies that are made and the strategies used to implement those policies ought to have these 4 principles always in mind. First, and I've said them before, diversity is an asset, not a liability. We can't treat it as something that needs to be overcome or help people grapple with as if it's some sort of deficiency. Poverty creates barriers, but it does not prevent learning or school success. And we have to say that over and over and over again in New Mexico, that being poor, it does not mean you're condemned to not being able to learn. It just takes more and different kinds of strategies. Third is that students who are affected either by marginalization over our diversity and by poverty must be at the center of the system. This is most New Mexico kids. We cannot treat kids who are different in culture, language, or who have barriers to poverty as if they're a little special group that we can have our mainstream school system and then have special programs for kids who are on the margins who need some extra help to keep up. You know, that's who we are, and we need a system designed for who we are. And that finally, that districts and schools require enormous support and capacity building with anything we do, that unless we build into any initiatives how we're going to help support people learn how to do it and do it well, that we won't be happy with our outcomes. So that's sort of the big frame that I hope will be useful to you and all of us going forward, to think about Yeah, we are different, and we need to learn to do education reform the New Mexico way. So let's go to the next slide. So the next slide shows, and in the report, you'll get the report. The big report is coming in about 3 weeks. It's close to 130 or 140 pages. It has tons of detail in it about all 5 of these areas and how to do them the New Mexico way. I can just give you a few little examples this morning, just to give you a taste of what's in the report, and would be happy, of course, at any time to follow up. So, it matters what we focus on. And we know from a lot of research all over the world, in the US, that these 5 elements that are listed here on this slide, meaningful learning goals, knowledge and skillful educators, supports that meet students' needs, high quality early learning, adequate and equitable funding. These are the basics. You have to break the system down to its basics about what really matters, what has to be good, is these 5 things. So we took those, next slide please, and said, okay, what does this mean in New Mexico? So for each of these 5 areas, we said, okay, what are appropriate goals, evidence-based goals for New Mexico? What do we know works to create improvement in these areas? What's the current status in New Mexico of each of these 5 elements? What progress has been made over the last 2 years to move in a good direction? What are some immediate steps that could be done, and what are some long-term steps that can be done? And I want to say we did not focus a lot on high-quality early learning, because that's one place where we felt the state is really on a good path. And thanks to some of you in this room, that we need to stay the course and follow the direction we've started. And in fact, in most of these areas, we're making steps in the right direction. It's not as though there needs to be a lot of course corrections now. It's thinking about how to move good first steps into a long-term system change. So let's go to the next slide. But in addition, we really focused a lot on accountability because of this capacity problem that is so essential to really make good on our diverse resources and to overcome the barriers of poverty. That we need to, we've had accountability in New Mexico. It was a policy, followed the approach that was in No Child Left Behind. It was top down, based on a theory that schools and children and teachers will do a lot better if the state sets specific test score standards for them and then intervenes and punishes, frankly, when people don't meet those targets. The biggest problem was thought to be a lack of focus or a lack of effort rather than a lack of capacity, rather than a lack of know-how. So there was nothing really built into the system that would help people learn more about how to do what we all want to have done. And we know now that high-stakes testing-based accountability without investing in supporting basic improvement didn't work. Didn't work here. It didn't work anywhere where that was thought of as the key driver of school improvement. It's, our reading and math scores stalled. There was a little bump in the Richardson administration when there were being more investments were being made, but then after 2011, that stabled, and some of the like in the NAEP scores have actually gone down since that time. The curriculum narrowed. Much instruction turned into something that looked like preparation for standardized tests. Educators were demoralized and the workforce threatened by shortages. Enrollments in teacher preparation programs plummeted. So we can't blame all of that on the accountability system, but we can say is the one that for sure is the way we've tried to do accountability over the last 20 years hasn't really helped. So let's go to the next one. I'm going to give you one example. I'm going to go to this is fundamental element number 3 of those. You have learning goals, workforce, supports that students need, early childhood, and adequate funding. And I want to talk a little bit, just as an example of what kind of analyses and recommendations you'll see in our work about supports that meet students' need. The summary report that you have has some of it, but again, there's be much, much more detail for those who actually want to dig in and use the information in the full report. Every system that has improved has figured out how to provide additional support that meets students' particular needs. In New Mexico, that support must include lowering the learning barriers for poverty. We know that schools can't fix poverty by themselves, and we shouldn't ask them to. But in fact, there's a lot that the education system can do to offset many of the disadvantages that poverty brings. Let's go to the next slide. Can I have the next slide? Okay, thank you. In New Mexico, extra support to mitigate the barriers of poverty can't be provided as add-ons or special programs for a minority of students who need them, because most New Mexico students are from low-income families. Communities, as you'll see on this map, this census data, communities of concentrated poverty are found everywhere in the state. Almost half of the public schools, in our look at the 2020 data, 406 schools had at least 80% of their kids who qualified because of their family's low incomes for free and reduced price meals and other sort of government supports. Half of our schools have more than 80% kids in poverty. So in these schools, such supports need to be built into the regular structure and extended to all children. This is not about meeting special needs. This is about meeting the needs of the particular community. So we've made some good progress in New Mexico toward it, but let me just show you the next slide. This shows, you see the general pattern. The first set of bars are high poverty schools. The second set of bars are low schools with low levels of poverty, and those have to do with their test scores. This is a crude measure, but it does show you one important thing, that schools of concentrated poverty struggle much more than schools without those concentrations to improve student outcomes and to provide high-quality opportunities. Concentrated poverty, we know from research, compounds the negative effects of students' own socioeconomic status. So hundreds of studies show that when poor students or students from low-income families attend more advantaged schools, they do a whole lot better than comparably poor students who are in schools where everybody else is poor. And a school's average, statistically, the school's average socioeconomic status has as much of an influence on a student's academic achievement as his or her own level. So we need to think about that New Mexico's high poverty schools struggle to overcome these additional disadvantages that come with having high concentration of poverty. So let's go to the next slide, because this goes to our recommendations. Well, what can we do? Well, we can do some things that we've already started in New Mexico to meet that third fundamental element of providing the resources to meet students' needs. We can enable all high poverty schools to become community schools with expanded learning time, right? Community schools is a strategy that builds additional supports into the regular program. Student-facing barriers are at the center of the program. It's appropriate for diversity because community schools build programs that draw on local assets, and in order to meet local needs, the communities are very involved in them, so the reach to make things culturally and linguistically appropriate is much less than in schools that are not community schools. So community schools can vary across communities and meet this need to have a lot of decisions made locally in the appropriate to the context. But that does not mean anything goes in community schools. Effective community schools have 4 evidence-based pillars that play out in different ways in different communities, but they all have integrated social supports, expanded learning time, family and community engagement, and collaborative leadership. One pillar, expanded learning time, is already proven effective in New Mexico. And so we have a lot of infrastructure and a growing amount of experience to understand the potential power of expanded learning time when it's done in a high-quality way. Another pillar, collaborative leadership, which is very important to community schools, is one way we can be much more adept at meeting in the 23 districts that are required to do collaboration with tribes around the education of Native students, that collaboration can be built into the regular part of the school functioning, and it is a community school, and become a regular part of the school accountability system as well. So let's have the next slide. And you may need to, oh, that's great. Here's the evidence. I may have seen, you may have seen this before as you guys were thinking in the last couple of years about community schools and expanded learning time. But we know, I mean, there's a mountain of research that says when well implemented, and that means something more than just hanging a sign on your door saying we're a community school. When those 4 pillars are in place, we get improved climate and conditions of the school, better attendance and student engagement, increased achievement and graduation rates, and it reduces gaps between the least and best performing between students of color and poor students and more advantaged kids. And we know from our own data from here in New Mexico that with well-implemented expanded learning time, especially through the K3 plus studies that we have, you can get increased achievement. So we're on sound. We have some solid beginnings here of how to build a much more capable system of providing supports for the kinds of needs that New Mexico has within the context of New Mexico's diversity. So let's go to the next slide. This just basically reviews what you guys have already done. We had a Community Schools Act in 2013 that was unfunded and frankly, a little bit vague about what needed to be done. And 2 years ago, the amendments to that act both created a very strong and very research-based framework requiring local needs and assets assessments. And over the last 2 years, they've provided $5 million, a little bit more than $5 million in funding. Expanded learning time is the same. Expanded from K3 to K5, moved it to above the line, allocated dollars for every high poverty elementary school, and we know there have been implementation problems, but we've got some good grounding for moving ahead in this direction. Next slide. The response to creating community schools was astonishing. When the PED put out that first RFP, which I must say is a very strong and demanding RFP. It requires a ton of research and planning to respond to those questions. They got 111 applications for community school grants. That's an eighth of the schools in the state said they would like to become community schools. Most of them wanted to start out with planning grants to figure out and explore how could we do this in our place. And there were 16 schools that had such good programs underway already. They were given implementation grants. I mean, they wanted implementation grants. Well, the money was sufficient to fund only about a third of the applicants. And I happened to be on the group of people who were reviewing the applications and looking at the proposals. There were very strong proposals that were not funded because there just simply wasn't enough money. And the same was true with the 2020 funding, that it's still insufficient and they haven't been aided. I think they've added 3 schools to the program, which, is okay given where we are with COVID. But when we get back to being able to say really move ahead on this, we have to do much more because there are far more than 29 schools that need community schools with expanded learning time. Okay, next slide. This simply, and we've talked about this, whoops. Okay, let's go there. Now, how do we pay for this? The thing is, and I started out by saying that we need more resources and more capacity. You can't have one without the other. And again, here, and as Stan pointed out, I think, or I'm not sure which one of you, we've made huge progress. We've increased spending in the state by $672 million, actually, is our count. So it is more than $500 million. But importantly in that, we've tripled the at-risk funding formula weight, which begins to target money to the places that most need to think differently about providing kids with these additional resources. But I want to just note that we calculated the current gap in per pupil spending, looking across the country, now these are not published statistics yet, these are our own LPI analyses, is our current gap now is about $1,100 per pupil versus the national average. And that's an increase of a $3,000 gap per pupil in 2018. So I think that's very important and very helpful. Now, what I'm going to push you to think about is that over the long term, we ought to be working our way up toward meeting that national average. So let me show you the next slide. Here's a graph. Again, our LPI projections, assuming that nothing increases for the next couple of years, but then after that, we can begin to make 4 to 8% annual increases in education, that we by 2029 or 2030 will be at the national average. Now, why is the national average a goal? Why is that worth doing? Partly because of the cost of living. It probably doesn't cost as much to support high-quality education in New Mexico as it does in, say, Massachusetts or Connecticut or New Jersey, but it does cost more than in states where the majority of kids are not in poverty and where there's not the need and potential to capitalize on diversity in the way we have here. So if we met the national average, our calculations say that we could fully cover the costs of the currently 1,000 vacant instructional positions. We could increase teacher salaries above the regional average. And of course, having wonderful teachers who want to be here and stay is one of the very best ways you can meet the special needs of kids in poverty. And that still would have left over between 90 and 128 million each year to fund the kinds of infrastructures that community schools need and implement expanded learning time effectively. So it's not just money for money's sake, it's thinking about how to make increases over time so that we can really make fundamental changes in the system. Okay, let's go to the next one. And the next one. Okay, and again, simply increasing funding isn't going to guarantee effective implementation. So we lay out in the report a whole lot of strategies, and believe me, the state is on the right direction. You guys began with the Education Accountability Act in 2019 to dismantle the most discouraging aspects of the accountability system and to begin to put in place comprehensive data systems and the beginnings of processes, new teacher evaluation processes, got rid of the school grades, things that were really undermining quality in the system. But there's much more that can be done. But again, this requires regional support and some real intervention. We need to have much more and better information, processes in place where local people can use the information to guide continuous improvement, and they need ample technical assistance and adult learning opportunities to figure out how to do this well. And this goes for school boards as well as it does for educators. So, okay, let's get to the actual recommendations. So again, we divided them into two things. So moving toward this particular goal, if I could have the next slide. There are three things we can do right away. First of all, we can provide some more flexibility, not without accountability, but flexibility to blend and braid state and federal education funds in ways that support community schools with expanded learning. Now, we know that community schools already meets the ESSA criteria for being an evidence-based strategy for which you can use Title I money and school improvement money. So that's a funding source. And within the state, we have the at-risk funds. We have funds from the Indian Education Act to move toward cultural and linguistically responsive curriculum. We have expanded learning. All of these funds that could be braided and blended together with no additional costs to enable schools to make these big structural changes to move toward community schools with expanded learning time. We can engage the governor's cabinet in using community schools as the hub for local resources across agencies. So we have aligned and coordinated programs. This would both increase access as well as create efficiencies by avoiding duplication of services as schools become community schools. And a third thing we can do without any additional money is to require sufficient data so that we can oversee and monitor the progress of these community schools, not only to look at the extent to which they're improving outcomes, but looking at how they're going about implementation so we can look at things that seem to be helping and pinpoint problems that need to be corrected along the way. So those are 3 short-term steps. Now, in the long term, we are much more ambitious. If I could have the next slide. The first one is invest in making community schools with expanded learning time the norm at all high-poverty schools. Say, this is simply what we do in New Mexico. When you have a school in a community of concentrated poverty, that is a comprehensive, full-service community school with expanded learning time, because that's what a regular school needs to look like in many of New Mexico's communities. So, but in order to do that well, to make that investment well, we need to also invest in regional technical assistance centers to help schools implement community schools and help them implement expanded learning time and provide supportive accountability mechanisms. So it's not as though just give everybody a big community schools grant and say, go have at it, but they get lots of support and assistance. I don't know what that means, locating PED regional offices at the RECs or at universities or some. We have a lot of regional potential for capacity in this state, and we need to really take advantage of it to enable locals to do things locally the way it's best in that context. And then finally, it would be terrific to create incentives for local nonprofits and businesses to really partner and boost community-wide ownership of high-poverty schools, so that we have a system where everybody owns these schools. These schools belong to everyone, and everyone contributes them to make them wonderful places for children to learn. So it's just a tiniest taste of what's in the LPI research, and we hope we have produced analyses and recommendations that are helpful. We also hope that we're being appropriately respectful of this moment we're in and all of the crises that we're trying to manage at this time. So thank you very much.
We've got about 9 or 10 people on the list. We started about 15 minutes late. We had a situation in Red River where individual legislative member came in to dominate all the questions, or attempted to. I'm going to flag the members if I think that is happening here. Please do not be repetitive with your questions from that standpoint. We're going to have a working lunch, so when we look at the rest of our schedule and presentation today, we'll be eating and listening, I guess, from that standpoint. So I encourage legislative members to be right to the point, and the responses to be short and to the point also from that perspective. Representative Lundstrom.
Get this. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank the group for the presentation this morning. Very informative. But I do have some fundamental questions I'd like to ask, if I could, Stan, and your group here. When you talk about uniform level of instruction, I guess what my concern is on that for this next 24 months, are we talking about trying to get back to where we were at pre-COVID, or do we know during this next 24 months we're going to be retooling, that we're going to be delivering education in a different way?
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Lundstrom, the answer is yes. That's the bad news and good news. I think it's both. We have to get back to our fundamental instruction, face-to-face, the really integrative collaboration with students and parents. But we will never do business the way we always did it.
Okay.
It's going to be both answers.
All right. And then on this K-5 plus extended learning, it was my understanding that a number of the teachers throughout the state just simply weren't available for whatever reasons to teach that. Is that the case?
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Lundstrom, in some districts that is the case. In others, it was the timing issue that you heard Arsenio talk about. As you look at this last summer, the COVID impact on availability of teachers or their interest or desire to participate because of their fear for COVID and whatnot and the limitations created a real shrinkage in available personnel. However, summer vacation, summer hiatus for teachers is an issue we need to contemplate in whatever our structure is as we begin to expand the year. They wear out. They need downtime. And so then they will opt not to participate. In some cases, other teachers will want to participate. They like the lucrativeness of the salary increases, which are there, and that draws them in. But to get a full spread is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it was my understanding that the benefit of having the extended school year is that the kids would have the same teacher. Now, maybe I didn't remember that correctly, but in testimony, I'd understood it that way.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. I would ask us to think through that conjunctive part, because if that is a strict limitation, the body of teachers that are willing to do both is problematic in many districts.
Okay. Now, this health order issue, I think on the schools in general, has had lots of unintended consequences. And tomorrow morning, we're going to have a chance to talk to Dr. Grace about that and really drill down on how these decisions are made. It's impossible to operate not only for schools, but everybody else. I mean, let's face it, it affects everybody. When you're told you're going to do, think of the business community and everybody else, higher ed. You're told you're going to do this one day, and then tomorrow you're going to do something different. And I don't know if it's that quick of a turnaround, but it almost reminds me of a battleship that's okay. It reminds me of a battleship that's moving forward, and then you're told you need a 180-degree turn. But that's with everybody. That's not just public education. Am I incorrect in that assessment?
Senator Representative Lundstrom, you're exactly correct in that explanation. It may not have been daily, but in many places it was within a week.
Within a week?
Yes, ma'am.
That you'd get different information in how you were going to operate?
Yes, ma'am. And your battleship analogy, Mr. Chairman, is really good, because that's what schools are. You're moving in a course, you do course correction, but then the waypoint has changed dramatically in a very short period of time. And that has happened. It continues to happen as we move through time. That's the frustration that you're hearing from superintendents and other folks in particular as we move through time. And I'm not lambasting that. I'm telling you from a procedural standpoint, from a tactical standpoint, it's almost impossible to turn. It's like the face shields, face mask issue. Well-intentioned directive in June. By the way, that's when schools buy the stuff for next year, order the large quantities and get them in. So you go to Roswell Independent School District, who bought a face shield for every student, especially cognizant in K-3 students, where being able to see a teacher's face and being able to see each other's face was important. And then once those arrived in August, we were told that no longer was acceptable as the single device. You had to go to other units. Well, that created an unfortunate expenditure. And I'm just using Roswell as an explicit example, but that was true statewide and as an example on face coverings.
Now, let me just ask, do the schools have any input at all on this health order decision process?
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Lundstrom, there was a committee that included two superintendents in April and May that proposed the procedures for reentry. That then was taken over by the medical, as I understand it, the medical advisory team, and that's where more of the decisions, as I understand it, have been made. And there have not been, to my knowledge, involvement of superintendents in those decisions. And we have asked for a seat at the table, if you will, Mr. Chairman, Representative Lundstrom, for that purpose. We believe there is good opportunity for people on the ground to provide valuable input as policies are set.
I agree with what was presented, Mr. Chairman, on the kids getting back into the classroom. I hear that all the time from my constituents, that parents feel that even if it were one day a week, they'd get back with their, friends and people, role models with the teachers and what have you, and principals. And particularly these activities that kids miss, the outdoor activities. I guess I'm not clear because I'd understood also with the younger kids, not pre-K, but I guess it'd be early childhood kids, that they can have bigger classrooms or they can put more kids into a room that even public education is not allowed to do. Is that true?
Mr. Chairman, that's true. Today, in the public schools, where you're able to bring in special needs students and others, and it's K-5 space that we're talking about, in most of this, we're allowed a 5-to-1 ratio in a classroom, and even under hybrid, we have to go to half roster, not half class size. However, under the early childhood process in the non-public school sector, it is 20-to-2 is the allowable limitation.
Okay, I'm going to ask the staff if you can get that information for us and how that decision gets made, because just from my novice brain, I don't see how that correlates. I don't see how you can have 20 little kids, so to speak, in a classroom, but then you can't have 27-year-olds in a classroom. I don't understand the difference. I don't understand what's being done differently in those rooms. If you could get that for us, David.
Pertinent to tomorrow morning's hearing.
Okay, I'm just
Madam
curious.
Chair, let me make it even more explicit, because there's a confusing convolution in this. Schools have been approached by the providers for more space, because as they had more kids ramp, they didn't have within their buildings. So they reached out to districts to provide facility for them to come in. And our understanding is if they could come into our facility under that construct and be at 20-to-2, but if we actually operated the situation with our personnel, it would fall under the 5-to-1 constraint. We just found that quizzical and hard to understand.
I do too. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have a little more offline time with this community school concept. I'd ask the staff to set that up for me, and maybe some of the members that come from impact aid districts, if you would, please. Anybody who's interested is welcome, but particularly the impact aid members. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I respect your what you're asking the committee to keep that short, and I just have maybe a couple of questions and just some comments, and Mr. Chairman and members, I think I would like to treat this very positive, and we have started with Title I funding since 1965. And this is the perfect time, that we talk about changes to education, of how we can do this to work with the learning part. And for Stan Rounds, I have been listening to you for 50 years, but this is the best presentation I have ever heard from. This could have been a double dissertation, so very good, but very nice. I just want to say that you mentioned that there were two things that we're facing, was with the COVID, and I see actually a little bit deeper than that. I see we do have the COVID-19, we have the regular expectations, and then the other part is what are we doing to last year seniors, juniors, and how are we going to transition in them to be into the college mode or into whatever vocation they go into, which is very different from every other student that, have gone through our systems. The other element is we have been working for quite a few years with the safety issues of, what has happening in our campuses, and we can't put that aside. And then the other one is, as you mentioned, the Martinez-Yazzie. That is very true, so I just wanted to share that with you. Now, the one question that I have is for our superintendent from Deming, Mr. Romero, is I really liked what you addressed about, the curriculum and also what you addressed about addressing the different issues. And in verses to facing the Martinez-Yazzie. And the question that I have is, so how is it being handled, or say like you're doing a really good job in your district, but how is that coordinating with the other districts to where that is what will be acceptable to the courts? Because if Deming is doing a really good job, but then, you have 2 or 3 other districts that are not even starting, we're going to be in the same position. So maybe if you can just share a few comments on that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, I think that's a wonderful question. One of the positives that have come out because of the pandemic that we're in right now is there has been an increase in communication between classroom teachers, between principals across the state, but also with superintendents across the state. And this has been a good thing. So in the past, for example, I would be able to get on the phone with fellow superintendents maybe twice a month. Now we do it about 3 times a week. And this has been great because we share ideas. We share ideas when it comes to where are things with our devices? How are we solving problems with wireless issues? What does it look like for instructional materials? What kind of professional development have we been giving teachers? And it's been great because when I can see my neighbor, and we do it in a couple of different ways. We do it across the state, and we also do it regionally. So I probably talk to my fellow superintendents in the region of Deming. So I talk to Las Cruces, Gadsden, Hatch, Lordsburg, almost on a daily basis. And we're just sharing ideas because we all have problems. None of us have ever done this before. So there's nobody that you can call on the planet that has ever done this before, but what we do have is each other to be able to get through this. And that's something that I talk about with my principals all the time, is the way we're going to get through this is together, and that is what we're doing. So I think this may be a way that public education is going to forever change in New Mexico, is that communication, that sharing of ideas, and not being so siloed in districts, but actually working together as a state.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that response. And also to our other presenters, we had some very excellent information that you provided to us. And Jenny, you mentioned, you talked about New Mexico, and you talked about, what is good for New Mexico versus other states or other part of the country. And I agree with everything that you mentioned. The only part that I would say is I think we have to break it down even further. And what works for Cuesta might not work for Deming. What worked for Los Alamos might not work, for Santa Fe. And I think that is very, very important. And I think this is one of the key recommendations that we have to have our administration, from the governor's office, that to view this, because this will be very, very important, to the outcomes of reopening and how we're working with this. So I really appreciate you have some very, very good information, and your report is excellent. Some follow-up, from my part and, from my experience, and probably now more than ever, the ones that really need key training is school boards. And that was mentioned very lightly, and because, and I'll give you an example in just a second, where things can go really bad, really fast, and there is nothing that's more disruptive to a district than when you have change of superintendents. You go back again to a lot of things, but you lose time, and that's the key part. The other part that I haven't seen, and Jenny, you mentioned how beautiful New Mexico is and the opportunities that we have. And right now we're at the very stage of really implementing outside learning. And what an excellent time to bring curriculum to the outside. Then you're meeting the COVID part, you're distancing, you're everything, but there's tons of things that can be done statewide. We have a beautiful resources to that. The other part that we talked as a whole, but one of the things, and this is with Representative Paul Taylor, that him and I used to over and over emphasize this, is the human element, breaking it down to just one student. And if you empower that student with motivation, and it doesn't matter about, how poor he is or where he's coming from, to instill, that self-worth, that believe in themselves. If we break that down, there again, we have saved someone. And if we can do this across, it will happen, Another part that I would like to see on the reports is stronger than this, is going back to the school board. But now it's probably even more important than anything with what's happening with the learning at home is parental training. And by this, I don't mean home visit, I mean parental training, just having some shop. So, having that excellent communication with your communities, of what's happening and what it's doing. The last thing that I want to do is just give me 1 second to pull it up. Just so that we know, that this is very real. And this is in the Taos News today. And it says, first positive case pops up in school at Taos Middle School. And it goes about how the superintendent Torres handled it very, very well. In fact, part of the plan that was submitted, she went beyond, last night when I got home, I probably had about 7 messages, but they were all positive. They said, you're really working in the right thing with our schools and, what was happening. But the point here is that it's real, and we never know where it's going to be next, So within that, we have to keep all these things, as we mentioned, the new change. But I think out of everything, with what we're going to be facing, and this very easily, if not handled right, as I mentioned with school boards, could go wrong, or you could have more teachers exiting because they don't want to be in that environment. And then you mentioned substitute teachers. I mean, that is going to be tough, and bus drivers and support staff. So working with this, but again, that communication and keeping it positive, but it is a good opportunity to make that big positive change for our state. Thank you again for your reports, and they were excellent. Thank you. Thank you to our staff also.
Senator Kernan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the reports. And Dr. Oaks, I appreciate your great effort. And as you mentioned in your report, it was sort of sidetracked by what is happening with COVID. So we look forward to continuing to learn more about that once we kind of get back to where we were originally. And Mr. Rance, I really appreciate your report. I think I have the letter here with lots of notes written on it from the superintendents. And if members have not read this letter, this is probably one of the most important things you can do today. So please read the letter. Many of my questions are related to that, so I'm not going to go through those again. I have a question, though. Did you send this letter also to the governor?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, we sent this to the Secretary of Education. We believe he's the conduit in their line of command, so to speak, on this, and requested that be taken up line.
Thank you, and I hope Dr. Scrace receives a copy of it as well, and the medical advisory team. In fact, I had thought Dr. Stewart was on this panel, and then I reread everything, and he's not. And so I think at some point, I certainly would appreciate the opportunity to hear from all 3 groups, both Secretary Stewart, Superintendent's Association, as well as Dr. Scrace and the advisory team. We all need to be in the same room figuring this thing out, because I do not think we're working collaboratively for our children, and I think it's critical that we do so. A couple of things, Mr. Rounds, that I would like to know more about, and I don't know if you can provide it or maybe someone on staff, but I think when we take the 40-day count, when will we know that 40-day count from our districts?
40-day count by mid-October. By November 1st, every district should be on their 40-day count.
Mr. Rounds and Mr. Chairman, is there any way to know district by district where those students are now? Because I know Hobbs has lost over 600 students, Roswell, I think 12 to 1,500. Every district has lost students, but I'm not sure districts know where many of those children are. Is that part of the report?
That is not specifically part of the report. They'll be reported as non-attenders. However, we've committed to your staff and also to the LASC staff that we as an association will provide an audited 40-day count from our districts for your staff to have, as then I'm sure the PED will provide you an audited 40-day once they get done with that.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure you can include in that report an estimate by the superintendents on what % of those lost students they anticipate coming back, because I think this is critical to the legislature figuring out funding going forward, because if they're gone for good, we need to know that. If there's a thought that a percentage of those will be back, we need to know that as well. I have a question regarding the decision for a school district to move to reopening to the hybrid or whatever form, and I'm assuming that a school board makes that decision based on a recommendation from the superintendent working together, making that decision. Is that correct?
That is correct, and we have a toolkit for reopening for elementary. We do not have the toolkit for secondary. It's under development, and Dr. Romero might be able to give you a specific on that.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, Senator, these are great questions. I think one of the things that we are doing now, to go back to one of your earlier points, is districts right now are gathering that information. I know there's an LFC meeting at the end of this month, and we want to be able to present that qualitative data at that time. It's going to take us some time to get through the 40th day, but also we want to be able to give you loss of attendance, but also give you some information on learning loss, so we're working on that now.
Thank you very much. And one thing that I would also like to know, and I don't know if the association can provide this, I know our district did a survey, and we know 75% of our teachers are ready to come back face-to-face, 67% of our parents. Do districts across the state, are they doing those types of surveys to determine what the community wants? And if that's the case, that's additional information I think we would like to know. I know every part of the state is a little bit different, and I know that in some collective bargaining districts, that it's my understanding that a school district cannot go back face-to-face unless that is agreed upon by the collective bargaining part of that. Is that true?
Madam, or Mr. Chairman, Senator, we have been instructed by PED that when the reentry decision is made, if there is a collective bargaining agreement, that the union must agree to the reopening or reentry plan.
So that's concerning to me, because I'm not quite sure who's running schools in this state if that's the case. I do have a couple more things. We talked about the letter and the joint panel. I have a question on K-5 Plus and extended learning time, because right now we're not doing that in person, correct?
We are not doing it in person in any district that I know of.
So the investment that we make, Mr. Chairman, in those programs, K-5 Plus and extended learning time, online, are we getting a return for our investment at any level? Because I do not believe online learning comes close to face-to-face. So if we put more money into that program and it's going to continue to be done online, do you feel like we're getting a return on that investment?
Mr. Chair, Senator, I think that's another wonderful question. So there's a few things there. With extended learning time, for those that have already done it at the beginning, definitely those were not in person. But there are some calendars out there that have it sprinkled throughout the year and at the end of the year. So it is possible that as we come back face-to-face, it will be. The other answer, there's a couple of questions too. We have students that are not engaging, but there's also a large group of students that are not engaging to the level that they are continuing to learn. And so when I give you that number of 200 students that are not engaging, 0, I also have a much larger group that are not engaging to the point in online learning that allows them to continue to get that 1 year of learning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that answer. And I think if it can be added on to the end of the school year and we're face-to-face, I totally agree. But if we're going to continue to do that online, I'm not sure that it is a good return. I refuse to accept the premise that we are in this for the next 24 months. If that's the case, New Mexico is not going to be able to provide for these children. And I say that because I look right across the border from Hobbs, Eunice. They're in school full-time, 100% in Lubbock, Seminole, Andrews. And I just pulled up Andrews, Texas, And I looked at their requirements for going back, and I could read them on one screen of my phone. It is their number one option that they highly recommend. And so when we see students across the border going full-time, and we are looking at 24 months out, I will tell you, we are failing our children. And we have got to resolve this issue. We have got to balance the fear of COVID with what we are doing to our children with regard to the emotional and educational progress of our children. I'm through. Thank you.
Senator Novell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along the same lines, a couple of weeks ago, I went to a football game in Cheyenne, Wyoming. My grandson played football between Laramie, where he lives, and Cheyenne. The Wyoming schools are open. Many of the Colorado schools are open. I have a place up at north of Bayfield, Colorado. Those schools are running. I can't imagine any reason why in the world why DeBaca County schools, I think there's probably only one there in Fort Sumner, why couldn't they didn't even have a case up until just a month ago or something. Why couldn't they run their schools? It's just baffling. The secretary held a press conference, excuse me, about 2 days before Labor Day weekend, two working days, Thursday, I believe. And on that graphic sitting behind the secretary, Farmington schools, Aztec schools, Bloomfield schools, I think Central was on there, were all approved with a reopening plan for a 2-day or a 4-day class schedule. By that evening, the rules had changed. They changed the spacing number from the fire marshal number to the enrollment number. They changed the filter requirements for the air conditioning system. They changed the mask requirements, and at the end of that, at least 2 of my schools in my district were not able to open, and they're still not open. They're supposed to try to do it here in a week or so. We'll see if that happens or not. We've got to have some level playing fields. It needs to be done at the local level, folks, and I don't know why we can't get that. I don't think we need somebody from the state, like Mr. Rounds said. We don't need those kind of decisions being made. I'm making more of a statement than asking questions, but we're very frustrated up in our part of the world, and I am teaching first grade. I'm a first grade teacher for my granddaughter. My wife is doing that today. I run the computers. She does the teaching, of course. I've run computers 40 years now. I'm pretty good at it. My wife retired from San Juan County as a system analyst, and we don't know how this works. Every day it's different plan, trying to figure all this out, and it's not the fault of the schools. They're doing the best they can, trying to sort all this out. One day it's Schoology, next day it's Zoom, next day it's Zern, I don't know all of the different terms, but it's a really difficult thing for a parent. And as a result, when you look at the class structure, the number of kids that log on every morning, supposedly there's 18 or 20 kids in the first grade class, about 8 or 9 show up every day, 8 or 9. You cannot teach, and it's the same kids, it's never different. So that means that the other half of that class isn't learning a thing. They're not even present. I don't know if their parents are doing homeschool or what's going on, but undoubtedly we have half of that class, and probably every class in the state that's doing the virtual, that are not they're not getting their education. This is a frustrating experience. We've got to get these guys back. Suicides are up in our county, all over the state. Mental health issues, enrollment declines. We've got some serious problems, and we are having tremendous loss in the education of the kids, and we've got to get it going. It's all the way up from first grade, all of our kindergarten, all the way through 12th grade. We're losing a whole year. We've lost a whole year for these kids, and I just wanted to make that statement. We've got to get some things done. We've got to get this back online. We don't need to have some doctor or whoever's running the show and just making the decisions on education make these. It needs to be the local school boards, the local superintendents, and I just want to make a statement. I don't have any questions. I appreciate your letter, Stan. I appreciate what you said. I agree with that, I think, 100%, and I just want to make that statement. We've got to get things back on track, folks, and it's not that. We can deal with cases that show up, and we can isolate, we can do sanitation, all the things we can do. We got to get those kids back in school. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Rudy Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank the panel for their great presentation and their comments and concerns about schools. First, I'd like to congratulate Superintendent Romero with the excellent job that he's done. I just live a little bit north of you, so, and I really appreciate what you've done, what your staff has done. Every individual that is within the school district as employees have made this happen. There's a couple of things that I'd like to mention, and I totally agree with you, because prior to this, I was a mayor of Bayard and also with the municipal league, and one of my priorities is rural and frontier communities. And to my opinion is those rural communities, frontier communities that are not having the opportunity for broadband internet services, we're failing those kids. If you travel from Antelope Wells to Columbus, you're on your own, buddy, because there's absolutely no services out there. So, Mr. Rounds, you mentioned the suicide rate. And that is horrific, because it seems to be matching the number of students that are deciding to take their lives and the number of veterans that are dying every day. My question is there an opportunity to have counselors available at the schools and also the school-based clinics to provide an opportunity for these young men and women to at least talk to somebody? And with the challenges with the COVID, there's ways to get those folks treated just like any other medical clinic. So those are things that I think need to be addressed and see how we could do it. And I certainly want to commend every school district across the state because of the many challenges that are being faced and how they're dealing with it to educate our children. To the point that has been made, the school districts are unique in a way. Every school district is different because of their location. And I know of several families that have made the sacrifice to buy computers for their kids. Then the school district says, well, you can't log on with your personal computer, you have to do the one that's been issued to you. So those are concerns for some of these parents that can barely afford to buy a computer for, and that computer is shared between 3 or 4 of the family members. So again, I think we need to certainly take into advisement what you presented to us today, which is I think was a great presentation and great information. So we need to continue doing that. And as we say, it takes a community to raise a child. And Superintendent Romero, I think you're getting there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Chatfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank Dr. Rounds for his letter. It is the first thing I read. I really appreciate it, and we support you 100%. My question is for Dr. Oaks. I really enjoyed your presentation. New Mexico is different from other places, but also our communities are very different. And one thing that I wanted to go back over or talk to you about, several times you mentioned supportive accountability. So as a longtime former school board member, my fear is that it's a very kind way to say loss of local control. So could you tell me just a little bit what supportive accountability looks like and why is it not a greater loss of local control?
Yes, I mean, it's an important question that has a very long answer, and I'll try not to be long. I would point you to the example of California. California, when they redid their funding system, they went to, and people heard about local control funding formula that they have now in California. They collapsed a whole bunch of their categorical programs into a lump sum and gave it to locals to figure out how best to spend it there. Now, they also have a local control accountability plan, so that when the districts, and they have to do it with their communities, not just the educators, but the communities as well, and the school boards, when they propose a budget for how they're going to spend that big chunk of unspecified money, they also say, and here are the things, we'll give you the data that you want for state accountability, but here's the things that we want to be keeping track of and thinking about and working on here. Here are local indicators. This is our local accountability. And it's like they enter into an agreement with the state that they will do things their way and be accountable for them, but also in their way, not with a one-size-fits-all system. Now, what's really interesting about that is that we've watched California work long enough that they're starting to get really good outcomes. The studies I've seen say two things. One is that the local districts are using those monies in a very responsible way. And second, that the quality of education is getting better, that they're getting some returns in terms of outcomes. So it's a way of kind of restoring faith in the possibility of local control, but also with this capacity building. Now, the other thing they've done is the county offices in California are considered a support system for the local districts. So they help superintendents and school boards learn how to do these processes, learn how to work with their data, do the analysis, make the plans, write the budgets, prepare for, and they do school reviews, they do audits. So they're there as sort of an intermediary, so somebody who understands the region, understands the local situation, but also has in their head the eyes and the ears of the state and wanting to make sure that funds are used well and responsibly and that effective programs are put in place. So in a way, it's a very hybrid system. I think it's the kind of system that could work extraordinarily well here in New Mexico.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for that answer. I do think that training for us all is a key factor, and I will be very interested in watching supportive accountability.
Representative Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, everybody, for your presentations. I apologize, Mr. Chairman, for being tardy this morning. I was on my laptop holding my classes for my students, and I'll be doing it at 12:30 again. And that goes to speak to some of the points that were made, is that it's difficult to find substitute teachers. I think I've heard from most school districts saying that if a teacher is going to be absent, that basically counted as asynchronous and you won't have in-class time for the day. One other wrinkle I would like to add to the substitutes is I think it's also when we talk about professional development for teachers and educators in this field, it's equally true for substitutes, as we have some of the most effective substitutes are retired teacher, and they may not necessarily know how to enter our Google Classroom, how to access assignments, so it's incredibly difficult. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask a question of the panel. We've heard in a couple of our colleagues here brought it up about adequate technology or technology writ large, access to it. What are school districts doing about, and I'll say adequate computers, because I'll tell you from my experience is that can see I have two laptops here, and I run both when I have to take my show on the road. But at home, I had to purchase a new computer just to do breakout rooms, for example, that would crash my computer. So my technology, and certainly my school-issued laptop, isn't really up to par with what we're doing, especially when we have students that are, I don't have papers for them, hard copies for them. I tell them, okay, within our Google Meet, can you pull up our Jamboard? Can you pull up the written assignment on Google Docs? And all of that is a strain on their capabilities. So I guess my question is, what are school districts doing to look at the adequacy of the technology that you're handing out to students?
Mr. Chair, Representative, thank you. Wonderful questions. I just want to make a statement about the substitutes. You're exactly right. What's difficult about this is we have to think about substitutes in a different way because they have to get all the same training that every other teacher had. They may be wonderful at a substitute, but they have to learn a whole new skill to be able to do it online. So thank you for bringing that up. Now, when it came, I can speak to Deming. What we did is we purchased $2.7 million worth of laptops. And so what we had to do there, we already had a one-to-one initiative for our high school. So we were that was a plus. We were ahead in that part of the game. But what we also had to do is now get the one-to-ones for all of our kinder through 8, but also look at our preschool also. The other part to that, though, is we need to make sure that our teachers had the necessary equipment to be able to do this. We purchased every teacher a new laptop. Now, we were able to do it, and not every district may be in the same financial arena to be able to do that, and that's why you see differences in what they got, whether it was a tablet or different kinds of Chromebooks, or what we did was Dells, and they were a little bit more expensive, but we thought it was going to be necessary to be powerful enough, but also last longer for us. The thing that we all have to also know too is now that we are in this experiment of technology and learning online, how are we going to be able to continue to fund this now and into forever? So what we were able to do is we had a plan for our high schools, but now we have to think of a plan K-12 and have a refresh cycle. So even though we spent that $2.7 million now, how are we going to be able to continue to do that and do this on a cycle every few years? So I think that's a great point to bring up. Thank you, Representative.
And Mr. Chairman, Representative Romero, let me also say it's appliance specific, to your point, and districts are all over the map on their capability on that side of it. But it's also broadband specific, and it's the amount of bandwidth available to the multiple users geographically. They're taking systems to the ground in many geographies, if indeed, as Representative Martinez said earlier, if you're even getting a signal out there at this time. If you're at Antelope Wells, you're kind of in trouble in New Mexico, and there's a lot of other places in the state that are that way. So it's a very complex question. It's more than just, is there a tower there? Do you have cell service there? We know that cell service doesn't equal continuity of broadcast for a lot of the conferencing that we're doing through Zoom technology, Teams, whatever it is that's being used. We also have a planning problem because we don't know how to leverage that. We're not that succinct in developing our lesson planning to recognize the failures and eliminate them so they don't exist. And that's the rest of the story that I know very few educators that are strong enough in that sector. That's a PD side and a development side we have to be better at. Because if we're going to wait for our IP, our internet providers to provide sufficient bandwidth, our kids that are kindergartners will have beards. And so we're going to have to figure out other ways of getting there.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that's a good point of bringing up the need for professional development, for it to be able to be adaptable and flexible enough to provide for what we need. I know that's something we as a legislature have been working on, but I think it's highlighted by this pandemic to be able to provide that for educators, for even substitutes as we're talking about moving forward. I think it would be worthwhile to kind of look at refresh cycles for technology writ large. I mean, that's kind of my point, and one of the things that I think has been highlighted by this pandemic, certainly for me, was that in my classroom, if I didn't get the computer cart or it was obligated or if I thought it was too old, I could adapt in the classroom. That was fine. I could do other things. But certainly with this, and we're talking about with the pandemic, and then the changing face of education, and the use for a lot of things that we are doing online now that could be effective in our classrooms when we go back, certainly highlights that we do need adequate computers at our schools, not just if we're one for one, but, oh, you have one that's going to take forever or is incapable of doing some of the things that modern technology demands of it. Finally, Mr. Chairman, my final question is about extended learning time. So we've talked about, ways of being able to mix up the 10 days, but I'd like to ask the panel how they feel about equivalent hours. So being able to blend it or tack it on during the school day as opposed to additional days sprinkled throughout the year.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll step out into that abyss for just a minute. There's a lot of schools of thought. I think that we have to be counseled in how we extend hours. So adding 30 minutes a day is not good practice. However, calibrating to something like additional hours, being my point of flexibility, I think it's imperative on our ability to really, truly move the needle. One size is not going to fit all. And every child, every educational experience, every teacher, we really need to get definitional about what it's going to take to get them to the finish line, especially with the learning loss we have. Because we're going to have to figure out how to ramp that up and get that done, and that equals extra time, effort, and attention, as well as redesign. And so it's all of the above. And so I would support additional hours, but I think it's not just as simple as a math problem. 6 hours equals a day or whatever. That's not going to work. It's more down to the learning side and learning modalities, those kinds of things. And perhaps other members of the panel might want to answer.
That's a terrific question and good answer. From a research perspective, I think what we know about expanded learning time is that it absolutely depends on the quality of what's being done during that time, and that very high quality experiences can happen by adding hours to the day, adding days. There are many different ways structurally you can do it. And one of the things that's been so impressive to me is from the research that LFC has done on expanded learning time. The two things that seem to matter is, one, that the curriculum is very high quality and aligned to what goes on during the regular days. And second, this idea of it's the same teacher. Now, I'd like to broaden that a little bit and say maybe there's something else going on here with the same teacher that's what's creating the positive effect, and that is a real stability and an integration and the sense that this expanded time is regular time. And I think there are different ways in different communities that you can capture that. And one of the reasons I am so excited about the possibility of a greater blending of expanded learning time with community schools is it provides a setting in which that kind of stability and integration and high quality and alignment can happen. But I think that in terms of structurally, it's different places will do it different ways.
If I could I'm going to emphasize that there are ways to do it, either adding to the day or adding days to the year. We know plenty of summer school programs. We know plenty of after-school programs that didn't work, but we also know a lot that did. And the ones that did was because they were connected to what they were already doing during the school day. That's the trick. You can see very excellent K-5 plus programs adding 25 days. Those ones work because they truly add 25 days to the entire year. It's when they look at those programs as separate, that's when they're not very effective. The same thing would be true for after-school programs.
Great, thank you for those responses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, because there's so little time, I'm going to skip question and answer, and I apologize to these who have come to make this excellent presentation, because I'm liable to say some things that they may or may not agree with. But I sit here today and think, okay, another long meeting without enough time to deal with a terribly complex and large subject. Matter of fact, it's the largest single expenditure we make in our state budget is public school education. I listened in Red River when we heard the Secretary of Education present, and I listened to many other committee meetings and discussions. And I just marvel at the fact that we all seem to agree, and yet nothing seems to happen. So today, I hear that this excellent outfit Learning Policy Institute is going to give us a 140-page report in about 3 weeks. And one of the recommendations is going to be an independent statewide commission. Now, I can't tell you how discouraging that is to me, because I think that is code words for same old, same old. Nothing to do with a commission that's yet to come together. But we have studied this and studied this and studied this. We seem to come up with a new California concept, supported accountability. That's code words for top down. And that's what we have today in New Mexico. We not only have top down, we've got teacher unions telling the school districts when they can open the schools, according to what I heard today. So I think we are going in the wrong direction. Then I get a short letter, which I appreciate its brevity. And for those who haven't read it yet, take the time. I think this tells me so much about. Key word in this letter is flexibility. I listened today, everybody's for flexibility. That's a great idea in education. Let's have flexibility. That's not what the kind of flexibility they're talking about. They're talking about, in my interpretation, that Santa Fe is giving us top-down management. We sat here in June and gave them a letter saying if these school districts have to reapply for their school calendars, which they have to approve, you've got to do it in an expeditious way. That's my memory. We've got one school superintendent here today who had to redo his calendar 3 times in 6 months. That's ordinarily a 1-year task. He had to do it 3 times. Now, do you think that met with flexibility at the PED? I'm here to simply try to illustrate the point that we should be very careful about new additional reports, commissions, establishing commissions that conclude that we need more money in education. I'm not convinced that's what we need. I think we need to let these local school boards do what they should be doing. So that is where the philosophy is in District 66 in southeast New Mexico. Those districts aren't interested. Elida, New Mexico is not interested in what's working in California. What Elida wants to do is to teach those students and get them back in the classroom. That's where I think, and that's today's topic, new educational word is learning loss. I thought, well, boy, I've never heard this concept of learning loss in my 42 years from start to finish in this body. Learning loss, what a discouraging new term that's COVID driven. And learning loss, to me, means we're going to do a less effective job of educating young New Mexicans so they can leave this state to find good jobs. So we need to, in January, not before, look at any new education proposals, I believe, with a serious eye and one that is conscious that if we decide that Santa Fe will tell our 88 local school boards how to run their schools, we sat here in January and designed new school bathrooms on the House floor. It passed. I don't think the Senate quite got around to that good idea. What are we doing? Mr. Chairman, I've expressed my frustration. I appreciate the presentation today. I think the school superintendent's letter is excellent. Thank you very much.
Next time, let us know how you really feel, Representative. We certainly appreciate that. Thank you. Representative Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a hard act to follow, but I'm going to give it my darndest. I do appreciate the presentation today. I also just wanted to make a few comments. Don't have a lot of questions. I know that everyone in this state is doing their darndest to help. There's no rule book, there's no directions. We're all flying by the seat of our pants. But one of the things that I just wanted to point out is that either the PED or the executive changed from June 20th to September 17th 8 times. The goalpost moved 8 times, possibly more. That's the ones I could count. School districts are receiving threatening letters from NMSIA. The largest wrinkle in my mind, for my area and my district, I represent the largest district on the House side. One of my counties is 7,000 square miles, and it has 9 cases, and they're red. One of the issues that I have is when it changed from capacity to enrollment. Capacity in one of my school districts is 300. Enrollment is 97, but they can only have half of those children in the school. Now, I don't know when common sense got flushed down the toilet, but that's an analogy that I like to use. And I know it's not your all's fault, but I need to make this statement from my district. It's not fair. It's not fair to our kids. In some of my school districts, the teachers wanted to go back. In others, none of them wanted to go back. They're scared. Whatever reason, it's real. I recognize that. One of the things, I sent a letter, Mr. Chairman, to the governor's office and to Secretary Kunkel asking for reciprocity in licensing for behavioral health specialists. I have not received any answer. That was sent in August. I have a couple of counselors that moved here from Colorado that cannot even get in front of the commission because they don't meet the reciprocity. We have reciprocity, but I think it's held to a higher standard. The executive has the authority right now to make that decision, and in the meantime, our students are committing suicide. And so I would just beg you all to help me try to get some reciprocity in this licensing. It would be just during the emergency. All I'm asking is for it to happen during the emergency. Then we can take a second look at it. I sit on the health committee on the House side, and I bring it up every single meeting, and no one's listening. That's what I feel, like I'm not being heard. I had ranch families that didn't have internet at their house. They don't get cell service. They had to bring in satellite at an additional cost that they can't afford. And I think it's a punch in the gut to teachers to say that parents can do the job as well as the teachers. Not discounting parents at all, because I was a stay-at-home mom for 30 years. And I know what I did. I also sat on the school board for over 15 years, and I know what I did. And to think that our kids and our communities are not having, they're not winning. No one's winning. One of the biggest wrinkle is broadband. We don't have that in rural New Mexico. We don't have cell service in rural New Mexico. We have kids that travel 110 miles to get to school. So in rural New Mexico, the transportation is a real issue, and we cut transportation. So I just needed, Mr. Chairman, to make those few statements. I have a long, long list, but it's not really, it's more to do with PED, and so I just appreciate your all's everything that you're doing. And in rural New Mexico, really, we already have, we're trying to do this community school, but we get shut down by the unions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Munoz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to ask one question of the board. And I've heard the rumors of different numbers, and I want to see what you guys are actually thinking. How much loss do you think these children are going to occur over the year? Or what percentage? I've heard 30%. I've heard 40%. That's what they're going to retain. So we're going to have a 70% loss. What do those numbers look like for us?
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Munoz, probably a dart throw, but let me give you my best guess. We're going to lose a year's learning over the year and a half.
And so then we're going to be 2 years behind, just round it up.
Mr. Chairman, would be perhaps at 2 years behind. Mr. Chairman, I would like to note, as I mentioned in my presentation, I've been doing research on how you're recouping that, and there's some valuable information out there in the research about how to get some of that back. However, those do not address our language issues that we have in New Mexico that are in those states. So it's something we need to do. We have to get students out on time, Mr. Chairman.
And so I don't, my wife's a principal, but I don't know all the terms. So when they come to that 9th grade, they have to take that test. I'm sorry, did you want to add to that? Oh, go ahead, sir, go ahead. They have to, I forget what test to make sure they're proficient at the 9th grade level, and I think they take another one at the 10th grade level and to see if they're proficient to pass. So what we're going to see is kids not being able in the 9th grade, they're going to actually show 7th grade proficiency if we're a year and a half behind that, right? So the cycle is that every year for K through 10, there's going to be a summative assessment, and at 11th grade, you're going to start to see the ACT and SAT assessments. And you're right. So this last year, there was no summative assessment that happened at the end of the year, which is going to be difficult. So that question is going to be actually hard to really tie down because we don't have the summative assessments from year to year. What we're looking at right now is how we can take a look at some of the assessments that we can give now compared to what they were doing last year at this time, and that's going to give us some ideas of where that learning loss is. There is going to be learning loss. We knew that was going to happen between the months of March and coming back in August. Now we're looking at how this is going to proceed throughout the school year. The other thing I want to put just in your mind too is there is research that came out from learning loss that came with Hurricane Katrina. And we know that those students were out for about 5 months, and there's been some long-term research on what happened with those students. And the one thing that worries me, and we need to make sure this does not happen here, is that there was intergenerational differences. So not only did those kids that went through Hurricane Katrina have issues their entire public school career, but their kids also had issues in school. And so this is something that we need to know about, learn about, and make sure it doesn't happen here. Not only will we have learning loss now, but it could be for another generation. I want to just go to that point. I mean, everybody talks how different New Mexico is, but then we come to McKinley County, and that school district in San Juan are completely, the one-legged duck that flies upside down all the time. And we can't force the Navajo Nation, which is a sovereign nation, to send their kids to school when we're trying to reopen. And we did have a collective bargaining problem because nobody knew when we were going to open. But what I really want to stress to you guys, and I really want to stress to the members of this body and this committee is unless we as legislators come back and take some of that power away from the secretary and say, we want a committee set up that can make decisions, and the decisions are going to be final for 30 days instead of throwing darts every day or spinning the bottle to see which direction we're going to head. But the legislature has to take back some of this power and this authority to leave decisions that are long-term there, that lets you guys, and this goes for every school district and the secretary, that they all do top-down power. And it goes to the principals and to the teachers. But if you take Representative Romero, who's the boots on the ground guy with the latest technology and can navigate everything at his age, and he's a lot younger than me, but I mean, those are the guys that we should be listening to because they're the ones doing the work. Because if my workers walk in from the field and say, hey, you know what, if we took a torch and bent that shovel, we could dig this thing 5 times quicker, he knows what he needs in his classroom. But we aren't giving it to him because the top-down administration. And that's the real problem I see. And instead of another commission that's really not going to do anything, but come up with another study and have 5 more studies, and then we're going to look at it during the session and really not do anything about it, is why don't you guys figure out a way to take some of that power away from PED and give it to you as school districts and superintendents to take control of your children in your classroom? Because, luckily, my kid graduated this last year, and so I don't have any kids, but there's a lot of unlucky families out there. And it's just what COVID did, and we all drew the short straw when it came to COVID. So we're all unlucky, but we got to figure this out. But we got to figure out some way to take the power away and not be able to change on a dime saying, you can open tomorrow, oh, well, today at 5 o'clock you can open. That's not right, and it's not fair. So I would encourage you guys, and I would even help you draft that bill where we take some of that power back away from PED and give it to you as superintendents and say, we're the boots on the ground. The teachers will tell the superintendents what they need in the classroom, and let's fix the problem. Because if not, and I haven't been here as long as many, and I've been here a lot longer than others, but I've learned, and I just watch. We just go through the motions, and we never really make change in New Mexico. And that's the problem, because my kids, and one of them's coming back, but I don't know if the other one will. There's so much other opportunity in other states right now. Other states are so open, and we live across the border from Arizona. There's so much opportunity in other states that the families that live in the Texas border are going to Texas. The families that live in the Colorado border are going to Colorado. The families that live in the Arizona border, they're going to go to Arizona schools. And they're going to be ahead of us, and we won't ever get those kids back in New Mexico. So please think about that, how to get the power back to where it needs to be instead of more of a dictatorship. And how do we do that in New Mexico? Because, the greatest thing you can give a child is an education. And we're all struggling to do that right now, and we're all learning, but we better figure it out. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're taking a lot of time, but I know we're fixing education. Senator Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's habit to stand in this chamber here. I too, and I want to thank you all for your presentations. It's as was mentioned, they were excellent, especially the one that Mr. Rounds gave us. But I also want to echo the importance of this letter. And I think part of the issues and part of the problems that we see that are coming out in this letter, and this I know is going to ruffle a few feathers, but I think there's an absent cabinet secretary. That's my opinion as a legislator, and I've said that before. When I say absent, when all these decisions needed to be made on if to use masks or to use shields, etc., we had a secretary that was in Philadelphia. They said, oh yeah, we can do everything remotely. No, you can't. You still have to be on the ground here making some of these decisions. That doesn't mean top down, but working with superintendents, working with the different associations, working with school teachers to get things done, because who's being heard here are the students. We're all here, a bunch of adults making decisions for students. I have, with this COVID and with this, with learning online, I have four grandchildren, so it doesn't stop when your kids leave school. My wife has been pretty much teaching our kids because my daughter works 12-hour shifts at the hospital, so our grandkids come over to learn, and my wife's doing it. And I'm now trying to do some of it when I get home from work, I try to help them with it. But we've got to, as you mentioned, Mr. Rounds and the Senator Aston, that, they're going to lose a lot. They're losing a lot. And I truly believe in what my wife said. If the school districts, if they don't want to go back to the classroom, she said, then give me the money so I can take my kids somewhere where they can go to school. We have a Catholic school, a small Catholic school in Grants that has been in school from day one, in person. We haven't heard any bad things about it. Yeah, they're a lot smaller, but I think we can do, if we had some leadership at the top when we needed to make these decisions, about if we should take our kids into back face-to-face learning, because they are losing a lot. And when it comes to hardware and technology, some of because it was all put in the computers that they got. I see us, and I see where CARES money, all this money went to buy computers. I don't know where those computers are, because the laptops that they checked out to my grandson and granddaughters are dinosaurs. My God, they weigh probably 5 of these. So, there's a problem with the hardware. There's all kinds of problems. Another thing that we have out there, substitute teachers. I know we have a lack of them, of substitute teachers. Let me give you an example of someone that's close to me, taught for 25 years in the public schools, then taught 18 years at BIE, Bureau of Indian Education School, decided to retire completely, and said, well, no, I don't want to retire completely. He moved to Albuquerque, wanted to be, or was, a substitute teacher at APS for a year. He said, this isn't part-time, this is full-time. I don't, but he finally decided to give it all up completely. Not because it was full-time or that. He said he could handle that. The problem is, and this is a sad commentary that came from him, said, they don't care about the kids over there. They worry everything about everybody else but the students. And he said, I can't handle that. And he was one of the most excellent students in schools. The students loved him at both the public school and at the BIE school. And that is my brother. Taught for many years. And he said it was a sad case when he went to be a substitute teacher at APS. He said, they don't care about the students. On that note, I see when something comes up with APS, and optics are very important. When you look at APS, when they're talking about, are the kids going to school, in person, or is it going to be remote or a hybrid or whatever? I don't think I've ever seen on TV anyway, when I say optics, I've never seen a teacher up there. I've never seen the superintendent or anybody. It's always the union speaking for them. Where are the superintendents? Where are the teachers? Where are the principals speaking about this? I say optics. Maybe they are, but maybe that's who they're picking as their spokesperson. But I don't know. But that's the case. And I have 2 grandchildren in APS, and I think they've done a good job with them. So I'm not knocking the school district, but I think they've done a good job with them. And when it comes to Martinez lawsuit, Martinez-Yazzie lawsuit, and they're saying that people of color or students of color, Hispanics, Native Americans, they're not getting a fair education and all that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my grandkids are Hispanic and Native American. My wife is Native American. And I think part of it all is what you put into it. Myself, my wife, we are public education. We graduated from public education. We graduated from 4-year colleges that were not private schools. My wife came from 9. I came from 13, the youngest of 13, raised by a father, single father, because my mother passed away when I was 8 years old. We didn't have a whole lot. But the one thing that we had in our families was this, and this is what I've always said: don't lower the bar. Challenge the students. Challenge the parents. My father, my siblings, they challenged me. Don't give me no excuse. Go do it. We can't lower the bar to get better results. I think if you raise the bar, I think your outcomes will be better, because students want to be challenged, especially the younger ones, the little ones. My little 8-year-old grandson, he loves to be challenged. He likes to challenge us in ways that gets him in trouble sometimes, but they will. So I ask that we not lower the bar there. You know, and Mr. Chairman and ladies and gentlemen, everybody, we can't just always keep throwing money at this. We need to do something to have better outcomes, because the legislature will put money in if it's needed. But we also look, and we don't know, we're not on the ground, but we look at these numbers that I was looking at here, throwing more money at, and there's probably reasons for them, for these school districts having these cash balances. We have some large cash balances out there. Albuquerque APS, 54 million. Central, 10 million. I'm doing the double-digit ones. Gadsden, 27 million. Las Cruces, 25. Rio Rancho, 17. Spend the money if you need it. Get the information that you need to help these students learn. But what I just, and it's a difficult situation. You all as superintendents, you all have a difficult time. But I agree with my colleague over here, Senator Munoz, and say, we need to bring it down to the local school boards and let them make decisions. And let the teachers speak to the school board, because you don't have very many teachers that go to speak to the Secretary of Public Education. I bet you very few teachers have ever spoken to him. I bet you very few teachers even know who it is. But we need to do something. But yes, I know we have a lawsuit out there, and that's what the title of this whole presentation was, the Martinez-Yazzie lawsuit. But we can't just always just throw money at it. We need to do some things to help, and I say we need some leadership. We don't even have on the call here the Secretary of Education. Yeah, maybe he wasn't invited, but leadership is calling and say, can I be there, or can I be part of it in case there's a question for me? I don't think he's up there. I don't see that up there. He's definitely not in the room. But anyway, I just want to say, hang in there, work hard, but I want to finish here again with, don't lower the bar. Challenge the students, challenge us as parents and grandparents, as a community, challenge us to get our students, get our kids to work, because that's how you have very quality individuals coming out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all again.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the panel. It's been a real strong presentation. I just have one question and a few comments. The question is, Mr. Chair, what are you doing to help our teachers that have kids that are at home learning and they're having to go to the classroom and leave these kids by themselves? How are we compensating, or what are we doing to make sure the kids at home are getting educated?
Thank you, sir. We've been working really hard on that question, on that issue. There's a couple of groups that are in need of that daycare. First, we talk about our staff. So we've worked really hard to be able to make sure that we allow flexibility for our teachers, our principals, our EAs, our nurses, our counselors, because we know that they all have kids at home. Many of them do. So in many instances, we just are flexible with them. There's not one way to solve that problem. We have to kind of take it on a case-by-case, family-by-family issue. Some are needing daycare all day long. Some are needing it part of the days. The second part to that large issue is just daycare for families. Because now many families are going back to work, parents, and they have kids at home. And this is another reason that we have lower engagement from some students, because they don't have that support system at home. It's just a challenge. It's not placing blame on any person or any family. It's just a reality that's there, that we have some students that are not engaging to the level that they need to be able to continue learning. And it's because they're left at home all day long. And some of those are, some of them are 5-year-olds all the way up into high schools. We've also tried to structure things so that the lessons are delivered in ways so that there are more small group interactions with younger students, elementary age students, and really looking at how we can take advantage of older students being more independent in some of their learning. We're kind of playing with all those different ideas. what we did on day one, which was August 3rd, looks a whole lot different to what it does today, October 1st. We're a whole lot better at it. But that is a continued challenge, but we're working as hard as we can to be able to provide that flexibility for our staff.
And may I, Mr. Chairman, many districts declared those staff members as essential workers, basically. And so using the 5-to-1 proviso, they actually brought those children into the school site and are providing education in a number of districts. But as Dr. Romero said, it's all over the map statewide at this point, but those are things that have been done to try to meet that.
Mr. Chair, and the reason I brought that up is because you mentioned earlier that there is a shortage on teachers, and teachers that they're going to have to choose between, do I teach my kids at home or do I go to the classroom and leave my kids at home by themselves? That's a big issue I think that we need to address. I wish there were going to be comments. I think Senator Gonzalez said in his presentation that what works for Santa Fe doesn't necessarily work for Gallup or doesn't necessarily work for grants. Those are big issues. And Representative Anderson had a good point. He said, here we are comparing California to New Mexico. Mr. Chair, I'm going to compare Whitehorse, New Mexico to Santa Fe, New Mexico. Up in Whitehorse, we're talking about our kids, about internet, hotspots, cell phones, Mr. Chair. Up in my part of the world, I represent the most ruralist district in the state of New Mexico, I think, and it's 6 counties of it, and it's mainly native lands. Some of our people out there don't have running water. How can we address these issues with these people that don't have water, much less have internet out there? What are we going to do for these kids that are getting them? You're talking about, Mr. Chair, about losing a year of education. These kids are not going to do more than that. We're going to be in bad shape out there. So what are we going to do to address these issues with these kids out there?
So, Mr. Chairman, we need them in school. I don't have a quick answer to solve technology, so we have to figure that way. Now, on Native American lands, we're leveraging with chapter houses and things like that to try to bridge some of the gaps. But, Mr. Chairman, your point's well taken. There are a lot of places in New Mexico where it's not feasible to get that to them. As you look out into the future, there may be ways to build that out, but the reality is we have to get the service to those kids.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, I saw a flyer last week of kids on the sidewalk in Alamo, New Mexico, trying to get internet service for the computers. We're first world country. And some of our people out here in the third world country, and we're not helping matters a bit. Like Representative Anderson said, we're talking all this stuff and we're not doing nothing about it. And we really need to address the issues of all these kids, not just in Santa Fe, New Mexico, or Albuquerque or Las Cruces. Rural New Mexico is hurting, and we are not doing nothing to address these issues for these kids out there. And next year, we're going to be having the same conversation of what are we going to do. I've been a legislator for 4 years, and I sit in appropriations, and all I hear all the time is more money, more money, more money. And yet, these kids out here in my part of the world are not getting the benefit of what we're doing for urban New Mexico. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Papin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Stan, and the rest of the people who are here presenting to us, and for talking with me earlier. But I still have a couple of questions. So on the Zoom and the schools being closed, what about, and somebody was talking about the athletes, the suicide rate in athletes. What are we doing about mental health with these students? One of my great-grandchildren is very social, and she's just going nuts over all of this. The other two are fine, but the lack of socialization is important to her. And so I want to know what's happening with the mental health with kids that are really suffering from this.
And so, Mr. Chairman, Senator, we're failing that mission. We're using what we have in place as assets, but because of the limitation to face-to-face in most cases, that has to be done virtually. And, Mr. Chairman, I think you and I both know that that interpersonal connection, that's the face-to-face, is how you're able to get into the issues, be able to read when the students have issues. That's part of the issue with the suicides. Because of the isolation and because there's not interaction, nobody sees it coming. And then all of a sudden it happens. And that, that side of mental illness is really tough to deal with. And that's where our caseworkers and whatnot do that work. But that's so restricted now. We're using our health clinics that you have in schools to see students and deal with them, but not in the numbers that need to happen. And so, teachers, Mr. Chairman, Senator, as you know, are often the first tier of our mental health outreach. And they're not able to experience, interact, and be part of that on a personal enough scale, in my opinion. And so I don't have a good answer. I think we're losing that battle. And that's why I'm so strongly advocating for returning to in-person. The Los Alamos School Board passed a resolution last week that said allow us for the targeted groups to target students who need to be in school and allow us to bring them to school as the next tier of involvement regardless of age. And I believe that was their attempt with Superintendent Steinhaus there, trying to figure out that puzzle about how do you get the kids that need that touch to happen every day to happen. Senator Munoz talked about the loss of credits or graduation, those kinds of disparities. We need to get those kids in sooner than later. We need to figure that out. I've gone long, Mr. Chairman, but that's a very important question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Stan. Another thing that you were talking about, that you've applied to have a seat at the table, but you're not getting any response. So my question is, Mr. Chairman, if this committee, in looking at it, if this committee or the next session could recommend that you have a seat at the table, would that help? Because I think you should have a seat at the table. You're in the trenches.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, thank you. And so this letter was a frustration letter because we have worked with the Secretary of Education. We meet with him weekly at least. I've met with him personally a lot of times, but our sense of things is that the decision-making is in another body. And so when we ask for that seat at the table, we really are asking to be able to have a representation from boots on the ground in the policy-making arena that finalizes those policies, wherever that is. And that's really what the request is, Mr. Chairman.
So, and let me ask you one thing else. So the private schools, so the Catholic schools or the private schools, religious schools, whatever they are totally closed, and that's because they can put that mandate out because of businesses being closed, or are any of the private schools at all open?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, they are open, and they fall under the rules of business rather than the rules of education as we understand it. And so our limitations in numbers aren't their limitations. I think we heard earlier testimony by others in this body that a Catholic school was open, running full bore, those kinds of things. And it really goes down to where the Department of Education has jurisdiction and where they don't. If you're not under the PED jurisdiction, then my understanding is you fall under the business rules rather than the public ed rules.
Okay, so are you losing students? Are you going to be losing students over the long haul because they'll be going to the private schools?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, yes, we're losing students now in the hundreds and perhaps thousands. Roswell's down 1,200. You heard that you're in Hobbs down 600. In Hobbs' situation, I just talked to the superintendent yesterday, and students are going to Texas and enrolling, and so they can have athletics and activities and things like that. And so there's a measurable number of students leaving to go out of state.
So I'll close with this, Mr. Chairman and Madam Vice Chairman. Years ago, there was a superintendent in Gadsden, and he said there's no excuses. And he brought that school up from an F, I think, to a B school, because he said there's no excuses if parents aren't there, there's no excuses if students aren't there. And so I think we need to bring back the no excuses rule. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Dow. In the Senate, we don't filibuster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you guys for the presentation. I'm just sitting here and I'm listening to what the legislative body is asking for. And I always thought that teachers had the most important job in the world. Yet we've decided in our state that real estate's essential, but not education. Walmart is essential, but not education. Liquor stores are essential, but not education. Gas stations are essential, but not education. I don't know why schools are closed. United Soccer is open and our schools are closed. And so I think what I'm hearing today is that one of our first orders of business in January is to make amendments to the Public Health Act that is allowing what parents say to go unheard, what is allowing school districts to go unheard, what is allowing teachers who want to work to go unheard. And it seems like we need to make that a priority and put an emergency clause on it, because this is very, very detrimental. We're creating a new pandemic. We're creating a new epidemic. We're creating a new crisis. And it's very disturbing, especially for me as an early childhood provider, who we realize in this body that children learn 90% of what they learn in a life before the first day of kindergarten. And our infant mental health programs are not seeing children face to face. Our FIT programs, our family infant toddler programs, are not seeing children face to face. And the infants and toddlers that are spending 8 to 10 hours a day in early childhood programs are doing it with a caregiver who is behind a mask. And that clear shield does not replace a mask. They have to wear both. So children who receive 80% of their communication through nonverbal communication, body language, facial expressions, have not seen a face for 8 and 10 hours a day. There are no screenings and referrals happening, and I'm afraid we're creating an entire generation of children. Children learn so much in their early years, and they're not getting the interventions and they're not getting the engagements that they need. Everything is social, everything's emotional. That's who we are as human beings. It is time to get back to the business of caring for our children. Thank you.
Stan, I'm sort of concerned about this letter that the superintendent sent out. How did you get unanimous consent from 89 superintendents?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think you've heard today that a level of frustration arose where people were...
So you all agreed?
We all agreed on this particular action. Again, we are not being judgmental about the PED or the secretary, but we feel like we need to have interaction.
Okay, I think, and then I guess we have to add 96 charter schools also when we look at the education system, public education here in the state of New Mexico. I guess if there's one positive thing that's come out of this whole thing with the shutdown of the schools, superintendents are not being encouraged to get rid of the high school football coach for not playing their kid. Now, if you have a squad of 48, you might have 48 parents after that superintendent to get rid of the coach because none of them played. And so I guess that's one of the concerns I have. But you started out, and it's always been a concern of mine, but we give a lip service, regressing a little bit. I served under Governor Crothers. He was going to reform education. I served under Governor King. He was going to reform education. I served under Governor Johnson. He was going to reform education. I served under Governor Richardson. He was going to reform education. I served under Governor Martinez. She was going to reform education. And now I'm served under Governor Lujan Grisham, and she's going to reform education. So we've had a continuation of that. And in that time frame, we've gone from a superintendent of public education to a secretary of education, and I look at the turnover that's happening. We go back to the public education system in Deming, New Mexico that I'm more familiar with. I think since I returned to Deming in 1976, we were able to make certain that we've only had 14 superintendents on that when we look at the education system on that, which is an average down there about 3 years on that. But that's a number that is consistent throughout the state of New Mexico, if not less, on that. So it seems to me when we come to, there was a presentation, I think, Mrs. Hofack made the remark about sufficient and uniform. When you have this turmoil, I don't know that we're going to get sufficient and uniform from that. I look at the administration and all these governors that are going to reform education on that. They have only 4 to 8 years to reform it, and then we get another governor that comes along that's going to reform it on that. So it seems to me that we probably need to be looking at the management oversight long-term if we're going to get some type of consistency. But the other thing that really bothers me most and foremost, and you alluded to oil and gas with 43% of contributing to our general fund on that, which is extremely high, quite frankly. Before the collapse of the industry and that type of thing, we were consistently in the 25% range, which is still a huge at risk when you look at funding for education. Now, Dr. Oates, maybe you know, what percent do states spend in their general fund budget once you look at the local level of the property tax across the board for public education? Do you have any idea what that number might be across the board?
On those, we're always on the
Well, then, and that's sort of the key point given the revenue that we have. I think in cross-section with the national conference, most states are somewhere in the 45% once you translate or interpret local level property tax and that for operational purposes. But oil and gas, we know, is extremely high. We haven't even talked about the capital. They contribute to capital. I mean, the Deming Public Schools got $120 million or thereabouts from the oil and gas industry for 6 brand new schools, as I recall, on that. And I sat on the Public School Capital Outlay Oversight Task Force on that one. And so not only on the operational side, but on the capital side, oil and gas is spending an awful lot in the state of New Mexico. Then we listened to testimony about the future of oil and gas, and quite frankly, from the people that I respect in oil and gas, are not optimistic about going back to pre-COVID days on that, which means that we need to come up with a reliable revenue stream. I noticed Economic Development today has put out a news release that we're going to diversify the economy. We've only had 6 governors going to diversify the economy, and that is such a new, novel thought to diversify our economy. What we seem to need is a reliable revenue stream, because you cannot live when you have education, and education is a huge business in the state of New Mexico. When you have a roller coaster revenue stream behind it, and we, as a legislative body and an executive branch, have not stepped to the plate with a reliable revenue stream. To add to that, there will be an effort, and it will probably be successful, to destabilize one of the biggest components we have for revenue, for education. And that will be destabilized, and the people that were successful with that say, we got you instant gratification, we're getting you more money, and they're going to be gone when the bill comes due later on down the road. We're shoving more and more responsibility to our future generations, and the argument that we're both going to make is they damn well better be well educated so we can tax them high on that. But we have never engaged in a reliable revenue stream. We've talked about more money. Now, one of the rhetorics that will happen as we lose the generosity of oil and gas in the future, well, we got to hit income tax higher. Highest income taxpayers in the state of New Mexico are coming out of the oil and gas industry. on that. So there's not much thought on that. It's great rhetoric, but it does not give you the reliable revenue stream that we have to have. So when we talk about local participation, I'm expecting from the superintendents to also include reliable revenues, not just more revenues. The problem that I see with public education and government, quite frankly, they just think that revenue is going to keep coming. If you're a small business person, you sort of worry about that. In my case, I've had a small business for years. Biggest mistake that I had was bringing my kids back into my business, and then they had kids, and I had to make certain that we had revenues to feed all those families from that standpoint. That is not a common thought because educators are looking at this year, and we need to be looking further down the road. We're going to get through this virus issue. One way or other, we're going to get through it. And it's terrible. But somehow, this state better come up with a more reliable revenue stream rather than a honeymoon gift and a divorce later on when you no longer have that from that standpoint. So I have real concerns. I appreciate the presentation that was made today. I guess one of the discouraging things about hearing this, if people are tuned in, when we're talking about the technologies, you would think Santa Fe would have the best technology right here in the capital, and yesterday we were told that they couldn't get the information. Well, that's all right, quite frankly, and I'm not trying to operate in secret, but I don't want that situation to exist for our kids. I want them to have the quality equipment out there. But the great thing that's happening in the state of New Mexico, we are still putting out some damn bright young people on that. What bothers me is when we talk about community schools, that in our formula, when about 98 or 99% of the operational money that goes into public education, the local school districts saying that's somebody else's worry. There was a period when the local treasurer, the state of New Mexico, in each county was signing off on the checks. And the public in those communities and those school districts were aware of how much was being spent. Now the attitude out there, oh, they'll take care of it in Santa Fe. There's not the buy-in at the local level. I cannot believe, in relating back to the Deming system, the change, and I don't attribute that to any superintendent in the 14 or whatever on that, but just what's happened with the families on that. My God, when I was a kid growing up, and I don't care whether you were a minority or a majority group, parents in that community all had eyes in the back of their head, and they knew on that. In those days, the school district was probably 2,000, it's 5,300, they said now, on that. But somewhere we've got to get parents back on board. If the positive comes out of this, with parents participating, then let's look back and say, hey, not all was bad with what's happened. But I don't know whether that's going to be the case or not from that standpoint. But it's a huge challenge, but we do need a reliable revenue stream, and the state of New Mexico does not have that.
And Mr. Chairman, thank you for those absolute on-point comments. So we will work, we're more than happy to work with you on what sources may be, but we also can probably be of value about looking at our current practice. You have a lot of statutes that tell us how to do business. You tell us class sizes, you tell us a lot of things. Those with the new technologies and the COVID may be areas that we may be able to soften statute, reduce cost per unit, and do some work over on that side of it too. But we certainly are more than happy to work with this body in trying to locate a way to survive, because we will need to survive for our children.
The other issue I want to flag to remind people that somebody is watching it. You had some superintendents in this state, and it still may be going on, that were chasing revenues in the special ed area and English as a second language because they got more money. I we'll go ahead and bring a name out because we all know him. Dick Poole became superintendent of schools in Silver City, New Mexico. Virtually every Hispanic surname was getting an extra component of funding from the prior superintendent. Dick said that's not right, and he tried to right the ship. We even tried to pass legislation to give him a soft landing, not to take him away from it, and the damn governor vetoed it at the time. And he had to bite that bullet all in 1 year. Now, he was punished for being honest, and I expect all superintendents to be honest. I have real problems with the small school formula. We had that situation happening in Lovington. We had it in Bernalillo County, chasing that formula, and that's fine and dandy. So there's areas out there that let's put all the cards on the table, and how can we do a better job with the resources that come from the taxpayer in the state of New Mexico on them. So we thank you very much for the presentation, and go from there. Would you want additional comments or anything along the way?
Mr. Chair, just thank you, everyone, for having us here today. It's always a pleasure to do that. We look forward to continuing this conversation. I do want to say I'm on year 4, so I've beaten
I haven't read the Deming paper yet.
Well, let's see if I make it to year 5.
You brought up something that I want to mention. When we equate everything with money, we've got to have more money. Probably the most affluent county in the entire state of New Mexico, and one in the country, is Los Alamos. If you want to talk about a weather vane for change, their radio station is closing and their newspaper is closing. I mean, if that's not a weather vane for change of what's happening, something is. I understand losing a radio station, let's say in Jal, New Mexico, if they have one. But man, for the life of me, I have a hard time accepting what's happening in Los Alamos. Highest income in the state, second or third in the country on that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we're gonna move on with the next presenters, but you can drift out and get your lunch and bring it back if you want, and go from there. Thank you. Thank you. That's the rest of it. Those are crayons, okay. Got New Mexico Finance Authority. I'm glad we're right on time. Certainly appreciate it. If you'll bear with us. But the legislature, for the 32 years I've been here, they've fixed education every year. It's right there. We're hearing from the New Mexico Finance Authority, and Marquita. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, could she use the mic? We can't hear it back here.
Well, they're fixing it right now, so
Sorry about, oh yeah, that is better.
tell him to take the cotton out of his ears.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Marquita Russell. I'm the CEO of the New Mexico Finance Authority. With me today is Oscar Rodriguez, who is our CFO. We're going to be talking today from a presentation that has been handed out to you, now is up on that screen. We understand that you've seen from us every year a similar kind of presentation, so we'll hit some of the high notes of what's been going on in the last year. Starting with page 2, reminder for those of you watching at home, we were created in 1992. We are a broad-based finance agency
Little known is that we're authorized to operate up to 20 programs created under 9 different statutes. We have about half of those programs being active today, and we're partnered with 6 agencies in operating those programs. We're governed by an 11-member board of directors. This current board of directors was named late last summer. They establish our annual budget, they approve our bond issuances and our rules and policies. We're also overseen by a 31-member legislative oversight committee. On page 3, I would just hit very highly those members on the side, left-hand side, which are our current board members. We are chaired by Catherine Miller, former DFA Cabinet Secretary, currently the county manager of Santa Fe County. The board meets monthly. We've continued to meet monthly. I think we missed a beat at the end of March, but otherwise have continued. And we have 5 active committees that then oversee our operations. We are a diverse and complex organization, so we've pared that down to 5 committees. On page 4, I would just note that we had the outgoing board, when they were understanding that a transition was going to come as a result of the new administration, put together a strategic plan that was adopted by the former board in September of 2018 and reaffirmed through the adoption by the new board in January of 2020. It identifies some core strategic objectives for us, that is continued operational excellence, collaborative financing, integrated project planning, and capacity building. We're really only going to touch on a couple of those today, but wanted to mention that we are making strides in all of the areas that we've highlighted. On page 5, I would just note some things that have changed. I was named as the CEO back in December. I took over for John Gasparich, who had served very ably as our interim CEO. We began immediately with a reorganization, both to align our business practices with some of the technology improvements that were coming on board, but also to align ourselves with the institutional culture that was necessary to carry out the strategic plan. And we changed from formally staffing by program and really focusing on the function of the organization. So our new alignment is highly focused on lending, monitoring, and compliance. No matter what kind of credit we have, all of them need to be overseen with the same level of care. We've created a client services department so that all of our clients have one person to contact should they have a need for additional information. If they have questions on their activity statement or want to pay off their loan, they only have to go to one particular department. That had been decentralized prior to that and created some concern for our clients. I created a communications position so that we could start to tell our story better and help reach those audiences that did not know about us. We've blended our legal and compliance departments so that we be more forward-looking and make certain that we stopped issues from occurring rather than simply looking backwards. And then grouped all of our lending for all of our programs, including program administration and outreach, monitoring, and collections under one person so that there's better integration between those. We're currently staffed with 44 individuals. We are actively seeking to fill 1 vacancy, but prior to the pandemic, I was able to very quickly fill 5 positions. I'm going to turn it over to Oscar Rodriguez to go through some of the technology improvements.
Yes, good morning. One of the biggest changes, there was a lot of things changing at NMFA, apart from our strategic direction and our new leadership. We are also changing our technology. Now, we're an agency that has grown exponentially in terms of just volume of loans, the menu of programs that we serve, and the complexity of the financings that we get involved in. That change has outpaced our technological capabilities, and well, we are now finally catching up. We are in the final stages of implementing a new loan servicing software that will give us great capabilities to analyze and to manage the massive number of transactions that come through every year. And it also it will communicate directly with our general ledger. Currently, we enter everything into one software and then enter all the same information into the general ledger. This will happen automatically from one to the next. When we're done, both softwares will be on the cloud, which under current circumstances we find is not just very helpful, but absolutely necessary. In terms of our reporting requirements, we have been changing how we report information, how we make the information available to you, to ourselves, and to the public. And one of those biggest changes is that we've broken out an operating fund, so you can see all the unrestricted cash and what we do with it. There's a lot of cash that flows through our coffers. Almost all of it is restricted for many different sorts of reasons, and so this will allow us then to see exactly where that's at. Previously, we all used to sort of work out of the PPRF fund, and so now there's this independent operating fund that catches all of the operations, all of the expenditures from all the different programs. With the new technology, also our clients are going to be able to see much more detailed activity statements, financial records of their loans. And also we've changed our website so that it's a lot more modernized, but also linked to the very same information that our bondholders look for when they look at our portfolio. So we adopted our budget in May. It was amended in July to take into account the new program, the Small Business Revolving Loan Fund program. Our annual audit is already complete, and we got a GFOA award for it. So we are now producing for the state a full comprehensive annual financial report, which is the highest type of audit report you can produce, and it's been certified as being as best as it can be in the country. In terms of our just continue with our financial performance. One thing that we watched very closely with the start of the health emergency was how it was going to affect revenues and payments of loans. So far, that experience is that our clients are paying. The reserves that we need to assure our bondholders that we have the cash to make the next debt service payments, they're all holding. And so at this point, everything seems to be quite stable. We have seen, though, at the same time, an increased workload for restructuring, and certainly there have been a lot of questions, and we expect that will only continue, if not actually grow over time. But otherwise, our clients are paying as expected. Our finances are holding as we had hoped. If I may just go then quickly to our budget, page 9. You can see there real quickly that our main operations, what we mostly do, are bond operations. The second biggest component of that is grants, and this is where we pass on grants from state water programs. We manage the financings. We receive the grant transfers from the state, and then we pass them on to our borrowers. That's the second biggest piece of our operations. And our actual operating budget, $11.7 million, is less than 10% of the total of our total budget. Just a real quick note here of our revenues, $146 million. The biggest part of that is money that we get from the loans, and also appropriation revenue. Interest we get from the loans. Page 10, our operating budget. As you can see, we are primarily a people service. Our people provide services, and that comprises the biggest part of our budget. And also, the PPRF is certainly the biggest part of it, followed by the various water programs. And that list is growing, but as you can tell just from the pie chart here, it would take still a lot more growth in the other programs for it to rival what we are primarily, which is the PPRF program.
Mr. Chairman, I would turn you to page 11 just to show the number of programs that we have statutorily authorized or through rule. Again, I won't go through any of these today, but just wanted to give you a sense of the diversity that we offer. On page 12, I'll look at just a very quick snapshot of where we are first quarter of fiscal year 2021. I've given you a 3-year history here, and you can see relatively consistent numbers in our programs, certainly from the public entity side. And what we're seeing between the 6-month period, really from the pandemic, beginning of the health order, we saw unprecedented demand in the PPRF level. So we saw 110 loans being approved and closed in that time period. So we expect to see continued increase of loans, largely because we have ready access to the capital markets. But this far into the first quarter, we would note not much has changed. We're on pace for the public entities. What you'll see is a massive increase from our private entity programs. We opened up a new program, the Essential Services Working Capital Loan. We've already closed 10 of those loans, 4 more to close currently, and the Small Business Recovery Loan Fund. This was, I think, as of the beginning of the week, 433. So you'll see that the increase right now is in funding to businesses and small nonprofits. I'll turn you to page 13. The largest program by which we are known is the Public Project Revolving Fund. We use that fund to make low-cost loans to a variety of local governments, including the state, including tribal governments, lots of little fire districts, things like that. The GGRT is funded primarily, initially from, the PPRF is funded from GGRT. We get 75% of the collections that come in, and it serves as not only a credit enhancement for our well-rated bonds, but also provides really critical liquidity in the program. We hold the GGRT, we collect it monthly from taxation and revenue, and it's held in our trustee and not able to be used until the very end of June after all our bonds have been paid. So we collect 11 and a half months of GGRT before it can be used for anything else. Bondholders must be paid. And then loan payments and the GGRT not needed to pay bonds then flows in and starts really as the beginning pot of funds from which we make loans to those entities we've talked about. So we make loans from the cash that we hold in the fund, we go out and we reimburse those bonds. So our cash kind of looks like a heartbeat chart. It starts to go down, we issue a bond, it jumps up, we draw it down in order to make new loans, issue bonds. So it's a little heartbeat chart that we have going on there. We have in our both senior and subordinate liens, we operate the program with 2 liens. We have indentured reserve funds. Those have been really critical to these funds being rated as AAA by S&P. We feel it was probably the strongest leading factor to our AAA rating. And then we also maintain in the PPRF a line of credit with Wells Fargo. In those times in which we have loans approved but not yet ready to issue bonds, we will draw from the line of credit in order to fund those loans, and we'll repay that line of credit once the bonds have been issued. So they're typically outstanding for fewer than 90 days. On page 14, I would just mention that we have seen from as a result of the health order and as a result of just the pandemic across the nation, a very disconnected municipal marketplace in March and April. Most New Mexico issuers did not have access to the capital markets. PPRF was very lucky. I think it was well positioned to take advantage of that. With all that massive market disruption, we continued to do well. We put off our bond in March for a couple of days until the market calmed down a little bit, but had ready access. As a result of the law that you all passed in 2017, we were in a position to sit on the sidelines and wait to time our entry into the market. The delegation bill gave us that ability to time that, and it was really critical to our ability to get the lowest cost of funds that we could. That March 24th issue that was postponed until the beginning of April was a $32 million issue. We had more than $80 million of orders. So investors were looking for us to re-enter the market. Similarly, we sold bonds in June, 81 million. We had about 218 million in orders, and we had a similar result from our recent bond issuance last week. I would just note on page 15, you'll see the value of the AAA that the GGRT provides to the PPRF. You look at that bottom line, and that is the AAA, the difference between the AAA and the AA rate. That middle line, that goldish line, is AAA to single A rates, and that top line is the AAA rate versus the triple B rate. Most of New Mexico issuers are going to fall either in that middle line or that top line. So you can see the spreads over time have been relatively consistent. They were even coming quite close towards the end of 19, and you can see in March that massive jump. There was as much as 400 basis points difference between a triple B and a triple A at that time. And so that's pretty significant. And I would just note the difference of 100 basis points on a $20 million transaction over 20 years is $2.1 million. This is real money that we're saving New Mexico communities. I would also note that we pass along our interest rates that we receive on our bonds to our borrowers. So your communities, regardless of their underlying credit rating, are getting AAA interest rates with no fees attached to them. So that's the value that the GGRT has brought to us. I mentioned, I'll just go to that last page. I mentioned that we created, when the pandemic started, an essential services working capital program, primarily to help medical providers, behavioral health care providers, rural hospital operators, dentists, those that needed to provide essential services but whose operations were stressed tremendously by the public health order. That $12 million was self-funded. We have committed about 40% of those funds and closed 10 loans to date. We've also received an additional award of New Market Tax Credit, and we're using a portion of that to operate a new small loan pool for projects of less than $400 million. They're typically around $1 million. And then lastly, as a result of the special session, the legislature created in the Finance Authority 2 new loan programs, the Small Business Recovery Loan Fund, which has taken up a great deal of our time since its passage since its signing in early July, and the $50 million Emergency Economic Relief Program. At this point, that's not a program that we have begun to develop because we have not yet seen a need from the underlying communities for that program. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time today. We're happy to answer any questions.
Question from committee members, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the presentation, there's a page called Funding Programs towards the back. In there, I see the presentation leads me to believe are inactive programs. So short answers, please, on why would Water and Wastewater Grant Fund be inactive, and for that matter, Child Care Revolving Loan Fund, Local Transportation. They just all seem like areas that are in need of your services.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's lack of funding. Water Wastewater Grant Fund received its last appropriation under Governor Johnson in 2003. So that is the reason that program is down. Grant funds are not self-sustaining. Loan funds we can turn into a long ongoing program, but grant funds, you draw those monies down and we're done. And Child Care Loan Fund, those monies were swept back to the general fund, I think back in 2009 or 2010, to help with solvency. A number of these programs, the issue is funding.
Thank you very much for that answer. And the other follow-up question is the Collateral Support Participation Program. Although it may be lacking money, I was really curious, what would it do if it had money?
Mr. Chairman, that program would buy participations from local banks for businesses, for loans that they're originating. And because it was federal funds, we were able to take more advantageous positions so that the bank could lend more money. So it was a low-cost loan participation program.
And one last question, Mr. Chairman, on that point. It sounds to me as if the government is moving into an area of funding participation, loan participations, that commercial banks are built to do that. So just a quick comment, if you could please, on why that's not a duplication or an unnecessary function.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. in those instances in which a bank cannot make or does not wish to make the full loan, coming to the Finance Authority is a way for that loan to continue to move forward. Could be a lack of collateral, could be a new client. If the bank can do the entire loan, I assure you they're not coming to the Finance Authority for our participation. It's only in those instances in which they feel that there's something about that loan that makes them uncomfortable.
Thank you very much for that answer. Then, last final quick one is, what year was the last time that fund funded a participation?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it was 2014. These were federal funds that came down. We exhausted all the funding. The legislature, I'm sorry, it would have been 2015. We're now collecting all the loan proceeds. As that money comes in, it's being sent over to the Economic Development Department for loans that it is making.
Thank you very much for that answer. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Representative Lunsford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Marquita and staff. Just a couple of quick questions. You talked about the Recovery Loan Fund. You are now just setting up rules for that, or have you actually made loans out of that?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, we started accepting applications about 29 days after the law was signed, made our first loan 2 days later. So we've been operating the program for about 8 weeks.
How many loans have you made?
About 430, 440, somewhere in that area.
What's the average amount?
Average loan size is just under $50,000.
Okay, and is it statewide?
It is statewide. We are seeing, however, as you would with economic activity, a larger concentration in Albuquerque and Santa Fe.
Okay. Is that something we're going to get a list of at some point?
We can start producing the list. I've had some requests for it, so we will produce a list and get it to the LFC for its dissemination. Under the law, it can produce the names of the applicants.
Okay, that would be great. And then I wanted to ask also on the Emergency Economic Development Relief Program. You said we haven't done anything with that yet?
Yes, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, the Emergency Economic Relief Program was the other program created under the Small Business Recovery Act. That provides funding to those communities that suffered a decline in GRT of over 10% for that fourth quarter of fiscal year 2020. We have not seen interest. It's a 2% loan to basically be revenue replacement loans, and we haven't seen the interest for that program to be established.
And that's just for local governments?
It's just for local governments.
Tribes get that too, or just local government?
Just local governments.
Okay. Yeah, I can't imagine, with CARES money that was just recently released by DFA to local governments, and now they have to be able to demonstrate receipts. They have to be able to demonstrate that they've spent the money. So I wonder how this is actually going to roll out. The last question I had for you, I know that there was a bill that we had passed regarding moving some cash balance from our PPP program into cultural affairs. What was that money used for?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, as I understand it, it was for maintenance and renovations to public museums.
Okay, so can we get a list from you on that, or how do we get that?
I can ask the Department of Cultural Affairs to provide that to me.
Yeah, that's an interesting ask, and I would like to do a little more drill down on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my questions are also about the Small Recovery Act. Just to clarify, those dollars were taken from the severance tax fund?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And had we not transferred those dollars to this fund, where would those have been allocated?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, those monies are invested by the State Investment Council. $400 million was earmarked under SB 3 from the special session. We have drawn down $100 million of that. The remaining $300 million has stayed under the investment and oversight of the State Investment Council.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that. I had heard that those would have been the dollars that each elected legislator would have taken to their district for Department of Transportation projects. Is that not where those dollars would have come from? Like capital outlay and the transportation dollars that were cut during the special?
Mr. Chairman, that's not my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then when will the people who are recipients of the funds, when will that be available for the public to see who applied and who received the funds and who was denied?
We're happy to provide you with the list of the recipients of the loan funds. We're still looking at the language about what we can release because it's sort of an interesting carve-out. It says we can release the names of the borrowers. So we're looking at that right now. We'd like to provide you with as much information as we can, as much as the law allows us to do. But we're looking at that now, and we're happy to give you what we're able to by tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that. And is it true that the people who are being denied is because of the language in the statute that they had to show their revenue loss during a certain period of time, and maybe your ski resort, you haven't realized your loss because it's not your prime season, or I mean, as an example?
Mr. Chairman, the language in the statute is very specific. In order to be considered under the loan program, you have to demonstrate a 30% decrease in revenues for April and May in each of those months. So you have to show a 30% decline in April 2020 versus 2019, similarly for May. So you have to meet two different tests in order to be considered an eligible applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a critical nonprofit that does statewide advocacy who holds their annual convention in May and generates 65% of their revenue in that month from the convention and membership renewals or something, they would be ineligible even though they've experienced a 65% loss in revenue.
Mr. Chairman, sadly so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the presentation. Marquita, the $400 million small business recovery loan, businesses can apply up to December 31st, 2020. There's a sunset there, right?
That's correct.
Of what has been, I guess, allocated now based on the application, has been about 20%, about 5% of the $400 million?
Mr. Chairman, that's what was allocated to the fund, yes.
So you've expended about 5% of it?
Yes.
About 20 million?
Yes. A little over 20 million, but yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair and Marquita, what do you project will be used of that 100 million that you've already received to be able to lend out?
Mr. Chairman, what we've seen is a stable inflow of applications, about 50 a week. I would expect that would continue. I believe we will be utilizing the full 100 million, but probably not much more than that at this point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And of the applications that you've turned down, is it correct that I read in the paper about 85% of the applicants have been turned down because of the 30% that they can't prove that they were damaged by COVID from in April and May?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. The 30% decline in each of April and May has been the cause of denial for 85% of our applications, 85% of those that were denied, and about 40% are denied.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. When it comes to releasing the names of the applicants that received the funding or didn't receive the loans, that's a little bit of a touchy subject because it's kind of similar to us in the banking industry where we just can't give people's names out. I know these are public funds that are being loaned out, but when of these that you have already awarded the funds for the loan, was the recipient aware that their name could be exposed out there? If not, we might have a little bit of a problem there.
Mr. Chairman, we certainly put in our frequently asked questions and in our presentations, our webinars, that the name of the business would be disclosed, but that nothing else would be disclosed.
What's the name would be, but
The name of the borrower would be disclosed, but nothing else.
not the amount?
Not the amount, no, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Marky.
Representative Chatfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know this question is for Ms. Russell. Well, last year, when our budget went into free fall, there were a lot of sweeps of various different funds. I just wondered if any of the water projects survived that.
Mr. Chairman, yes, there was a sweep of the general fund money that was provided about 2 years ago to the Water Project Fund. It was money that was directed to the fund specifically for mutual domestic water projects. And we believed and offered back to both the LFC and Department of Finance and Administration that we could fund those with loan repayments. So we offered back that Water Trust Board money, but would not be impacting the underlying borrowers. So we are using some of the loan repayments that we had received in order to backfill that appropriation.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Additional questions? Couple questions, I guess. There was a portion of that legislation during the special session where I think $100 million was dedicated to local governments where they could borrow for operational purposes.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, it's actually $50 million is what it turned out to be. And that's the Emergency Economic Relief Program that Representative Lundstrom and I were talking about.
Okay. And none of that's been utilized.
Mr. Chairman, no, we have not created the program. We haven't seen any demand for it. Some of the amounts that people would be, communities would be eligible for, less than $100. So the largest are in large communities, and they've been able to figure out a way.
Really reflects how effective I am. I was a no vote on that piece of legislation because of that piece and the door that it opened into the future from that standpoint. At that time, Santa Fe was broadcasting that they were $100 million, $200 million short on their operational side, and I just thought it lent itself to something less than prudent management at the local level on that. But as far as how influential I was, the bill passed from that standpoint. Another issue that I'm very concerned about, we had discussions yesterday. I'm real concerned about gross receipts and what is happening to small communities. The small communities that have pledged gross receipts for projects on that. Number one, trying to get them more money through the internet sales is a certain issue. They are losing their retail base, and we've exempted everything else. Have we picked up any indication yet where they're having problems, any small community servicing debt?
Mr. Chairman, we have not seen any problems in servicing debt. We saw some nervous communities very early on, folks asking to use, at least one community asking to use its debt service reserve fund to temporarily make payments until they knew what was going on. But we haven't seen an appreciable decline. But as we look at new loan applications, we are factoring in potential significant drops in decline to make certain that they're not being overextended by a rosy outlook.
And I appreciate that as we move forward, because the full impact of the decline in gross receipts, we as a state haven't realized that at this stage, being shored up by federal spending and also by hoarding that would distort what was coming in on that. So with that being said, that's it. Another issue that surfaced, and we certainly participated in the budget process when we were struggling extensively with trying to fund government, was on the Space Board. And there was a issue out there where monies in excess of servicing the debt were used for operational purposes on that. Do you recall that?
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Okay, and we even had a Senator Cotter, tried to prohibit that from happening by legislation, and that bill did not get out of Senate Finance. In addition to that, we had rhetoric that was that they'd touched an awful lot of bases before they ever moved in that direction, from the local taxing authorities, and they went to New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority for review of that effort. Were you all contacted by the spaceport at the time?
We were.
Okay, and was there an implied approval of that given the economy at the time?
Mr. Chairman, there's actually a test written into the loan agreement that we have with the Spaceport Authority. And so if their revenues don't hit a certain point, then they have to come to the Finance Authority to ask for a release of funds. But it is driven entirely by the coverage amount that comes in from gross receipts tax and what's necessary to cover debt service.
So evidently there was approval to move ahead at that point in time, given the economy of the state.
Mr. Chairman, it was done on a request by request basis. We did not give blanket authority, but we looked at it each time it was brought to us, and our board made a decision in one instance to release a certain percentage of funds.
Okay, and obviously they moved ahead with that for operational purposes and with no repercussions until the new administration came along. And quite frankly, all that extra cash we appropriated to them. And now I'm reading where there's wrongdoing, or possible wrongdoing. The commission of a felony, I think, was the information that was provided to us by the Economic Development Department from that standpoint. And I cautioned the economic development people at the time to be very careful with their loose declaration to that, because it could come back to bite them in litigation on that. But it bothers me that they are now, and I was the one that encouraged them to, if a felony was committed, that they need to be talking to the Attorney General. Lo and behold, they're turning to the Attorney General. Has the Attorney General contacted New Mexico Finance Authority on this particular issue?
Mr. Chairman, not that I know of.
Okay. Well, I think there's a predetermination of what economic development is intended to do, and so it doesn't surprise me that you haven't been contacted at this stage, but they seem to be on a course that, at least down a trail that we did due diligence at the time, given the economy of the state of New Mexico, and we as a legislative body gave approval of that. So the Attorney General, it seems to me, I guess from a separation of powers issue, is going to have to rule that the legislature was absolutely wrong on that, from that standpoint. So I think that'll be very interesting in the next appropriation process on that as we move forward on that. So thank you very much for that. Any additional questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all the comments. It stimulates, and it's good.
I was hoping you were asleep.
No, not in your meeting, sir. Marquito, on the Small Business Recovery Loan Fund, when you provide the list of names of folks that have done that, is that list primarily LLCs or nonprofits or individuals? What percent should we expect, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, you will not see very many nonprofits. We've had a very low request rate from nonprofits. We've seen a lot of LLCs and corporations, primarily. Some sole proprietors, but primarily LLCs and corporations.
Thank you for that. I just want to know what to anticipate when we see the list. So.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be presenting to Investment, Pension, and Oversight next week on the status of this SBRLF, and I'm happy to include that information. I'll be finalizing that today and tomorrow, so I'll make sure I get that in.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions from committee members? Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and move into our next item on the agenda, which is a presentation by the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority. So can we have you folks up on the screen? Okay. And we're ready when you're ready. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and members of the committee. My name is Isidoro Hernandez. I'm the Executive Director of the Mortgage Finance Authority. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I do have with me today Gina Hickman. She is our Deputy Director of Finance and Administration. Donna Maestas DeVries, she's our Deputy Director of Programs. And Rebecca Velarde, she's our Director of Policy and Planning. And then Mr. Hank Hughes is also on the line. He's the Executive Director of the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness. With the exception of Mr. Hughes, all of us are here at the MFA offices. We understand that we're running a little bit behind schedule, so we'll just hit the highlights of our presentation. We may skip over some stuff that may be of interest of you, but we can definitely address those things as questions come up towards the end. I do understand that you have a booklet in front of you, so we're going to be going off of that booklet. So behind tab 1, you will see that we have the next slide, please. Our MFA board and legislative oversight. We do have, our board is made up of 7 members, 3 ex officio members, and 4 members appointed by the governor. It is chaired by Mr. Angel Reyes. We do have 3 new board members since we last presented to this committee. They are Mr. Valdo, Ms. Wurzberger, and Ms. Nguyen Chapping. Then on the right-hand side, you can see our LOC members, and that Legislative Oversight Committee is chaired by Senator Nancy Rodriguez. The next slide is kind of tell you a little bit about MFA. As you are aware, we were created by the state legislature in 1975. We were designated as the state's housing agency. Each state has an agency similar to ours. They're termed as housing finance agencies. While it's not on this slide here, one thing that I do want to mention that in our 45 years of existence, we've provided 450,000 plus households with assistance in the various programs that we have. Next slide, please. Our delivery system is very unique. What we do here as the MFA is we go and procure funds. We receive funding from the federal level, some funding thanks to the legislators for some of our programs from the state. And then MFA also allocates some of our revenues towards our programs. To date, we've allocated over $150 million of MFA revenues to programs that we have. We then allocate those funds to partners across the state. We have 200 plus partners across the state that help us deliver the programs directly to the constituents all across the state. Our success is reliant on the success of our partners, so we spend a lot of time with them. This slide here talks about the various programs that we have. As you can see, we have 30 plus programs that address a full spectrum of affordable housing, anywhere from homeless prevention and funding homeless shelters all the way up to home ownership. Some of the highlights there would be, the emergency shelters that I mentioned, some rental assistance, and then once people are homeowners, we also provide assistance for weatherization and rehab. The next slide will take you into the results from our 2019 fiscal year. As you can see, we've assisted close to 20,000 households with a little over $500 million in the various areas that you see there. I'll highlight a couple of items. 8,200 individuals under our homeless programs, 1,500 individuals under our special needs programs, and 2,800 individuals under our first-time homebuyer program. We are mostly known for our first-time homebuyer program, but as you can see, we do much more than just that. This next slide kind of hits on the production from our activities that either provide financing for buying homes or rehab and acquisition of multifamily. So you can see there, it is a 10-year history of the production that we have. We'll mention that this does not include activities and individuals or households that were assisted under our homeless, special needs, and the rental assistance program. I'll turn it over to Donna to cover the next couple of slides.
Thank you, Izzy. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. On page 10 of your booklet is the economic impact of MFA's programs. The lighter blue is the economic impact of the existing single-family home sales. The darker blue is the local income generated from the new single-family home construction. The gray is the local impact generated from the multifamily construction. And the yellow is the savings realized through the Housing First model for homelessness, which is $6,000 per homeless person served. Next page. People experiencing homelessness are high users of services such as ambulances, emergency departments, hospital intake services, psychiatric services, jails, and shelters. Permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing reduce the use of these services. We have a big need in New Mexico for more affordable housing. Housing development of affordable units is extremely important, and on pages 64 to 74 of the 2020 New Mexico Affordable Housing Needs Assessment, which is tab 7 of your booklet, the demand for affordable rental units is listed by county. And now I'll turn it over to Gina for the next 4 slides.
Thank you, Donna. Madam Chair, members of the committee, we are going to move on to page 13 of our presentation packet. This next section is going to spotlight some of MFA's programs, and on page 13 there is an outline of our single-family mortgage programs. About 80% of our single-family mortgage program production is for first-time home buyers. Those home buyers use our First Home program. We also have what we call a Next Home program, which does allow first-time home buyers, but does have some income restrictions associated with it. Our programs are either funded by the issuance of tax-exempt bonds or through loan sales in the secondary market. If you move to page 14, you can see a summary of our home buyer demographics. Again, family size, average age, mortgage, purchase price, and credit score. One thing that I would point out on this particular slide is that where we have seen the most change from last year at this same time is in regards to the first mortgage loan amount and the average purchase price, because the real estate market has been experiencing so much appreciation over the last 12 months. Home prices have gone up, and so we do see some change in that area of that market. On page 15, this is a summary, a 10-year summary that depicts our single-family mortgage loan activity. You can see the blue lines that we call reserved loans, and this is really an indicator of the interest that we have in our program. And then the yellow line on the bar chart represents purchase loans. And so those are actually approved and closed loans. So you can see there's a little bit of a variance between a reservation and a purchase loan. We see about a 6% cancellation rate through our program. Again, you know, obviously a strong increasing trend. Since really 2016, we've been experiencing record production in our single-family mortgage program. From a dollars perspective, in 2018, our weekly reservations were about 9.2 million. In 2019, those weekly reservations increased to 9.7 million, and in 2020, we exceeded that at 10.5 million. So again, strong interest in our program. Again, our focus is on providing below market mortgage rates to get first-time home buyers into their first home. And so now I am going to pass it back to Donna.
Thank you, Gina. So on page 16 is some general information about homelessness in New Mexico. And Hank Hughes from the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness will have more detailed information in his presentation after ours. So about 15,000 to 20,000 people experience homelessness in New Mexico each year. Last year, in 2019, 19,988 people sought assistance from an agency or shelter that tracks and reports to the New Mexico Homeless Management Information System. Of those people, 7,082 did not receive help needed to exit homelessness. A 2020 assessment report by HUD shows that New Mexico had the highest increase in homelessness at 27%. Finding solutions to homelessness saves money in communities. A study done in Los Angeles found that the cost of a resident in supportive housing was 1/5 the cost of a homeless person. So page 17, please. This is a pie chart that shows MFA's program funding for individuals experiencing homelessness and persons with special needs. The total funding for this year is approximately $19 million. This amount includes $13.1 million in ESG and HOPWA CARES Act. Approximately $7 million is allocated for emergency shelter operations and central services, and about $6.6 million is allocated for rapid rehousing and homeless prevention. Page 18. Here's a summary of the programs that were shown in the last slide. So we have ESG Rental Assistance Program, RAP. This provides short and medium rental assistance for people that are experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness. ESG Emergency Homeless Assistance Program, EHAP, provides funds for services and operating costs for emergency shelters. The Youth Homeless Demonstration Program provides services for youths under the age of 18 that are experiencing homelessness. This includes housing and case management. The Continuum of Care Program provides match funding for nonprofit agencies that provide homeless prevention and assistance services. Linkages provides permanent supportive housing vouchers for persons with mental illness who are experiencing homelessness. And HOPWA provides housing assistance to low-income people with a medical diagnosis of HIV/AIDS and their families. Page 19. These are the current service providers for the ESG programs, EHAP and RAP, that are contracted with MFA. As you can see, there are some areas of the state that do not have providers. So we are currently finishing a notice of funding availability for the ESG CARES Act 2 funds. And we plan to contract and train providers in some of those areas that are not covered. That second map shows the continuum of care and youth homeless demonstration service providers. Next slide. So these are maps showing MFA's partner programs for the Linkages and HOPWA programs. This year we expanded the Linkages program into 2 new counties, McKinley and Curry. And MFA services for Linkages offer the housing vouchers, and the state's Behavioral Health Services Division provides the mental health case managers for clients. At this time, there is a limited amount of caseworkers in the state. So page 20. MFA will receive approximately $13.3 million in CDBG CARES Act funds. We are implementing a program to provide rental and mortgage assistance to New Mexico households earning 80% or less of the area median income. These people must be experiencing financial hardship due to COVID-19. And a few examples of what 80% AMI looks like. In Albuquerque, for a family of 4, it's about $55,300. In Santa Fe, for a family of 4, it's $60,000. And in Las Cruces, for a family of 4, it is $43,900. So $7 million of the $13.3 million will be set aside for the 7 councils of government, which means $1 million for each COG service area. After 4 months, if any of the COG regions have remaining fund balances, those funds will be released into the general pool. The applications will be accepted during a 2-week window at the end of October. And if there's funds remaining after that first round, we'll have a second application window. At this point, I'll turn it back to Izzy. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. I'll cover the next few slides, Madam Chair. So this slide here covers the New Mexico Housing Trust Fund, which was created by the state legislature back in 2005 with an initial investment of $10 million. Since then, there's been an additional $12 million over the years, the last 15 years into it. So we have a total of $22 million that has been allocated or invested in the program. With that, we financed and provided loans of over $50 million and leveraged $565 million. As you can see, that is a great return of 25 to 1. I'm not sure that there's any other investment in the state where that much money could be leveraged into a program similar to this. The next slide kind of depicts a little bit of the production under that. As you can see, we've been able to produce close to 3,900 homes under this, and you can see some of them are single family, the majority are multifamily, either new construction or rehabilitation. You can also see the economic impact similar to what Donna mentioned a little earlier in one of her slides. It's created a little over 6,800 jobs in the state with the Housing Trust Fund, and you can see the full economic impact there on the far right-hand side as well. The next slide gives you an example of how this fund is leveraged. This happened to be an award that we made last year in Española via Del Norte Apartments, which is acquisition rehab of some apartments there in Española. In this particular case, we had a construction loan of $1.5 million coming from the Housing Trust Fund, and the permanent financing will just be $500,000. This is a 15 to 1 leverage if you look at the total dollar amount of the $7.6 million that will go into this particular project. The portion of the Housing Trust Fund that is part of this is 6.5%. The next slide we'll talk about the New Mexico Housing Trust Fund Rental Assistance Program. Early on in the pandemic, we got the authority from our board to use some of the monies within the New Mexico Housing Trust Fund to try to help with any rental assistance that was needed due to COVID. So we set aside $3 million for rental assistance. Families had to be at under 80% of the area median income, which is what the program requires, and have had a hardship or loss of financial income due to COVID. We do provide 3 months worth of assistance. As you can see on the table there on the right-hand side, we've gone through 5 rounds of funding. We've provided 36 households with just $83,000 in funding. That is not a very high demand, definitely not what we were expecting early on. We believe that this is mostly due to the stimulus money that was received in the March-April timeframe, and then the enhanced unemployment that just ended here at the end of July. We do anticipate that the need and the request and the applications are going to be much higher here in the next few months, although it's good that we received the additional $13.3 million that Donna just talked about to also assist with rent and mortgage assistance. I will mention, back to that one slide there, that there was a study that we recently received, a national study on what the impact may be from COVID and the folks that may not be able to make their rental payments. The estimate was that in New Mexico, we'd see anywhere between 60 to 80,000 families that would have a hardship in making their rental payments, and about 50,000 that may be in danger of eviction. That translates to about between 105 and $153 million in potential rental assistance need. Next slide, please. That does lead us to the slide that follows this year, which is the legislative request that we will be proposing this year with the sponsorship of our Legislative Oversight Committee. 2 bills. The first one is additional money for the Housing Trust Fund of $12 million. that'll allow us to provide more assistance throughout the state. And the second bill is some statutory changes to the Housing Trust Fund. I did mention a little bit earlier that one of the constraints in the program that we currently have, the $3 million, is that those funds are restricted under the current act to providing assistance only to those projects that have rent or income restrictions that are in MFA's portfolio. So we're looking to relax that language to allow us to provide assistance to more low-income borrowers across the state. And in addition to that, also allow us some flexibility to provide funding to other activities, such as emergency assistance when there's a flood or a fire or a tornado, or weatherization or rehab. So many different activities should that legislation be approved. With that, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn it over to Gina for our budget review.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, MFA operates on a September 30 fiscal year ending date. So yesterday was the end of our fiscal year, and we had our board approved MFA's FY21 budget at their September 16, 2020 board meeting. As you can see on this slide, this kind of provides a breakdown of how MFA generates its revenue. For FY21, we've actually budgeted about $28.4 million in revenue for the fiscal year, which is an increase of $4.2 million or 17% over last year's budget. That revenue, the change in revenue, the increase in revenue is really attributed to the increase in loan servicing revenue due to the growth of our portfolio, as well as an increase in loan sale fees from our single-family mortgage program. We have transitioned our funding of our single-family mortgage program from tax-exempt bonds to loan sales, and in the loan sale execution, we actually earn those fees up front. Quickly just take you through the legend. Housing program income, which are the fee-for-service fees that we earn on the low-income housing tax credit program, represents about 5% of our revenue base. Servicing income represents about 20% of MFA's revenue base. And just want to point out, as I mentioned earlier, that is really the growing component of our revenue, and you can see that is represented in the dark gray columns. It actually became part of our business line in 2017. We also earn interest on investments. We invest in our reserves in the local government investment pool, the state investment council. We have a bond ladder, and then we also invest in our own long-term mortgage-backed securities, and that represents about 6% of our revenue. Interest income on our on loans that are generated through our Housing Opportunity Fund, loans through the New Mexico Housing Trust Fund, and then also our own mortgage-backed securities represent about 24% of our income. And then lastly, we generate admin fees through the issuance of tax-exempt bonds, through the administration of state and federal programs, and also those loan sale fees that I mentioned earlier. Moving to the next slide, expenses. The expense budget for FY 2021 was budgeted at $19.8 million, which is actually a 0% increase over the prior year budget. This slide on page 30 of your packet shows that our operating expenses are primarily admin expenses. So if you take a look at the next slide on page 31, you can see a more detailed breakdown of those expenses. 47% of our expenses are compensation related, and 29% of our expenses are other operating expenses and are primarily contractual services and then fees for direct servicing and lender compensation is also included in that amount. Before we move on, just want to remind the committee that behind tab 2, there is actually a detailed budget for your review and for your information. Then the last slide as part of our budget overview is information on our Housing Opportunity Fund. This is the way MFA invests in New Mexico. This is an internal revolving loan fund that is funded through MFA reserves. And so you can see, since its inception, MFA has allocated almost $184 million to our loan fund, and we've served close to 23,700 households through these programs. The programs are, we have a down payment assistance program, which is really an important component of our first-time homebuyer program. About 99% of our first-time homebuyers get down payment assistance through MFA with their first mortgage. We also have a first mortgage program. It's called a Partners Program, which is a partnership that we have primarily with Habitat for Humanity. And again, offer first loan, first mortgages for their potential borrowers. Then both the Primero and the Access programs are rental housing focused, and you can see lots of folks served. This is a program we're very proud of. And then the last thing I want to say, because I know one of the questions that keeps coming up as we have different due diligence calls with different partners, including rating agencies and disclosure counsel on our bond transactions, et cetera, is what's going on with our external audit. And I just want the committee to know that our external audit is in process. It's going forward as planned. Our audit is actually due to the state auditor's office December 1st, and we are in line to meet that deadline. One more thing on audits behind tab 4, you will also see a summary of the audits that our organization is involved in during the course of a regular year. And I'm going to turn it back over to Izzy for final conclusions, discussion.
Madam Chair, before I turn it over to Mr. Hughes for his presentation on homelessness, I just want to say that in the binder that you have in front of you, one of the last tabs on there is a statewide housing needs assessment. Some great information there. If any of you would like information at the county or regional level, we can also provide that upon request. So with that, Madam Chair, we'll turn it over to Hank and then take questions after that.
Alrighty, Hank. Hank, you ready?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to unmute. I am ready. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try and share my screen and see if that works. Perhaps it works. If you can see
it's
it.
Working. We can see it, Hank.
Okay, good. So I'm going to start with the slide about homelessness and the pandemic. I just wanted to mention that so far, with the exception of the northwestern part of the state, our efforts to protect homeless people have been largely successful. This is because shelters are now operating with a reduced capacity and very strict testing before they let somebody into a congregate shelter setting. Many communities are placing homeless people in hotels and motels, especially those who are at higher risk of contracting the virus. And also, a lot of people are camping out because there isn't room for everybody in these places. I think that, we've been lucky so far, but I think this winter is going to be challenging because there'll be more demand for people wanting to be inside. No matter what we do, there's going to be more camping because we have already seen that the virus has increased homelessness to some extent in our communities. But the CARES Act funding is being used, as MFA mentioned, and also some of the cities are using some of their CARES Act funding to try and put as many people into hotels as possible, and also to get people into housing as soon as we can if they're ready for that. I wanted to mention really quick on this next slide, this just sort of shows the composition of homeless people, and I just really want to show that it's quite a mixture. There's not only what we think of adults without children, there are families with children, shown in red, the children who are with the adults, shown in green, and then unaccompanied children up to age 18, I think, on this slide. So it's a wide variety of people. And then I just want to talk about a couple of the very successful programs that you have funded. One is the Youth Homelessness Demonstration, which for 2 years in a row now you have provided the match funding for, and we're very, very appreciative of that. This is a federal grant that we got. It required a 25% state match, and it provided money to house 115 homeless youth in northern New Mexico in the 14 northern counties, basically those that are a little bit north of Albuquerque, including McKinley County and Santa Fe County and Sandoval County. We've assisted 89 homeless youth so far out of the 115 slots. And this just makes a huge dent in homelessness because it catches people before homelessness ruins their whole life. I just think this is a wonderful program. I'm very excited at how well it has gone. We have, 6 partner agencies throughout the region cooperating in this. And as soon as HUD gives us the opportunity, we want to expand this to the whole state because I think this really has the potential to reduce homelessness going forward if we can catch people early. The other program, and MFA did mention both of these programs because the funding comes through them, the state linkages and their other state supportive housing programs that are really aimed at who have become so disabled by their mental health or their physical health that they can no longer support themselves. And the Linkages program provides a very flexible source of funding to provide housing assistance for these people in scattered site apartments. Most of the agencies who run this program love the flexibility and the fact that it doesn't come with a lot of the federal restrictions on their money for housing homeless people. And so it allows us, again, to house some of the most vulnerable people and keep them safe. Last year, the legislature added about $4 million that went to Linkages and some of the other supportive housing programs run by Behavioral Health Services Division. This about doubles the Linkages program, probably from about 150 people you can help at a time up to 300, and expands it into other communities. I would encourage you, mainly to hold on to this program and not reduce its funding at all. And then, when we have the opportunity, this is a perfect place to increase funding because I think the benefits are so great. MFA talked about the cost of homelessness, to ambulance, fire, hospitals, police services, and funding Linkages really reduces that. We estimated last year a total need of $29.7 million if we were going to meet the unmet need in New Mexico. We don't expect all of that to come from the state. We need the other divisions of government to kick in as well. Finally, I just wanted to mention that we had estimated it's about $61.3 million per year to meet the unmet need. This was estimated before the pandemic, so it might be a little more than this for the next couple of years. We have seen, I think you saw with MFA, the CARES Act money is filling in a lot of this. It's still not quite enough, but it will make a big help. But I think we just need to keep adding money into the housing system. The one thing we are going to ask the legislature is to support MFA's request for $12 million for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, because we can't house people if we don't physically have the houses to do so. And we're running into that problem in almost every community, a shortage of affordable housing that's suitable for housing low-income people. And thank you for your support. With that, I will turn off my screen and stand for questions.
Alrighty, we do have questions. Let's start with Representative Crowder.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. I believe the portion of the presentation was presented by Donna, if I heard correctly. It's page 16, and then I have a question on page 19. But on page 16, it talks about the homelessness in New Mexico is 15,000 to 20,000 each year, and goes on and gives some homeless information there. And I noticed that the data was collected from Hank Hughes, which we just heard from. But as I read through your program, it seemed like all of your data was gathered from other governmental agencies. And so my question is, as I look at the homeless situation, has it been taken into account that faith-based organizations are providing shelter and care for homeless? There are private organizations providing care and shelter for the homeless. And so how exactly were your numbers and percentages derived, and did you take those into consideration that were faith-based and private organizations?
Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, Madam Chair, since as you noted, the data came originally from us, and we do recognize the very important role that private organizations play in housing homeless people. And so we took the numbers of people served in organizations that receive government funding and then added on a factor to account for our estimate of the numbers who are served in private organizations that don't report their data.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Hughes and Madam Chair. I know that as I looked at the map on page 19 and looked at Curry County, it doesn't show a homeless shelter. But our county has an incredible shelter system. It is privately run by a group called Lighthouse Mission. It's somewhat faith-based. But I just wondered how reliable this document is as I'm looking at homelessness. How much of a reality is it? Because I know of the efforts that are put out in Curry County and Roosevelt County through some private organizations and faith-based organizations. I question the accuracy of all the numbers, and so that was the root of my question. The homeless shelter there in Curry County not only provides meals, they have a state-approved kitchen that they provide meals with. They provide housing for both male and female and family, all three. They have a ranch that was donated to them where they take care of individuals that have drug issues and things of that nature. It's a marvelous system that is set up there, but I don't see within your documents that that's been taken into consideration. And I find myself wondering, is that going on all over the state? And the numbers that we're seeing here are simply numbers provided by government agencies. That would be my final question and comment, Madam Chair. I question what am I really looking at when I look at this document. So thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Hank, or one of the others, do you have a response?
This is Izzy Hernandez at MFA. We do, you are correct. We currently do not fund a shelter in Curry County, although we are looking at finding somebody there to provide services. And with your permission, I'd like to contact you over the next day or two to get more information on that particular shelter that you're mentioning. We do have another organization that is not a local organization, but that's willing to cover that area, so we're looking at contracting with them. But our preference would be to contract with local organizations. So if this organization that you're mentioning is open to that and taking some federal funds and complying with some of the red tape, if you will, that come along with those funds, we'd definitely be open to that as well. So I'll be giving you a call with your permission.
Is that all, Representative, or did you have?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and look forward to his call. Thank you.
All righty, thank you very much. Next, we have Senator Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you everyone for your presentation. My question is on the first-time home buyer or first down. So MFA actually makes mortgages to first-time home buyers?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, our model is that we use lenders across the state of New Mexico to originate our first-time home buyer loans based on our program parameters, and then we purchase those loans from those lenders. So within MFA, we're not originating loans, we're actually purchasing them from our lender network. And we have about 50 lenders across the state of New Mexico that are currently utilizing our program.
So, Madam Chair, and so the loans originate by a lender, a mortgage company, a bank, or someone, I don't know who's on your list, but do they, I'm looking at page 13, and I see first down, I'm not sure what that means, and I see 6% interest rate. Is the rate 6%, or is it lower, or is it negotiate? How does that work?
Sure, I'm happy to answer that question. So, on page 13, that first column is the first mortgage, right? And so that's the mortgage that's being originated through one of our lenders in our network. The first down program is the second mortgage, the down payment assistance that is optional, but the majority of the first-time home buyers choose to utilize down payment assistance. They need the down payment assistance. Again, they're the type of borrower that, maybe they've got a stable job, they've got, decent credit, but they have difficulty saving for a down payment assistance. And so that's really where we come in. So currently, our first mortgage program, our mortgage rates are at 3.25%, excuse me, 3 1/8, 3.125%. The associated second mortgage, the first down program, is a 6% interest rate. In the next few months, we actually are looking at implementing some changes to our down payment assistance program. Rather than 30-year 6% rate, we're tiering it. We're going to be structuring it so that these first-time home buyers have the ability to opt for a 10, a 15, or a 30-year. The lower terms are going to have lower interest rates. They'll have lower payments. They'll be able to build wealth more quickly. And so I think that should answer your question.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And on that first down, should a borrower want to have the first-time mortgage at the 3 1/8, but not the first down for the down payment, if they can secure the down payment money elsewhere, meaning a family member give it to them or whatever, does that disqualify them from the first-time mortgage on this program?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, no, it does not. The down payment assistance is an optional program product that we offer to those borrowers who need it. The first mortgage, the first down mortgage stands on its own.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And my last question is, where can a person find the list of participants in the mortgage that you purchase? Where do we find that list? And secondly, do they originate over there, or do they originate with your office, or how are the mechanics of that?
Absolutely, Madam Chair, members of the committee. The best source of information regarding the lenders that are participating in our program would just be to go to our website, and there's a home buyer section, and if you go to that home buyer section, it'll help you navigate through identifying a lender or lenders that would be in your area. And again, All of the origination process happens through the lender, through the mortgage company, through the bank, whoever the participating lender is. They do all of the origination. Then we review the loan to make sure that it meets our program requirements, because we have some additional requirements because of the tax exempt bond funding mechanism that we use. But the approval and the process for the borrower really happens through the lender.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And my last question, I think that I already said that, but I guess I just thought about some. You have the list of an MFA Board of Directors, then you have the legislative oversight and members of, is there another committee where there's there's individuals from around the state that participated with MFA in some way, that are appointed by, I don't know if it's legislative council or who they're appointed by, that are just citizens out there?
Senator Sanchez, Madam Chair, Senator Sanchez, this is Izzy. We do not have another committee that's appointed by the legislature. We do have several committees that are appointed by our board. One of them is the Tax Allocation Review Committee, and that is composed of, I believe, 6 members that review the tax credit allocations and the process there. We also have a Land Title Trust Fund Committee, and actually I just remembered that there are a couple of other committees, Senator Sanchez. The Land Title Trust Fund Committee, there are some appointments to that from the Senate Pro Tem, the Speaker of the House, and the Governor. And then we also have a Housing Trust Fund Committee for the Housing Trust Fund that we mentioned earlier, and the appointments to that are also made by the Governor, the Senate Pro Tem, and the Speaker of the House. We are in the very early stages of redeveloping, if you will, reviving a housing advisory or working group committee that we're looking at doing. That was a committee that we had in the past, but it kind of put on pause, if you will, several years back, and we're looking at reviving that committee. But those appointments would be, or selections would be made by our board.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, everyone. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
All righty, thank you. Representative Garcia, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me? I have a question on slide number 14.
Yes, Representative Garcia, this is Gina. I'm happy to answer your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question is on slide 14, you have a home buyer demographics and has a score of 686. Does that qualify a person to buy a house, or just this is an example?
Madam Chair, Representative Garcia, this average credit score is would actually, based on the way credit bureaus evaluate an individual's credit worthiness, would actually be considered a fairly good credit score. Our program allows credit scores to be as low as 620. 620 is the floor for our program. And so a 686 credit score is a pretty good credit score. I think the higher credit scores, once you get into the 700s, I think from a credit perspective and underwriting perspective, those are considered stronger borrowers. But again, we allow, our floor is 620.
Thank you, Madam. Madam Chair, another question is, if a person has had a bankruptcy prior and their credit score is at 680 or so, how does that affect the purchasing of a home through you?
Madam Chair, Representative Garcia, that is, reflected in the credit score itself. And so typically a bankruptcy stays on your credit as a negative component of your credit for at least 7 years. And so a bankruptcy, with a bankruptcy, it would be difficult to qualify for a mortgage.
Thank you, ma'am. Another question, Madam Chair. Do you guys also finance mobile homes or modular homes?
Madam Chair, Representative Garcia, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One more last question. On this interest rate, is it a fixed interest rate?
Representative Garcia, yes, sir, it is.
That's the only question I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Righty, let's go to Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. Does your agency provide any type of grant type program or any other assistance for disabled veterans?
Madam Chair, Representative Martinez, we do. We were recently successful in obtaining some funds from HUD, two $1 million grants that are specifically for veterans that have disabilities and meet the income guidelines of the 80% area median income that we've mentioned before. In addition to that, we also have our weatherization program, and a lot of veterans are served under that. And then we also have a home rehab program. Although it's limited funding in that, we do about 50 homes a year, but veterans are also eligible for that. But the only program that we have that's specifically targeted towards veterans is that HUD money that I mentioned a little bit earlier. Some of the activities that can be performed under that are minor repairs, accessibility, and full rehab and weatherization. I hope that answers your question, Representative Martinez.
Thank you. It does, Madam Chair. One other question. Of the total number of identified individuals that you mentioned between 15 and 20,000, what percentage of that are veterans?
Representative Martinez, Madam Chair, Representative Martinez, are you referring to a specific slide? Help us pinpoint a little bit. Are you talking about the homeless numbers, Representative Martinez?
Madam Chair, yes.
Hank, can you help us with that answer there? If you have it off the top of your head, I don't have it off the top of my head.
Give me a second. I'm looking for that page.
Yeah, I guess, Madam Chair, the question was about the percentage of people who are veterans who are homeless. This is a percentage that has been coming down because of all the federal efforts to house homeless veterans. And so at one point it was 20 to 25%. As it has come down, it's very low in Santa Fe and Las Cruces, where the effort has been most successful. But I would say it's probably even statewide, it's under 5% now of the people who, are homeless that we're helping who are veterans, because we have been able to house most of them quite quickly.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Representative Martinez. Do we have anyone else? It doesn't look like it. So I'd like to thank the panel today for your presentation, and of particular note, I'd like to thank you for the 2020 New Mexico Affordable Housing Needs Assessment document. I do plan to take this with me. I think it's a very valuable report for everyone here. So again, let me thank all of you and look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee.
To start on tab J in your books. Anna, do you want to get started then?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Scott Scanlon. I'm the registered lobbyist for Sunland Park Racetrack and Casino. With me on my left is Rick Baugh, the general manager of Sunland Park Racetrack, and on my right is Ethan Linder, who is our resident financial guru, and he'll be answering and presenting the numbers today. Mr. Chairman and members, we come before you today. It's our hope that in the January session that the racetracks will be coming to the legislature with a piece of legislation to expand gaming in New Mexico. And there's been some press about it and stuff like that. And so from the get-go, I just want to stress that what we're here today to talk about is an idea, is a proposal. Now there is a draft bill, but it says discussion draft, and so nothing is set in stone. We want to come before this committee to truly try to start a conversation amongst all of the stakeholders and talk about the possibility of expanding gaming in New Mexico. Again, it's an idea, it's a proposal, and we're ready to start talking. So with that, Mr. Chairman, what our proposal would do, obviously there are three stakeholders: the tribes, the tracks, and the state. So for the tribes, it would guarantee the tribes that there's a cap on their competition, and I use the air fingers because really it's no new competition. It would be the existing 5 tracks plus the one other track that's called for in both the statutes and in the compacts. But there would be that would be a hard cap. Number 2, it brings up a possibility of looking at the compacts and perhaps moving those compacts in perpetuity. So my understanding, if you do that, compacts in perpetuity is something that the National Gaming Association thinks is a good idea, and it helps with funding, financing, and things like that. So that possibility arises. But obviously, most importantly, per our statutes and per the compact, is if the state of New Mexico expands gaming beyond what it currently is, that the revenue sharing portion of the compact would go away. The revenue sharing payments would no longer be required. The compacts wouldn't go away. We can't do that, but the revenue sharing portion would. So what's that impact to the Native American tribes? Based on 2019 numbers, that would be a $78 million impact for Native American gaming tribes. Over a 10-year period, $780 million. So the tribes then would be able to operate their facilities, keep the funds for their tribal people, especially post-COVID. Some of the issues that we've seen, they would be able to address directly. So that's the impact on the tribes. The tracks, we would have full gaming capabilities, but we are obviously not going to come to the legislature with a bill that would potentially blow a $78 or $80 million hole in the budget. So we had conducted a study from Union Gaming, which says that if the state of New Mexico does it right, if we do it right, and that means looking at tax structure, potential new tax structures, just examining the entire gaming control statute, that we can in fact continue to pay what the tracks have been paying historically. We would be able to make up the difference, the $78 to $80 million that the tribes currently pay, plus more in gaming revenue, income tax, gross receipts tax, etc. So it's doable. Obviously then for the state, there would be a stable revenue source coming in, but the biggest thing that we believe is that the boost to tourism that the state of New Mexico would see would be unprecedented. And so that's kind of 100,000-foot overview of what the proposal is. So if we can turn, Mr. Chairman and members, to the handout. So page 1 is just sort of a bring you up to date on what the current statute says. So racetracks right now pay 26% of gross gaming revenue to the state of New Mexico. 100% of that goes to the general fund. We also pay 20% of gaming revenue, and 100% of that goes to purses for the horsemen. And then we also pay a quarter cent, which goes to responsible gaming funds. The tribes work off of a sliding scale in the compact from their revenue, revenue sharing, so they pay anywhere from 10% to 2%. So page 2 of the overview, I think the numbers that really jump out, and this is Senator Smith, you and Senator Kidd created the very first gaming committee 20 years ago, and so these numbers might be of interest to you. Since the tracks and the tribes began gaming in 1999, the two combined have paid almost $3 billion, that's with a B, $2.8 billion in either gaming tax or revenue sharing to the state of New Mexico. Out of that nearly $3 billion, the racetracks have sent about $2 billion, $1.946 billion in gaming taxes. So I do represent Sunland Park, so I want to just give you a quick snapshot of Sunland Park. Since we began gaming in 1999, Sunland has paid $830 million in gaming taxes and purse taxes since we began. In 2019, we had $12.5 million in total employee compensation. The average salary for the gaming employees is about $49,000 plus benefits, or that includes benefits, health, dental, etc. And we have, and this is the caveat, unfortunately, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, 305 full-time employees. Tomorrow, actually, is day 200 that our casino has been closed. And so all 305 of those employees have been furloughed. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it over to Rick Baugh for his comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm sure many of you are curious as to what brought the topic up of where we're at today. I'd like to bring you up to speed on that. We built a hotel at Sunland Park Racetrack Casino in approximately 2017. Working in the Ruidoso market for 17 years, building Zia Park, bringing it up out of the ground, and seeing the tourism industry and the way it was in the Ruidoso market, that it evolved out of the Texas market that we brought to Zia Park as well, and then of course being in the El Paso market. When we built the hotel, it was a new strategy that we had to evolve with at Sunland Park. We had never went after interstate traffic before. And we had numerous people from the Texas Hill Country and the Big Bend Country and all over Texas coming to Sunland Park. But what we found out, it was a one-night stay, possibly a two-night stay, and then they would take a week and go to Scottsdale or Tucson or Phoenix. So that taught us that the New Mexico market and the industry in New Mexico, we were losing out. So currently, as of today, in the Las Vegas market, I mean, we all see it, gaming is not a novelty anymore. In the state of Oklahoma, there's 113 tribal casinos in Oklahoma. The largest casino in the United States in Thackerville, Oklahoma. The feeder market for WinStar Casino is the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. So within an hour to an hour and a half, they've created a tourism market in Oklahoma that I think that we have the same chance to do here. And it's not about just one thing, it's about everyone. The industries, the restaurants that can grow. I know the restaurant industry, when we passed gaming back in actually 97, They were concerned about comp values. Well, as you see in the Las Vegas market, Biloxi, Mississippi, Gulfport, Mississippi, Lake Charles, Louisiana, wherever you go, the industry has evolved. When you're sitting at your machine and you're playing, you accumulate free play. That is your comp, unless you're a really large player. So with that said, our tourism idea is at the forefront for what we're thinking, as well as the enhancement of horse racing. Horse racing has had its struggles in the past few years. New Mexico's been very proactive in their efforts to correct some of our problems, but I think it's something that we can continue to grow with. With the jobs that we're talking about, and this does not include the tribals, because we're not meddling in their business, as Scott said. This is an idea. We know from the very beginning, when we started talking about legislation in 1994, we learned after several bumps and scrapes and so forth that we couldn't do it without the tribes nor without us. So we worked with the tribes, and that's what we've been doing in the last several weeks, months, is having discussion with the tribes. Non-committal. They were looking at it from a business perspective of what they needed to do and evaluate, and that's where they're at today. When you look at the current situation at the racetracks on the slide, we have a maximum of 600 machines. We have the opportunity to lease up to 150 for a cap of 750. As Scott alluded to earlier, there can only be 6 racetracks. We have no table games, no sports wagering, no iGaming, no comping, no ATMs, no alcohol on the casino floor, and a maximum of 112 hours per week is what the tracks are currently working on, which is about 60% of the available hours to this day. So I guess what we're looking at in a strong effort is tourism. I will say so. I'll say yes. It's gaming out of Vegas, with only 46% of the revenues coming from gaming in the Las Vegas market. Their other revenues are coming from retail, from food and beverage, from shows, from hotels. Vegas has evolved 20 years later, and we're here to evolve as well. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Linder and let him walk you guys some of the revenue through the revenue estimates. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, first, thank you for allowing us to present today. My name is Ethan Linder. I work at Sunland Park Racetrack. I want to briefly touch on the table on page 3, which we have up on the presentation. And I think it's important to note on the racetrack taxes that are noted here at $1.9 billion. Again, it's a 20-year period, $1.9 billion contribution, which is a 69% of all contributions made to the state of New Mexico came from either racetrack purse tax or gaming tax. So again, that's the cumulative $1.9 billion. What we're talking about with regards to the growth of the industry isn't that the racetracks are going to be any better. We think the numbers produced by the tribes are incredible. We think they have wonderful facilities. We think they have done an amazing job for the industry in the state of New Mexico. But what we're looking at in our ability to impact the state is purely a numbers game. At a 26% tax versus a sliding scale, and a 20% purse tax, our ability to contribute to the state of New Mexico is larger just as a percentage. And so the 5 racetracks in the last 20 years have produced 69% of the total contribution. And we think going forward, with some relaxing of the regulations that Mr. Ball spoke about concerning unlimited slot machines, table games of that nature, by allowing us to expand our operation, we think we can further grow the revenue potential for the state of New Mexico. And so that we took an honest effort to sit down with consultants to make sure the numbers we presented today were realistic. We hired a consulting firm by the name of Union Gaming. For those of you who have not heard from Union Gaming, they're one of the most highly regarded consulting firms in the United States with regards to gaming. You can see them on annual SEC documents. You can see them as known analysts in the industry. One of the reasons we brought them in, Union Gaming is not known for winning licenses. And the reason I want to point that out is you can watch jurisdiction after jurisdiction where companies hire consultants that promise things. They promise that they're going to hit unimaginable numbers because they're chasing a license. We own a license today. We're here to give you honest numbers by a reputable consulting firm. We're not coming in saying that we're going to completely replace the tribal fees. We're coming in telling you under the current analysis, it's proposed at $62 million. That's what you'll see. The tribal number is 78. Our analysis was run in 2019. Since 2019, the gaming industry has gone through, as many others, a unbelievable transformation. In the past 18 months, specifically in the past 180 days, gaming has evolved more in the last 180 days than it has in the last 20 years. You will notice that states like Pennsylvania and New Jersey, who closed, just like the state of New Mexico, are posting revenue figures 120% above prior year. They've evolved. What we're here to talk to you about today is how can New Mexico evolve and what that means for us. So I'll go to page 4 of the presentation, and this is a summary of the study. The study's 20 pages. We've boiled it down to page 4. And again, what we've got in this document is an estimate of revenues assuming the current tax structure. And then we've got the numbers paid to the general fund, the numbers paid to horse purses, and then what we believe, based on the study, those same facilities would look like with expanded offerings. What we're looking like is we propose 2 options. So we are showing what those figures would look like if we had the 5 licensed racetracks. And we've posted figures as to what would happen if we had 6 licensed racetracks. In Section A, the total revenue contribution paid to New Mexico in 2019 under number 1 on the document is $190 million. That was $112 million in contribution from the 5 racetracks. The tribal organization's revenue share was $78 million. So total on the books is $190 million. Still in Section A, if we were to expand that under number 2 or number 3, you can see the growth as what would happen for 5 racetracks under number 2. And if we had 6 licensed racetracks, the total contribution would jump from $190 million on an annual basis to $222. In all, we extrapolate this out over a 10-year period because gaming is a very ebb and flow world, just like the oil and gas market. You'll have some years where you're up 2% and other years where you're up 20%. So we extrapolated a 10-year period. The net result, the fiscal impact to the state of New Mexico over a 10-year period, is estimated at $1.1 billion in direct fiscal impact to the state of New Mexico. Where that comes up from is a $780 million direct impact to tribal organizations. Instead of them paying $78 million annually to the general fund, the proposal here would be for them to keep an estimated $78 million a year over a 10-year period. So a direct impact to the tribal organizations of $780 million. Under the current tax structure, we anticipate horse purses to increase by $280 million over 10 years. That's a $28 million annual impact to purses alone for horse racing, and that is figure 6. Ultimately, we anticipate the general fund to receive $820 million over a 10-year period from 6 racetracks. Again, those numbers are estimated by Union Gaming, and then we'll take you to number 7 is the cumulative net effect of what this legislation could possibly do. Under number 7, you will see $320 million. So that is the $820 million that we contribute to the general fund, $280 million incremental growth to the horse racing purses, and then we have to net out the $780 million from the tribal organizations. So what it looks like in number 7 is a $320 million impact to the state and a $780 million impact to the tribal organizations of New Mexico. Again, with that said, racetrack consideration here is a compilation of both racetrack gaming taxes as well as purse taxes. And with that, I believe I will yield to Mr. Scanlon.
So, Mr. Chairman, that really ends our presentation. I just do want to stress that the union gaming study was based on existing statutes and existing tax structures. And so under our proposal, under our idea, those tax structures and statutes would change. We hope that this presentation and the questions that I'm sure are going to come will create a dialogue, will begin a conversation. Again, everything is on the table, as you can see from this piece of legislation. We put about every form of gaming that's out there, that's coming in the future. They say that iGaming in the next 2 or 3 years is absolutely going to dominate the market, so we've included that. But we're willing to talk. We want to talk. We want to begin the process, and the process is one of give and take, putting some in, taking some out, and just moving along. So, Mr. Chairman, members, thank you very much, and we stand for questions.
Before we get started, going back to give a little institutional history, as I recall it, there's 3 or 4 of us in this room on the Senate side that very much aware. Probably the one with the most knowledge is probably Senator Sanchez, because he had an opportunity to work for the tribal sovereign nations on the front door of the negotiation of this entire process. The genesis of tribal gaming, quite frankly, and racinos sort of moved around the idea of trying to salvage horse racing in the state of New Mexico. Because when you look at the participation by fans and that, the purses, they were all declining. The fan base was declining, and so we were trying to salvage the track industry, quite frankly. That was back in about 1997, 96. Doc Weiler, I think, was around at the time on that, as I recall. We go back prior to that, and it wasn't really mentioned, but we get into terminology such as Class 2 machines, Class 3 machines. That debate was taking place on what do you do. The sovereign nations and the racing industry came together on a proposed piece of legislation and agreed to, and oftentimes they've forgotten. We also forget that fraternals and charitables were included in there. And fraternals and charitables would qualify for a few machines if they were proven up before such and such a date on that. The racing industry, horsemen, they were all on board with the revenue sharing side on the percentage of what that was going to be. The tribes came on board with their revenue sharing on what they were going to do, and quite frankly, under the federal law, they cannot be taxed, so it's a volunteer payment by the tribes. At one time, it was in the 7 to 8% range on that, and that's when we had one compact. The irony of the whole thing is, it's the first time a sovereign nation had to turn to the state for permission. Normally, they turned to the federal government, and that was sort of a burr in their saddle, so to speak. They didn't. They want to be treated as on a nation-to-nation basis, and I understand that, and I certainly appreciate that. But they did have to come to the state for permission. Under Governor Crothers, efforts have been made, so we're going back 32 years to try and qualify and make it legal for the tribes to have machines, and that's when you got into the Class 3 nomenclature, so to speak, from that to make them eligible for that. As I recall, under Governor Crothers, and under Governor King that both administrations said you can have the same type of gaming, which in this case in the state of New Mexico would have been horse racing because it existed long before. The courts came along and under, I guess, the Johnson administration or thereabouts, rulings in other states said once that door is open with Class 3 gaming, which horse racing is, it opened the door for all the other Class 3 categories, the slot machines, the table games, and this sort of thing. It was quite a heated issue. It was compounded in this state, quite frankly, because at the same time this debate and discussion was taking place, there was approval or attempt to approve the New Mexico lottery. All gaming experts at the time that testified in front of the state of New Mexico and the legislature said, you got to get your lottery an opportunity to get started before Class 3 gaming starts, because there would be an erosion of the lottery revenues at the time. And we ran a constitutional amendment, log rolling, it was ruled unconstitutional as I recall. And so, from there we moved ahead. The late Senator Don Kidd and I, not one that we pursued, but we were annoyed with the tough position of putting together a select committee on gaming, and the state Senate added 2 additional committees, not interim committees, but standing committees on that. And with 42 members, we were really placed with the challenge of maintaining a quorum in those committees. Now, we didn't have a problem in the gaming committee, select committee on gaming at the time, but as chair and as co-equal chair was Don Kidd at the time, our position basically was you either open up gaming in the state of New Mexico for everyone or you shut it down for everyone. That did not play well. We even talked about joint ventures with the tribes. At that time, the Navajo Nation was very much opposed to gaming on that. And so as a result, that was sort of the background of what happened. The first piece of legislation that we introduced was not successful at that time. And we had press that stated, my God, if you have that bill, we'll have gaming everywhere in the state of New Mexico on that. And I even got a call from the mayor of Albuquerque that used to serve in the state Senate, was my office mate, quite frankly, when we were first elected. A guy by the name of Marty Chavis, you might have heard from him. And he says, well, we don't want gaming in Albuquerque. And I said, well, Marty, don't worry about it. You'll just grow Albuquerque around it on that. And that's what's transpired in that metroplex from that standpoint. We got into a situation where I think we have 3 or 4 compacts now as they come on board. Certainly a lot more machines. As I recall, that the market would be oversaturated with somewhere around the vicinity of 16,000, 17,000 machines. We're looking at 19,000. Quite frankly, our population base really hasn't changed much from that standpoint. But then we got bogged down on payment, verification of payment, auditing, participation, breakdown of Gaming Control Board. Gaming Control Board wasn't always fully staffed with membership. That was sort of up to the governors to do that. We've been cautioned by gaming states, you better do this right on the front door, otherwise it's not going to get better on the back door. And if you think the state of New Mexico listened to that, you better have another thought coming. We tried to go the opposite direction, saying we certainly know better about that. Then we got bogged down, and personally speaking, I was not in favor of gaming, but once it was there, how do you make it better? How do you generate more revenues? And I don't believe revenue sharing, even though it's voluntary. I don't think it's been taken to court to challenge that, but I don't think the tribes have to pay that, quite frankly. I think it's an illegal tax on them, and we've just maneuvered that in such a way that, well, they're volunteering to make this payment. Now, that payment has shifted somewhat from the 7 to 9% range. We've got three or four compacts that's out there. Then we've had one tribe saying, well, hey, we're not going to make that payment. And so they suspended that payment on that, and the state wasn't getting the benefit of that revenue. And it was held in suspense, and I think they went to federal court, and the federal court said, no, you have to make that payment. I think the administration came up with a discounted payment from that tribe, from what they were actually supposed to be paying, to at least get that issue behind us and go from there. The issue of additional track has been on the table ever since I guess with the passage of the legislation on that, and you had Governor Richardson talk about additional track in Raton, New Mexico, and for some reason or whatever, that blew up and did not materialize. Then they went around with the Gaming Commission and tried to, with the encouraging other communities to make application. Down in my district, they've got Lordsburg all hyped up for another track down in Lordsburg, New Mexico. And when you look at all the marketing schemes, the track would not be fiscally or financially feasible in that area. Raton, even though historically probably one of the first tracks in the state, was no longer there, and it would be marginal. And I think most of the studies concluded that somewhere in eastern New Mexico, probably Clovis or Tucumcari in that area might be economically feasible for additional track. So you had an administration going out there encouraging some of those local communities, and there was some objection in those communities to the presence of that, but possibly dangling before them the opportunity to have another track. Even though that was encouraged by the administration, they did not approve additional track. Then Governor Martinez came along, and right at the end of that administration, they were dangling out the other opportunity of additional track out there. That administration did. One was not approved at that time. I think by that time, Clovis was considered from a marketing standpoint to be the optimum place if you're going to have an additional track on that. This administration has come along, and they certainly it's going to be legally permissible for them to authorize another track if they so wish. In the meantime, we had an additional track granted when all this was going on, and it was in Hobbs, New Mexico. And I think one of the investors of the Hobbs, New Mexico, and there were several investors involved in that, but one of the investors, I think, was the owners of Ruidoso Downs at the time that had that interest, and it was flagged that Hobbs would erode some of the revenues for Ruidoso on that, on the front door, not on the back door. And I think they put the track in for, I don't know, 25, 50 million. I don't know what they paid for it. And those investors, once it went in, sold it in a couple of years for 200 million, as I recall. The limit with the tracks on the 600 machines, I forgot to mention that for the tribes to get on board, they had to have exclusivity, and their exclusivity was going to be in table games on that. And that was the incentive out there for the tribes to sign off on this agreement at the time, and the tracks approved that. But there was a limit on the number of machines at the tracks, and so that was sort of background information that the legislature had to move on, and it was 600. But if you had a track that didn't have a need for all 600, they could lease some of their machines to another track on that. And I don't know whether that's 150, 200, something like that from that standpoint. But in the meantime, we've watched these machines, grow exponentially as far as the numbers on tribal lands. And then you get involved, machines 22 years ago were somewhat different if they were Class 2 machines versus Class 3 machines. The Class 2 machines now appear very, very similar to Class 3 machines, and certainly to people like myself, I couldn't tell a difference. But what's important about Class 2 versus Class 3 is that no revenue has to be paid on Class 2 from that standpoint. I guess the bottom line, and I don't think many people are wanting to listen to what I have to say, and hopefully my memory is pretty clear from that standpoint, but the bottom line is that differential between Class 2 and Class 3 has created a lot of debate in the back because there was no revenue sharing that had to be paid with that. In the meantime, governors would come along and probably threaten the tribes that if you continue with Class 2 machines, folks, we're just going to open up gaming. And so the tribes would certainly be within their legal right to have Class 2 machines. But I resent the fact that governors have been heavy-handed with the tribes from that standpoint. So when you separate this issue on the tracks and this proposal or something similar to this, I certainly won't be here to follow through on this, but I will tell every member in this chamber that I have never observed a more slippery issue than gaming in the state of New Mexico. You will have colleagues come up and tell you exactly what they're going to do, and 10 minutes later they vote the opposite way. It's sort of humorous to watch that, and you don't question that. I mean, we have a rule about that here in the legislature, but it's a very difficult situation, but very expensive. Tribes have made huge investments on that. I don't know how many tribal casinos are open now. Do anybody have an idea on that?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it's north of 50% of the tribal organizations in the state are currently open.
But half of them are closed, or less than.
Yes, sir.
They're closed. Some of them still closed.
Yes, sir. Some tribal organizations are still closed.
And we had Mescalero down in our part of the country was doing Class 3 gaming before we even entertained the debate here in the state of New Mexico. I mean, that was ongoing at the time. I went over there to look for Representative Anderson, but I never did see him there on that. But it was been a few years back, I think, on that. But that's sort of my recollection of it. I've always been an advocate of either you open it up or you close it down, and let's get away from going to court all the time and go from there. It is what it is. You had a strong advocate against gaming, Dr. Guy Clark, and I appreciate his efforts. He's very sincere in his efforts in trying to do that, and he agreed with me when I was totally against it. Now, when I'm saying, now that it's the law of the land, we probably disagree in that category. I'm sure we do, but he's very sincere in his efforts and what he's attempting to do. With that background, we're going to turn to Senator Sanchez, and if I misstated the memory, I'm going to attribute that to age, but don't make fun of it, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And no, you're pretty correct, except right now we only have one compact. All the tribes have signed on to the latest compact that we had passed here. There was a couple of them, but now everyone has signed on to the one that we last passed in the legislature. Thank you, Scott, Mr. Bowman. I can't remember the other gentleman's name for your presentation, and I think it's good to have discussion. I think it's time to have some discussion on this, but we need to make sure that all the parties are involved. And when I say the parties, it's a little different when you go into to tribal gaming and sovereign government, et cetera, et cetera. When you're having communication with the sovereign, like say the Pueblo of Laguna, Pueblo of Acoma, Mescalero, one of them, you really need to have discussion. And I don't know, and my question to Mr. Scott and Mr. Baum, or one of you or both of you, as to which tribes have you had discussion with regarding your proposal? Have you had discussions with the CEOs of the casinos, or have you actually had discussion with the tribal governments? Because they are the owners of these casinos, not the CEO. So my question is, who have you had discussion with, and what has been the response? Are they in support? Is there anyone that's opposed to it? If you can answer that.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Sanchez, thank you. Let's see, I'm going to work my way around the state. We have reached out to all of the governors. Some of the conversations have been with governors, but a lot of the conversations have been with the casino operators, the folks that work for the tribal entity. So let's see, we visited with Mescalero. We visited with Santa Ana. We've visited with Sandia. We've reached out to Isleta. We've talked to Tsuke, Okeawinge. We've had some communication with Santa Clara. We've had communication with the casino operator at Laguna. We've had conversations with Navajo Nation. And then we've reached out but haven't been able to communicate with everybody. So just earlier this week, we sent a package to every governor of the gaming tribes, even the ones that we had already talked to, which included the draft proposal idea, the union gaming study, and then just a couple of one-pagers. Senator Sanchez, does that answer your question?
Yes, that answers part of it.
Okay, yeah, that's right. And then the response. Senator and Mr. Chairman, we feel like the conversations have been good. No one has committed one way or another of the governors that we've talked to or the casino operators that we've talked to. What most of them have told us, they've listened, they've asked questions, and they've explained that, they have a process. And so they will take the proposal, the idea to their governor or to their tribal council. A lot of them have said we need to talk to the tribal council. So they have a process just like we do in the legislature, and hopefully that process has started.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Scott. Are there any of the tribes that have compacts now have come out specifically and said they're opposed to your proposal?
Mr. Chairman, they haven't told that to us, no.
Okay, thank you. Scott, you mentioned, Mr. Chair, Scott, you mentioned a study, Union something. What, and you referred to page 4 as summarizing that. What is the study, and when did the study happen? I'm trying to absorb what you gave us on page 4, and it's kind of short to try to do this. I wish we had this before, but anyway, what is your, tell me a little about the study, and when did that happen?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it over to Ethan Linder.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Sanchez, thank you again. In February 2019, we hired a company called Union Gaming out of Las Vegas, Nevada. And ultimately, the question for Union Gaming was to analyze the entire New Mexico market and identify potential growth opportunities. As the gaming industry continues to evolve, a lot of times we get so focused on what happens in New Mexico that we don't see what's happening in the broader market. And we asked a group of consultants to come in and advise us in that process. So we have the identified case study is a 20-page document. Yes, sir, you are correct. Has been summarized on page 4, but I'm sure we can get that study to Scott, and Scott can get it out to the members of the committee. But that is a full analysis of what it would look like if the 5 or 6 racetracks had unlimited gaming. And by unlimited, I mean we could have table games, we could have sports wagering, things that are identified on page 3 of our document as things we're not allowed to do today. The study was built to analyze if all those no's were turned into yeses, what would the revenue potential be? And then the total economic impact, both direct and indirect. This case study identifies roughly $520 million in economic impact to the state of New Mexico by transitioning to full Las Vegas-style gaming at 6 racetracks. That includes 4,000 direct and indirect jobs. And sir, we can make that available to you immediately following this presentation, Mr. Sanchez.
Okay, thank you. You said February 19th. Let me, this darn COVID-19 has come up again. This is totally going to affect that study, I think, that you have. This is pre-COVID-19. So I think your numbers are going to probably change pretty drastically right now because we don't have the racinos open. We don't have a lot of the casinos, tribal casinos are still open. You said north of 50%. I'm not sure that's correct. I know of 3 of them that are open, but that's all that I know. And not like Laguna has 2 of them and only 1 is open. Acoma has an open. Navajo has an open. So I'm not sure about that, but that's okay. That doesn't matter. But I think, this is talking about discussion, and I think there needs to be some heavy, serious discussion with the tribal governments of the casinos. The other thing that, and I don't know if the study states this, but I think someone said that it will increase tourism. Don't you think it's pretty much more going to reallocate or reshuffle the market? And where do you get the number where we will have additional people coming into the market to gaming, since gaming is pretty much all over the place right now? So how would, help me understand that.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Sanchez, it's a great question. Casinos, and we continue to talk about how they evolve. And I think it's important to understand that casinos need to evolve as the economy evolves, as our general population, our guests evolve. And what has become clearly evident in the casino industry is what used to be a mid-50s to mid-60s female slot player. That's what the market was 20 years ago. That's what our casino foundation is built on. The economy is not driven by that today, not in the gaming sector. What you'll realize when you go to Las Vegas, Nevada, is that it's pools, it's nightclubs, it's table games, it's diversification of an asset, all of which lead to incremental growth on the casino floor, but they're tourist attractions. What our racetracks have limitations on today don't allow us to speak to a broad audience. Without the ability to communicate via table games, I struggle to attract new clientele. For me to get a 35-year-old millennial business person who makes $100,000 a year, they're not interested in the 1999 Wheel of Fortune technology. As people have migrated to digital and they've migrated to social economic policy in nature as how they behave, slot machines are not that. Slot machines are a 24-inch wide, 6 feet tall computer that people enjoy coming and playing. But today's person looks for so much more. They look to be able to gather with friends, to talk, to celebrate, to participate. And gaming as an industry has evolved. We as a racetrack industry in the state of New Mexico cannot currently talk to those patrons. And most of our racetracks are located within 30 miles of the Texas border or another state border. we're not typically close to other tribal organizations or other racetracks. And most of our analysis can both reveal, and the New Mexico analysis can reveal, whether there's migration between one location or another. And if we look at a property like Sunlands Park, and I'll speak specifically that because that's where we work, our business comes from Texas. It doesn't come from Albuquerque. It doesn't come from Santa Fe. The incremental dollars that we make will be new money to the state of New Mexico. And we believe in our market that there is potential upside for things beyond slot machines. And as we grow those crowds from the non-55-year-old female slot player to something that's much different than that, we'll further strengthen our business from diversification, just like we're trying to diversify away from some of the oil and gas stuff. Slot machines are what casinos are trying to get away from as that clientele has migrated to more social interaction. So, sir, to answer your question, I truly believe we need to add more tools to our tool belt to help us grow our market and not necessarily steal our market. Just do one in regards to our location, because we are so far away from our competition. We feel that most of this will most likely be new money, sir, to the state of New Mexico. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sanchez, if you have any more questions, I'm available.
Thank you. Does this proposal, and I haven't seen the proposed legislation, and I won't be here to vote on it anyway, but does the proposed legislation, what does it, because the question here is the state ready to expand gaming? Is the state ready to open up gaming? And if you open up gaming wide open, you open up internet gaming. And if you open up internet gaming, if the state decides to open up internet gaming, then it opens up the compacts, because the tribes, if I recall the compacts, the compacts, I believe, and I stand corrected if I'm wrong, the compacts state that tribes will not participate in internet gaming, I believe. And if that happens, how is this not going to open it up wide open? How is it going to expanding the gaming to the casinos, to the racinos? How is that not down the road state that you don't have to have racing to open up gaming, to have the casino? I mean, those are questions that they're going through my mind. I haven't seen your study other than the numbers here, so I'm trying to comprehend or absorb some of that without, I'm blind, I'm shooting blind.
Mr. Chairman and Senator, I'm going to give the microphone to Ethan, but yeah, the compact says that if internet gaming were to come to New Mexico, that is the one issue that would open up discussions on the compacts. And that's actually in the compact itself, that internet gaming would force renegotiation, opening up the compacts. But you are correct, Senator, that passage of some sort of something around this proposal would open up the compacts.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Sanchez, I want to be very clear on iGaming. And again, iGaming has evolved substantially in the last 10 years, but in an unbelievable pace in the last 180 days. I first want to inform everybody or talk a little bit about iGaming in general. For those of you who are not aware, iGaming is happening in the state of New Mexico today. There are companies like DraftKings and FanDuel who are open and accepting wagers in New Mexico today. They publicize it on their websites. They are not taxed. They are not regulated by anybody in the state of New Mexico. If there's going to be an industry in the state of New Mexico, we believe it should be New Mexico businesses participating in that. We believe it should be regulated, Senator, and we believe that the state should benefit. We know today, I've tested from my office that I can log in. We haven't made wagers, but we know we can. We know that 60 million individuals in the United States gamble on FanDuel and DraftKings. They publicly tell everybody because they're trying to grow their markets. That means 1 in 6 people in the state of New Mexico are using online gaming today, sir. The public information from these companies is saying over $230 million are wagered in New Mexico every year via these two organizations, and they're not regulated. The tribal organizations are not able to capitalize, and neither are the racetracks. Our view on iGaming, again, sir, is that if it's going to happen, we believe New Mexico businesses should be allowed to participate in addition to the tribal. And we can make that information available, but we believe it is the future of gaming, and we believe, well, at least a portion of gaming as it continues to evolve. But we honestly want to make sure everybody's aware that it is happening in New Mexico today, and we believe there should be some benefit to the state of New Mexico, and it shouldn't be shipped out to other locations. Sir?
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, do you believe that internet gaming is allowed as a matter of federal law? And have you always seeked an opinion on that issue?
You said chairman to me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, Senator. What was the question again?
Okay, is internet gaming allowed under federal law? And if it is or not, have you all received an opinion if you all would be able to do that? Should we open up this gambling further?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Sanchez, internet gaming is evolving every session. Currently, there are states like Pennsylvania, New Jersey, West Virginia that are active. Many of them actually work through the lottery. Many of them work through casinos. I can tell you today that there are states that are currently generating 20% of their gaming revenue from online gaming. That gaming could be a slot machine, it could be a table game, it could be any variation of those. In addition to others have rolled out online sports wagering as well, sir. I cannot give you the backing from the federal side, but I can tell you there are highly regulated states today that do operate under that capacity, sir.
Okay, thank you. And I don't want to dominate the conversation here, but I think it's a good conversation that we need to have. Like I said, I won't be here to vote on it come the session, but I think the question is here, I think that needs to be looked at is, okay, should we move forward with this proposal? Is it going to blow a hole in our revenue for the state? Because we are state senators, representatives that represent the state, and we need to look after the revenue for the state. So we need to look, I think the numbers, like I said, this came to us just before your presentation, so I haven't been able to absorb these numbers, and you're doing it based on a study that was prior to COVID-19, which are going to change these numbers drastically, I think, and going forward. But I think that's I think that's what we need to look at. We need to look at as a state, how is this going to affect our revenues? And is the state, are the citizens of the state of New Mexico ready to move forward with expanding gaming in the state of New Mexico? And secondly, we also need to keep in mind and be cognizant on that we, in good faith, the legislature of the state of New Mexico, negotiated these compacts with the tribes in good faith. And we need to make sure that they are part of this conversation. And I think you all, Mr. Scanlon, Scott, and Mr. Lamy, you all said that you want to have a conversation. And I suggest that you do, and I applaud you for that, but have the conversation not only with the CEOs, because they work for the tribes. The tribes look after their citizens, which are a sovereign nation. So make sure you include the tribal administrations and the tribal councils, if so be it, the way you can do it that way, and make sure that you include these two bodies, the House of Representatives in the state of New Mexico and the executive, because if these compacts are going to be open, they go to the executive first before they come to the legislature. So make sure that is, and I appreciate you bringing this up, because I think it needs to have a very serious and in-depth conversation, and I thank you all for your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, as a reminder, we're going to go to 4 o'clock. We've got 14 people on the list, and the chair will end this presentation at 4 o'clock. And if we worked our way through 3 or 4, and the other 10 are going to get left off from that. So I encourage the next few questions to be fairly quick and to the point in response to that. Mr. Body, did you want to respond to?
Mr. Chair, I heard your message loud and clear. I'll wait for the next question.
Okay, thank you. Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been involved in this racing thing more than I ever wanted to. I made the foolish decision to run for county commissioner a number of years ago with an empty racetrack sitting out on our fairgrounds, and then you guys decided, Senator Smith decided to pass a law that said we could open that thing again and make some money on it, and so we opened the track. I got to be the chairman that negotiated the deal on that, so. But it's changed drastically. I think looking at your numbers, if I can, Scott, or somebody down there in the front, you're looking at current 2019, not current, 2019 numbers of $190 million, all sources. Is that from gaming? Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, yes, sir, you are correct.
So 190 million, and then Senator Sanchez said COVID's changed all of that, and it has. $190 million is almost all gone, I would guess. Is that fairly accurate?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, yes, sir, we've been closed for approximately 200 days, and in that time, we have made 0 payments, sir.
I don't know, the tribes might have made some revenue sharing contributions. I don't know what that amount is, but it's probably at least half of what's there. I don't know how many of those casinos are open and paying, but anyway, COVID has killed us on the racetrack revenue, or the gaming revenues, no doubt. Let's see, you're proposing we would open up tracks to essentially the same level of gaming that the tribes currently enjoy. Is that a fair assessment?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, yes, that is correct.
And then you're, as opposed to currently, and well, what would then happen is the tribes would not have any revenue sharing at that point, but the racinos, the racetracks would continue on essentially the same formula that they're currently under. You'd pay the 46% in combined taxes and purses, and you'd have to run your tracks on the 54% remaining. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, perhaps, but again, once we open up the Gaming Control Act, and once we start crunching numbers to ensure that we can make up that difference, those tax structures might change. So I guess the answer to your question is perhaps.
Well, I was just looking at your proposal. The proposal, the numbers you calculated are based on the current tax structure and fee structure, right?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, yes, under the current tab, that is the 46% that the racetracks currently pay, and the variable structure. These are facts from the Gaming Control Board. Under the expanded section, those estimates follow the math associated with the proposed legislation. So based on the study we received, we attached those numbers to the industry standard tax identifiers in the proposal, and that will be a blended tax of closer to 40%. Industry-wide, things like sports wagering and table games fall under a different tax structure, but as Mr. Scanlon said, those could be discussed as we work through the process.
Fair enough. Are tracks eligible to utilize Class 2 machines? And if so, do you pay the tax on them?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Senator, our plan would be to continue with Class 3 gaming, and all would comply with the tax structure designated in the law.
Well, my question is, do you currently use Class 2? Do any racetracks, I know some of the tribes do, but do any racetracks use Class 2 machines?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, not to my knowledge, I believe all racetracks use Class 3 slot machines.
Which are fully taxable, but you're not legally entitled to run Class 2s? Do we know the answer to that, or does?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Neville, racetracks right now are tied in to the Gaming Control Board central control or central monitoring system, and that system doesn't allow for Class 2 machines.
Fair enough. Tribes, though, I understand in many cases, I know that one of the casinos near me is totally Class 2 machines, I believe. Do we have any idea how many Class 2 machines are out there that are in casinos? The tribal casinos?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, we do not have an exact figure on those Class 2 devices, sir.
But it's safe to say we're not getting revenue share off of those. Is that likely?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, it's my belief that if there are Class 2 games, that yes, you are not receiving tax payment or revenue share. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. Just to give you the crowd, the group, the committee, some idea, when you take 46% off the top of your gross revenue, gross before taxes, and then you have to operate with your personnel and so forth, it's a pretty tough deal. In my area, Sunray is the track that San Juan County actually owns the premises, but it's leased out to Sunray Gaming. There are, I believe, if I counted right, 6 casinos in the trade area of San Juan County, and our population of the county is 130,000. That doesn't include the Durango and the Colorado portion. There's 2 casinos that don't show on your map that are actually in Colorado, one in the Ute Mountain and one in the Southern Utes. So one of those is a very extensive casino. It's hard to compete with that. So from our local economic standpoint, to keep Sunray running, which employs a lot of people, well, it did employ a lot of people before COVID, to keep it running, they're going to have to do something. I think one of the owners called me the other day, and they're getting pretty stressed out over what's going to happen, whether they're ever going to be able to open again. The competitiveness of these tracks is very difficult. It varies from community to community. If you're in El Paso, it's a lot better because you don't have any tribal casinos nearby. If you're probably in Hobbs, it's not such a big deal. You don't have any tribal casinos nearby, but it's a whole different game whenever you're in Ruidoso, which has one, or if you're in San Juan County, where we've got 6 of them. So with that, I'll turn the table back, but I appreciate the answers to the questions. Thank you.
Senator Papin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I think you can't really tell the difference between Class 2 and Class 3 gaming because I've gone and done it, and there's really almost no difference, I don't think, except I think the way that they pay out. But that being said, it would seem to me that this proposal should go forward with the chairman of the different tribes. They should work this out with the chairman of the tribes and see what they want to do, what they're willing to do, and how they can come together. I don't think that's up to us to necessarily work it out. I think that's up to the tribes themselves to work this out with the racetracks and see what can happen, Mr. Chairman. And the other question I want to ask is, where is the 6th track? We had all these people that came in that were going to do the 6th track, and that seems to have died and gone away. Is that still very viable, or is that not viable?
Under the law, it's viable.
Well, I mean actively viable, Mr. Chairman.
I can't answer that.
Can you, Scott, can you, or Rick, can you all answer that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Payton, Senator Payton, I can't see you guys, so you're throwing me a curve here. The 6th track was looked at from numerous entities, and the Racing Commission had performed a study. We've actually looked at the numbers, and at the time, with the way the industry was performing, not just in New Mexico, but across the country, it was going to be hard to have the horse population needed to operate the 6 racetrack. With our proposal that we're looking at today, New Mexico is one of the few states remaining with mixed meets. And what I mean by that, you run thoroughbreds and quarter horses on the same day. This 6th track, if it's looked at properly, would give New Mexico the opportunity to have straight meets. So there would be a thoroughbred only meet running at one track and then a quarter horse meet running at another track, which would give the horses the opportunity for the outs that they deserve. That would create a circuit within the state of New Mexico, possibly 2 circuits, that the horsemen and the horse owners, more specifically, could take advantage of. And what I mean by taking advantage of, that equals opportunities of quality. And that's the purpose of the 6th track, is to get us to the next level. As I said earlier, there's only a couple of states left with mixed means.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to ask, in looking at this proposal with the amount of money that would be coming to the state, are we talking higher or lower amount of money coming to the state, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Sanchez, ultimately, if the racetracks were allowed to operate under the proposed legislation, it would be an incremental gain to the state of New Mexico. It would be a gain to the horse purse account, and potentially, if written as structured, would be a gain for all tribal organizations. Senator Papen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, I know we keep looking at things. They're talking about legalizing marijuana, recreational marijuana, to bring more money into the state. So that's why I'm asking that question. Are we going to increase the amount of money coming to the state, or will this decrease the amount of money coming to the state?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Papen, just to address specifically, and I'll be short, we wanted to be very clear with the committee. The only numbers we are disclosing is the direct tax implication to taxes from gaming, taxes from purses, and tribal revenue share. At no point in time have we taken into consideration the impact of new jobs, a $200 million plus facility at a particular location, or any ancillary income that could be caused by that. We just want to make that clear, ma'am, that at this point in time we are calling for growth, not including all the ancillary indirect benefits that would come from the growth of the industry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, it seems to me if this can be worked out with the Native American tribes, as it should be, the ancillary business that's also in the horse racing business is a tremendous economic development in the state of New Mexico, as well as the jobs from raising alfalfa to the barns to everything else. And I think this is something that also helps the racing industry be able to survive in a very good way, and that we can keep racing going if we can work this out with the tribes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Munoz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be as quick as I can here. I wanted to ask Scott or Rick or the expert witness. So when we expand gaming, and this includes internet gaming, and go through the list that to expand that gaming, if we consider this.
Mr. Chair, Senator Munoz, we've had with some tribal entities conversation about the iGaming aspect of it, but to answer your question directly, yes, there's some tribes that I don't feel currently, they had to go back and perform their due diligence, that they're in favor of it. They've looked at it from a brick and mortar aspect, as well as we have. Senator, when we have given this consideration, when Ethan made mention earlier to FanDuel and DraftKings, those customers are not coming to the brick and mortar to be recognized of their age. Are they 21 and over? Everything would start at brick and mortar, and our proposal and our suggestion to the tribes, so we know who our customers are, we know their behaviors by their amount of play and so forth, so that we have some accountability on those players as well. So I hope I answered your question. It's early in the game, but I think it's a consideration that we need to take forthright and move forward with, because with FanDuel and DraftKings, they have went into jurisdictions where they knew that they were federally approved, but they weren't approved within the states. So they have changed in certain jurisdictions where they had to seek approval to operate, and that's what we were recommending here in the state of New Mexico, that they needed to seek approval for operation, and then the state needed to benefit off of them operating in the state as well.
So, Mr. Chairman and Scott or Rick, so if we, and I completely understand our losses on internet gaming or FanBook or all the internet gaming. This also includes sports books. Well, this includes expanding your gaming hours, right? And alcohol on the floor, so you have to open it up to a full Vegas casino style, correct? Sports books, everything's going to have to come together to get that revenue number. So when they did this study, what percentage they put that New Mexico would get off of internet gaming? And what percentage would you gain by expanding the gaming hours? And how much would you gain by alcohol sales on the floor?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Munoz, it's a pretty granular conversation when you get down to the analytics of a per game type. But I can tell you that there's variable taxes for table games at approximately 15%. For things like sports wagering and online wagering or iGaming, they typically start at around 10%. And the reason those is, and I'm going to speak openly, our current organizations don't have the skill set to run those in-house. We would need to bring in partnerships, we would need to bring in organizations to assist us to make sure they were run at the highest caliber and be the best operations as they are in other jurisdictions. When that happens, there's a lot of costs and overhead that make them very hard to work out economically, so they typically have a lower 10% range. Things like alcohol, it looks anywhere between 10 and 20% lift, but those lifts get a little skewed because you see a 10% lift on table games, you see a 10% lift on slots. So we can walk through the modeling of those scenarios for you, but each piece is a portion of the growth potential for the state. So we can't say if we approve iGaming that it's 20% because iGaming benefits from table games. If we have table games, sports wagering increases because those two sports and table games have similar traits. A slot player doesn't typically do sports wagering. So they all kind of work together and balance and work in this symbiotic relationship. But those are things that we can discuss further, sir. But if we were to get into the granular, I think we would probably lose everybody in the committee, including some of us here at the table. But we're happy to discuss those numbers with you further, Mr. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And those are the numbers that are going to come back to the state. And I just want to make a point here is why would we as a state want to give up the revenue sharing with the compacts and not make additional money off of internet gaming and open it up? I mean, it's a bargaining chip that you guys have to negotiate. We're going to have to negotiate between the tribes and the state. But I also want to make the point that the casino at Farmington, Sunray, I mean, it's almost broke. I mean, that you talk to the horse racers up there, and they're running three-legged ponies that can barely make it. And the only thing that's saving Sunray is the casino. It's not the horse racing. It's not drawing that many people. And so, how do you add a sixth track when you have one track that was positioned well, and we did the compacts, and now it's moved to different. It's moved off in a different direction because the tribes have inundated them in the surrounding areas. I think I want to ask one other question too, but these are very important things because we don't know, and you can't guarantee us that we're going to go from, in one of your scenarios, to 222 million from what currently with 5 tracks 189 to 222 million in revenue to offset the $70 million we lost. And so unless you guys are going to guarantee us at some point that we can replace the 70 million, however we're going to get that guarantee, because when the numbers come down, they never match up. And I think I said this earlier, I haven't been here forever, but I've been here for a while. And so I've learned that they always say we can get to these numbers, but it never seems to happen. Where is the initial capital going to come if there was a fifth track? Is there already an investor? Where would you get those investment funds?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Munoz, during the last presentation that was given to the Racing Commission, there were actually 5 different parties that were interested. One, as the chairman alluded to earlier, was in Wardsburg, 1 in Tucumcari, and 3 in Clovis. So it'd be coming from privately funded individuals. The study that I'm about to make reference to was performed by the Racing Commission, and the study was performed by Convergence, and their projections show that anywhere from a high side of $66 million in revenue to the state on the 6th racing license, to a low side of $42 million and 15 million in Lordsburg. So there is, based on the Racing Commission study, it shows that Clovis is the market from 51 million, 53 million, and 66 million in that market alone. So, Mr. Chair, Senator Munoz, I hope I answered your question.
I think you did. Just to wrap this up, I don't know where, Sunray's not here, and I don't see them in the presentation. Do you have an agreement, and are all the racing tracks that are currently operating in New Mexico, have they seen this piece of legislation, this draft? Where are you at in discussions? Are you guys all in agreement, or are we going to end up with one or two stragglers fighting off somebody?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Munoz, we've had discussions with all 5 tracks. We've had numerous discussions. All 5 tracks have seen the draft discussion proposal. There are still conversations ongoing. Matter of fact, we've got another conversation coming up Thursday of next week with all 5 tracks. All of our tracks, we understand that we have issues that we need to address as well, such as the circuit racing, the schedule of stakes races, straight meets versus the mixed meets, and so forth. So, to tell you, I'll say the same as the tribes. We've had conversation. Everyone's performing due diligence and looking at their different markets and so forth. But it's been good, healthy conversations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Lundstrom.
Alrighty, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to take a ton of time here. I just feel that with this presentation, there's no clear opinion from what the tribes think. We have an industry-supported study with no independent review by Tax and Rev or anybody. The volatility of revenue projections that we heard yesterday, it's just simply not possible for review today to get into all the detail. I've even seen here in the LFC review that there's a piece in here to eliminate the Gaming Control Board of monitoring of gaming machines. I don't know who this would all fall under, but I can tell you, because we simply don't have enough time to go through this before 4 o'clock in any way, that we will, if it gets that far, we'd have to get into a full hearing in HAFC, and I assure you that will happen. Anything that has a general fund impact or would threaten the general fund based on the volatility of what we heard yesterday and the needs that we heard today regarding schools and everybody else, I assure you, gentlemen, you'll get a full hearing if it gets that far. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be short. Gentlemen, if you would give me short answers, it'll save some time for the others who are anxiously awaiting. First of all, in short answers, please. On sports gaming, and I understand this is a proposed bill, so let's not get dancing around on well, if, and that sort of thing. Let's just say the bill that you're proposing, does it give exclusive sports gaming? Sports gaming to the tracks and the tribes. Can others in New Mexico do that at a future date?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Anderson, the current proposed legislation would allow the tribal organizations that are allowed for gaming to have sports wagering, and it would allow for the 6 racetracks who have gaming to have sports wagering. It would be restricted in this current proposal to those groups.
So just to restate that, if I could, Mr. Linder, the way the bill is, it is exclusive sports gaming for the tracks and the tribes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Then my next question was relative to money for gaming addiction. Does this put more money into that pot? Because that would be my understanding.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, or Representative Anderson, yes, sir. The percentages would follow all the additional gaming revenue.
Thank you very much. Then I look at horse track improvements. That's an issue I've talked to some of the track owners about over the last several years. Track improvements involve horse safety, for that matter, jockey safety. And I was just curious whether or not there's any provision in the bill that would enhance track's abilities to make improvements in their track, or is that after tax?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Anderson, with the additional revenues would equal the capital to go along, and I know that the current 5 racetracks are all about the safety aspect of our equine athlete, and I know that's a very high front of mind scenario that we all look at. So to answer your question, is it in the bill? No, sir. Is it front of mind and something that we currently think about on a daily basis? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, I think it might be something you want to think about, only because I think it will broaden future support. I'm going to ask a couple more real quick ones. Who is Union Gaming? Who owns that entity? Where are they from? Who hired them? Who paid them? Do they do it for free? Just a quick summary of Union Gaming, please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Anderson, Union Gaming Analytics is a Las Vegas, Nevada-based firm. They were engaged by Sunland Park Racetrack, Ruidoso Downs, Sunray Park, Zia Park, and the New Mexico Horsemen's Association in 2019 for this study.
Thank you. And the amount of the contract?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Anderson, I do not have that number in front of me.
Thank you. And Union Gaming Analytics is obviously a company that I'm unfamiliar with, but I take it they do this across the nation.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Anderson, Union Gaming is known for analysis in places like Singapore, Macau, Las Vegas, New York. They are a worldwide organization that happen to be based out of Las Vegas, Nevada. And Representative Anderson, I was told that this study cost $36,000.
Thank you very much, Mr. Linder. Then I'm going to close with racetrack tax. I'm confused about the 5-track, 6-track. And what I'm confused about goes like this. We currently have 5 tracks. We have 15 casinos in the tracks. 15 casinos being both tribal and associated with the racetracks. I think I counted them on a map. My question is, who are the beneficiaries of passing this bill? Well, it's the tribes, it's the tracks, it's the horsemen. Arguably, it's many New Mexicans who enjoy gaming. So I think, well, that's a lot of beneficiaries. What if they present us a schedule that says if there was a 6-track, you'll make more money if you pass this bill. You'll have more revenue if you pass this bill, according to Union Gaming. I think, okay, but what do we have to watch out for? And it seems to me that if in this bill there's got to be a standstill that says the beneficiaries will not object to a 6-track if that day ever came. And that is a comment. I don't necessarily expect a response, but I think that if we do something to the benefit of these wonderful tracks and casinos, then we must not set ourselves up for the day when the 6th license comes around that we want to consider, because it increases the revenues back above where it was before, that everybody's against it. So that's my comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kernan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of my questions have been answered, and wanted to just also talk a little bit about the horsemen and the horse industry and how important that is to New Mexico as well, and we need to continue to support that. If this should pass, would the additional revenue that's raised, would that in any way translate into either additional race days or additional races within the day? Does that impact the opportunity for more racing?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kernan, by looking at the proposal that I mentioned earlier of having straight meets versus mixed meets, that'll give both breeds the opportunity for more opportunity, the opportunity for opportunities, I guess one can say. So currently, right now, we're around a 60-40 split at some of the racetracks, or 60% thoroughbreds and 40% quarter horses. Ruidoso runs basically in reverse. It's around 60% for the quarters, high side, and 40% for the thoroughbred. The straight meets would give the breeds the opportunity and availability to also run it more purse money. Horses aren't any different than humans. We've got so many good fights left in us, and for whatever value that purse that it is for that horse, that'll give them the opportunity to make additional revenues.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, should the legislation pass and the compacts change or go away, or however that would end up being, would that give the opportunity for the tribes to basically move throughout the state and open satellite casinos in other places off of tribal land?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, the compacts that I don't want to lose this point. We can't get rid of the compacts, and if something were to pass that were to expand gaming in New Mexico, the revenue sharing would be impacted or would stop. But Mr. Chairman and Senator, I think the ability for the Native American tribes to open up satellite casinos and things like that throughout the state of New Mexico is probably very, very, very slim. When Congress passed the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, there was some discussion about off-reservation casinos, and I think that was successful across the United States, and maybe 3 or 4 times going back to the first Bush administration, and nothing has happened on that since. So I think I'm not the expert in that, but I have my doubts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One other question with regard to being so close to Texas. Can you give me an update on kind of where they are with regard to gaming and whether that's getting any closer?
Okay. Mr. Chair, Senator Kernan, the racing industry in Texas has received a tax, I believe it started a year or so ago, from the agricultural industry. The tax is placed into purses, and that has made it, I'll say, somewhat lucrative. The race dates have become more of a quality product rather than the amount of race dates. So, and I promise you, I'm going to be wrong with my exact numbers here, but there are around 100 total race days now between Lone Star Park, Sam Houston, and Retama, and they're currently averaging around 250,000 per day, including their stakes. So, as far as the gaming goes, Scott and I made a trip to Austin approximately a year ago, not quite that long, to have a conversation with the Chief of Staff for the Governor due to the Antigua operation in El Paso, who's operating Class 2 machines illegally, and we did briefly touch on Class 3, and there's nothing on the horizon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one last comment with regard to the patrons and how those patrons are changing. And I think you're absolutely right. If we don't make changes, if we're going to do gaming and we don't make changes and more or less upgrade and go a different direction, I think we run the risk of actually losing revenue down the road. So I think that's a good point to make and something that needs to be considered as we look at this. Thank you very much.
Representative Javier Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, presenters. I'll be brief. A lot of my questions have been answered. As I look at this map, Mr. Chair and presenters, of where the current racinos are located. It seems to me like it's a good opportunity to bring outside money, and I know that you all touched upon this earlier. Specifically, under your proposal, how would you incentivize that new money coming in? I'm not particularly interested in getting folks on Social Security to just throw their money in the slot machine, although some will do that. But I'm more interested in the economic development opportunity that comes with bringing in people from Colorado, people from Texas in to spend their money in our state.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Martinez, it's a great question. I can tell you, and I'll try to make it brief, I've worked in roughly 10 jurisdictions across the country, most recently in Las Vegas, Nevada, and I can tell you it's hard work, but I think you've got to create a product that appeals to people. I think New Mexico has an opportunity, specifically on the eastern portion, but in also other regions of the state, to really appeal to a market that does not have that demand or does not have that supply today. So Texas has no gaming legal outside of horse racing. I've worked on the eastern portion of Texas for years. I ran a $1 billion enterprise on the Beaumont side in a city of 70,000 people. That property generates $500 million every year. Competition came in, we were scared to death. They built another 1,000 rooms next to us in a town of 70,000 people. The market grew by 150%. It sounds crazy. The premise of if you build it, they will come, you have to build a good product. You have to have an amenity set that talks to these individuals. It's our job as operators to work with the legislative body of the committee to get the laws passed. It's then our job as operators to create a product to draw people in, whether that is from 100 miles away or 300 miles away. It's our job. We have to compete with Arizona. And in order to do that, we have to build products that compete with Arizona. And that's going to take pools, and that's going to take spas, and that's going to take table games. This is not a one-trick pony. Unfortunately, it has been, and it has been in multiple jurisdictions, but I think right now is our time to look at how can we compete with those resort markets and make New Mexico more of a resort market. And with closing, I'll tell you, after working in Nevada, we have the exact same weather in many markets in New Mexico, and we don't take advantage of it today. We haven't broadened our gaming into that world, but I think we have an incredible opportunity to do that. And when we do, we don't have a lot of competition in that world. I can tell you, in 750-mile circle, we don't have that competition. So if New Mexico stands up and builds that product, the consumers will come. We'll have our work cut out for us to draw them in, but we first have to build it. And when we do, it'll be our job to sell it, and I truly believe we can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Chairman, I think you've absolutely nailed the point. This proposal is all about tourism. And one of the things, very frankly, we hope that with this proposal, with these discussions that we're going to be going forward, that we really stop talking about tribal gaming versus non-tribal gaming. If this idea is to work, this has got to become a gaming industry in New Mexico where everyone helps each other. And we don't need to talk about what is this going to do to the Albuquerque market or this market or that. We have 20 years of experience. The markets are pretty much what they are. What this proposal does, it says people who want a game, people who want to visit a beautiful state, there are 6 track locations that offer wonderful opportunities. There are 10, 12, 14 gorgeous tribal facilities that offer lots of opportunities. Come to New Mexico. Come to New Mexico, spend your money, enjoy our beautiful weather, enjoy everything, and let's go on our way. So this proposal, I think, is as revolutionary as you can think of. So anyway, I know I need to be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, presenters. I think that should this proposal take the form of a bill for the next session, I think that's certainly a question that for me would need to be answered, right, is, and you nailed it right on the head, right, is how do you combine this, how do you marry this with tourism? I think that's really the sweet spot from an economic development perspective. Obviously, I don't have to mention all of the issues with tribal gaming compacts and whatnot. I mean, that's a discussion that absolutely needs to be had. And then the revenue sharing and the financial benefit to the state. My last point, Mr. Chair, I've as a member of this committee over the last couple of years, I've really gotten to learn a lot about racetracks. I grew up right down the street from the Downs, never went to the Downs. I think I've been once in my adult life. But in the last 2 years, I've been fortunate to learn a lot over the course of meetings here with this committee. And one thing that sticks with me, Mr. Chair, is we're undecided on racetracks. It's like we don't want them to go away because there's like this tradition and history and appreciation for it, yet we don't really let them flourish, I guess, in a way. We kind of tie their hands. And so, I'm not a gambler. Anybody who's ever gambled with me will tell you I gamble with my heart and I lose half the time, probably 80% of the time, I should say. Terrible gambler. So for me, it's not really sort of an appreciation of gambling necessarily. It's if this is going to be an economic development tool, then let's do it. Let's use it. But I'm not really interested in just propping up these industries for the next 50 years simply because we have an affinity for them, yet we don't really let them reach their full potential. So with that, I'll close, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the opportunity.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott, this question is kind of for you, I guess. You said that you had talked to these casinos about where they sat at on this thing you're trying to do. Is that true?
Mr. Chairman and Representative, we have reached out to a number of them. We haven't talked to everybody, but we did prior to this hearing, we did send the bill, the package to every tribal gaming governor and or president.
Mr. Chairman, Scott, because I think you mentioned you had talked to Laguna, Route 66 and stuff. I got emails from all these people, and I represent 6 of these casinos. One is Sky City, Dancing Eagle, Route 66, Isleta, and Fire Rock. And they are strongly opposed to what you're trying to do on these things here. And I thought you had spoke to them, but apparently not. But I got these emails from these people just a little bit ago. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I think we should stand by our word, what we promised the tribes and pueblos on their gaming compacts. Number 2, Senator Munoz said that $70 million hole we're going to put in a budget that is there for sure, and you're guesstimating that we might cover it or might not cover it. Is that true?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Garcia, our initial estimates believe that on direct payments from 6 racetracks, we can exceed the current contribution to the state of New Mexico, and that again is direct revenues only. In addition, we believe the indirect will far exceed the current figures.
Thank you for that. Another thing that, Mr. Chairman, that I have a problem with is, and you gentlemen that are presenting this, have you taken consideration what problems alcohol is going to cause? Like DWI accidents, health issues, problems that go home with people that are drunk, and how it affects the children that are home when the mom and dad go home drunk. Have you taken this into consideration?
Representative Garcia, we take that in consideration when we're open on a daily basis. New Mexico being a dram shop state, it makes the property liable for incidents. So we have numerous security guards on property. We have all of our staff trained. Our slot attendants are trained. Of course, our bartenders, our security, management, supervisors, they're all trained to notice any kind of addictive behavior, including alcohol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. if you read on New Mexico, we're first on DWIs. We're first on the worst and last on the best all the time. And I think by what we're trying to do here, we're going the wrong way. You know, we're trying to entice people to go to these casinos due to the alcohol, free rooms, free lunches, and I don't think that's a good idea. I really don't. You know, that's my opinion of it. And like I said, I also talked to the people from Sandia, Santa Ana casinos, and they're opposed to this also. So I don't know who you've been talking to that has told you any different, but you know, these are about 6 or 7 of the biggest casinos in our state, and they're all opposed to it. And you know, and these problems we're trying to put on these people it's just not a good idea. What do you think of that?
Mr. Chairman and Representative, we have a proposal, we have a draft, we have an idea. So I guess what the folks are communicating with you are saying is that they're opposed to talking. And if that's the case, then I guess it is what it is. But, you know, major pieces of legislation don't pass unless there's conversation and people talk. And that's what the purpose of this presentation is to begin a conversation. I'll end with that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Scott, you know, that would be a good idea if you did talk to all these casinos to get them on board, you know, instead of trying to force something through it. And, you know, because these people are completely opposed to this. And here you are saying that, I know it's just a draft, but you should really talk to all these casinos personally, the people that are in charge of these casinos, not the workers that are there. You know, the leaders of these pueblos, that they need to know what's going on with this stuff. And just one more thing, just a question: is Sunland Park for sale?
Sunland Park for sale? No, sir.
Okay, thank you. I had heard it was. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of comments. I know that Senator Sanchez had mentioned it would be good to take this and work a lot of the problems out with the tribes before you come to the legislature. And then I think Senator Papin mentioned it would be good to work this out with all the other racetracks and the tribes. I know that when the 6th Racino was proposed in Clovis, there was a lot of opposition to that. And some of the opposition was from some of the other tracks. There was a concern from the folks in Ruidoso that traffic out of Lubbock and Amarillo would be intercepted if there were another track in Clovis, and they had some concern. So I agree with those comments that I heard. It would be beneficial to the legislature for sure, but I think it'd be beneficial to all parties concerned if in fact we work through a lot of the issues with all the tracks, make sure all the tracks were on board, and then work through with all the tribal entities. And that was really my only comment, Mr. Chairman, was to encourage the presenters today to go ahead and complete the task of working with the other tracks, make sure there's 100% buy-in and agreement on a plan, and then work together with the tribal entities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We've got 20 more minutes, and we've got 4 more people on the list right now. Senator Woods.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. I know that I'm probably not figuring this right, but what I keyed in on here was how much it was going to raise the purses for the horsemen in the state of New Mexico. And man, I've got figures all over this piece of paper, but I come up with $724 million increase to the purses. Is that anywhere close to what y'all are figuring?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Woods, currently, prior to 2020, in 2019, purses received approximately 48 million. Under the current proposal, they would increase by 28 million a year from 48 million to 76. In the 10-year period we are discussing, purses, instead of being 480 million, would be 760, and which we call out in figure 5, says there will be an additional $280 million to the purse account, sir.
Yeah, I was just thinking about how much faster horse that was going to bring into this state, Mr. Chairman. I don't know whether you ever been out there to Santa Anita or any of those tracks out there, but those horses can blow a hole in the wind, sir. And I would just love to see that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hope you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Thank you. Just one quick question, Mr. Chairman, and then I have a comment. When we say, we use the term open it up, and I think Senator Kernan talked a little bit about it, but when we say open it up, does that mean having full casinos, not just at racetracks, at the racinos, but are we going to open this up to other organizations, not just say, what first comes to mind is the Elks, the Eagles, and Veterans Club have the slot machines in there and all that stuff, but truly open this up to other organizations, whereas the Caesar organization or the Wynn organization or Harrah's or somebody would be interested in coming in and say next to the high-rise hotel that Sunland Park puts in, there's a Harrah's Club next to it, and you develop situations where you have little clusters where people come not only for the races, but also for the casinos, for the entertainment, for the restaurants, and so on and so forth. Is that basically the proposal here, to look long range at how we expand tourism through the gaming industry into Mexico?
Mr. Chair, Senator Burt, the current proposal would be for tribal casinos and racetracks only. But there's nothing to say. I mean, Penn National Gaming is in the market today, and they're at Zia Park. They're, I believe, the largest gaming organization operation in the world currently. There's nothing to say that Wynn and/or Caesars may not eventually end up within the state. But to answer your question, it's just the current tracks and tribes.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm not opposed to nor in favor of opening up to that extent. I'm just looking at it from a private sector viewpoint and looking down the road. I do believe that the research that you all have done probably has a lot of validity to it, but I would suggest that maybe we have the state review the data that you have. I think maybe yet another independent study that would not rival, that's not the right term, but parallel your study, look at that so we'd have a little more information. I hate studying things to death because it drags it down, takes forever to get done. But Mr. Chairman, if there's not an industry in the world right now that's not being changed by technology dramatically. We had a 3 to 4 hour discussion with education, and education in New Mexico and all over the world is changing because you can't go to school now, so you have to do it online. And we've been talking about this for the longest time, but we've never done anything about it. Now, because of the COVID pandemic, we've had to make changes in the way we do education. Is that the way we want to keep going? No, we want to get kids back in school. But it opens the door to new technology, new possibilities, new opportunities for education to expand. We look at the liquor laws in the state of New Mexico, and we can certainly discuss the attributes or lack thereof of liquor sales and certainly of gambling. But the reality is, gambling is already established in the state of New Mexico. But for whatever reason, in New Mexico, oftentimes we restrict the viability of an industry, or we kind of pull the reins in on them to where not only that particular business or industry, but also the state of New Mexico does not receive the full benefit of that industry. I've often asked economic development to not just look for new industry to come into the state of New Mexico, but benefit and try and work with the industry that's already here to expand them and maximize the benefit, because we can expand and benefit from the taxes certainly that go along with those industries that are already established here in the state of New Mexico. You know, we also have to look at some things like taking the tax off of income tax and veterans retirement. That restricts New Mexico and its potential for those folks living here. I'm not asking to be radical, but I think that the legislature is at a crossroads. We can either keep going the direction that we're going and kind of muddle through and worry about budgets because we're so dependent on oil and gas, or we can look at taking the industries in the state, tourism, which is huge in this state, and I'm talking post-COVID here, but tourism, agriculture, we can expand that. Look what they do with the cheese factory in Clovis. Look at all the opportunities for the Department of Defense and energy in the state. We're going to be a leader in not only traditional energy concepts, but green energy concepts. It's all working together. If we don't have the forethought and we can be proactive in these areas and set legislation and set the game plan for growth as opposed to have to react when something goes bad, this state is not going to move forward. So I'm not going to condone nor say I'm in favor of this legislation, but I think that we need to explore this possibility, because I think we need to look at the possibility of everybody playing on an equal playing field, where we may relieve some of the tax burden on the tribes and the casinos there, but also open up other casinos and opportunities to play on an equal and level playing field. Let's if we're truly looking at equality in so many other areas, why can't we look at that in business? And I think we need to be somewhat bold, do it cautiously, do it safely, do it the right way, but play on an equal playing field and let the industry kind of resolve itself. Will we get it right the first time? No, you know that's not going to happen. We'll have to go back and tweak it as time goes along. But I think we need to look at opening up some of these industries to really maximize the tax benefit. Look at the construction jobs that this would create, the employment that this would create, and diversify off of oil and gas. I love oil and gas, but as you said, Mr. Chairman, and so many of the rest of us have said, we need to diversify our tax base, our income tax, our tax base in the state. So I think we need to explore this. I would like to see that happen in this next session, even if it takes a while to maybe have another independent study that maybe the state does and look at those possibilities, compare the data on both these studies. But let's move forward. Let's be a little bit bold here, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to economic development in the state, and allow the state to move forward as opposed to always having to react to bad situations that come along. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Representative Lente.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you for the presentation. I have a question for you, but before I do that, I can't impress upon you enough that when you make the statements that you have met with tribal gaming enterprises or tribes themselves, that it is important that you meet with the tribal council of the respective Pueblo nation or tribe, as they are the governmental leaders of those respective nations, and until you meet with them, you can't really state that you have consulted or you have talked with any of those nations. But I do have a question, Mr. Chairman and gentlemen, and as it relates to all of the racetracks in the state, particular to Sunland Park, is there one owner for Sunland Park, or are there investors?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lente, the racetrack and casino is owned by a family trust, one family trust.
Okay. And generally speaking then, are most of the racetracks in this state owned by a person who is a resident of the state of New Mexico, or a family trust within the state of New Mexico?
There's only one racetrack that I'm aware of that is owned by a gaming company, and that's Zia Park. It's owned by Penn National Gaming. The others are locals.
Thank you, and Mr. Chairman and gentlemen, I bring this up because all of the gaming operations by those Native American gaming operations are owned by those Pueblos, nations, or tribes themselves within the state of New Mexico. And then it brings to mind a study from 2018 commissioned by the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center, done by the University of New Mexico Business and Economic Research, whereas Pueblo-owned enterprises specific to Pueblos employed a total of close to 8,000 people and saw nearly $1.1 billion in sales, over which a quarter of that was from out of state, and that which close to 90% of that of those sales were from tribal gaming enterprise employment. And so when I think of the impacts that this potentially might have on those gaming operations, those to which in many cases are in rural parts of New Mexico, the people that rely on those jobs that those gaming enterprises provide, as well as other incentives that they provide, is going to be one of those unintended consequences that may go away if in fact we open up the gaming compacts and expand gaming to a point where it's oversaturated more than it is today. And I think that it would be a sad day in New Mexico to expect that we are going to simply replace the $70 million that the tribes provide the state today with something that is not guaranteed today or even in the future. So with that, Mr. Chairman and gentlemen, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. On that, I think Senator Sanchez, we're pushing that.
Yes, Senator thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got a question for you, Mr. Chairman. The PERS tax money, it doesn't go to the general fund, correct?
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On that. You know, I think on the opening statement that the presenters reflected or communicated that this is the start of a process right now. I noticed some of the questions that were asked in the initial presentation, you've responded to that already. And it's a work in progress. We certainly appreciate that from that standpoint, but obviously these are changing times. The state's going to be looking for additional revenues, and not just additional revenues, but they're going to have to offset possible oil and gas revenues. I mean, they're down right now, probably to the tune of about 30 or 40% oil and gas is, and the future is not as bright as far as utilization of fossil fuels, and so the challenges are out there. But in closing, first remark I made, or right at it, this is the most slippery issue that I ever encountered in 32 years. I had a state senator tell me on the floor of the Senate that he had the votes to amend the initial piece of legislation, and it was a done deal, and I did see him working the floor when he made a motion to amend that piece of legislation. There was no second to it when he told me he had all the votes from that standpoint. So it's obviously a challenge on that, and appreciate your boldness to step to the plate on that. And wish you well in your continued dialogue with the entire district, which is inclusive of tribal lands on that. So thank you very much. We're gonna, the members, if you'll go to your agenda, you'll find out which committee you're on, and the subcommittee B will be going to the House chamber. And that's Senator Munoz, Senator Lavelle, Senator Sanchez, and Senator Kernan. And you need to take your binders, your notebooks with you. Representative Javier Martinez, Representative Armstrong, and Representative Woody Martinez. Go to the House across chambers. Be out of here in just a minute. How's it going?
All right, welcome everybody. So we have Jacqueline on the line to give us a presentation on item 1.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Jacqueline Martinez, the LFC analyst for the Cumbres and Toltec Railroad. It will be behind tab 4 in your binders. The agency code is 490. And with you in the chambers today, you have President John Bush and the CFO Ed Bodette. So a few highlights: the Cumbres and Toltec Scenic Railroad requested a decrease of $12.6 thousand, or 5% from the FY20 operating budget. They also requested $5.9 million in other revenue, which is flat with FY21. As a mostly enterprise agency, a significant portion of the commission's operating budget is supported by ticket sales. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the 2020 season experienced an extreme decline in revenue. It's expected that revenue will be down this year by 80%. And with that, the Cumbres and Toltec wanted to share a quick 1-minute video. So let me pull that up for you very quickly. And as soon as this is done, I will turn it over to the railroad.
America built the railroads. And the railroads built America. Americans of all nationalities. America's not just a place. America is a concept. There is nothing we can't accomplish. If we put our mind to it. That we were not afraid to have giant dreams. That we're not so fearful that we couldn't work together and help each other. This railroad captures that concept. That's why it is important to me that it survive.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, I'll turn it over to President John Bush.
All right, sir, if you would please, welcome. Sir, could you take your mask off just so we can hear you a little bit more clearly?
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. Give you a brief overview of where we stand. This year is our 50th anniversary since the states purchased the railroad. Unfortunately, all the events we had planned for this year have been postponed. We were not able to operate out of New Mexico until the 21st of September. Last year, we had $4,766,000 worth of passenger revenue on a passenger count of 42,451. This year we will have managed by the end of the year to have a gross passenger revenue of about 1.3 million and haul about 11,000 people, roughly 25% of last year's performance. We expect that this year, by the time we open at the end of May next year, we will have had a negative cash flow of between 1.25 and 1.5 million dollars. We are here today to discuss the funding of the Scenic Railroad Commission, the by-state commission. In previous years, that funding has been less than was required to fund the commission, but CTO, the operating company, was able to make up from its own revenues the money required to help fund the commission. This year, that will not be possible, as we will lose between $1.25 million and $1.5 million before we are allowed to open on Memorial Day of 2021. That's a brief summary of our current status, and Ed Bodette, our Chief Financial Officer, can give you specifics on the request.
Please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members. I just would like to give a brief overview of what we're asking for today. In the variety of material we've passed out to you, there's a wiring diagram that shows how the organization, the entire Cumbres and Toltec Scenic Railroad Commission is organized, and in the center of it is the commission office, which is effectively the equivalent of the corporate headquarters of the enterprise. This is the funding we're asking for today. In general, in principle, it's normally done where we receive half of the funding from the state of New Mexico and half of it from Colorado. As John mentioned, in previous years, the base funding was not sufficient. The operating arm was able to make up the difference. We're in very much a worse case at this point. The $261.8 thousand that was initially approved last year was initially cut during the special session by $10,000. The DFA guidance that we were given for our submission this year cut an additional 5%. So that's what we asked for as we began it. There's a pro forma budget contained within the packet there. It essentially shows that the funding that we expect to get is $218,000 from the state of Colorado, $238,700 from New Mexico, and a small amount of additional miscellaneous income from things like the vanity license plates and such. Colorado is down. They were $240,000 before. The New Mexico one is clearly down from the $261 we started with the appropriation for the current year. Below that is how we expect to somehow get through this budget. Basically, we're going to have to take a significant cut, and at this point, you see the various categories. Most of the cut will come from the payroll, where John and I are already contributing with a pay cut, and we've got a little more that we're going to have to take from as well. And we're also getting a little bit of a favorable deal on insurance because of our reduced operations. But bottom line is, for us to continue to exist as an entity, it's vitally important that we receive the support that we're asking for this particular year. I'd be happy to entertain any questions you have.
Great. Thank you so much. So do we have questions from any of the members? Representative Lindstrom, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking now at their high level for this agency. And generally, when this group comes in front of us, it's always for capital, and they seem to do pretty good with that. with new rail track, that kind of thing. But what my concern is if there is a problem with the commission and there hasn't been any activity, what are we paying for? I understand fixed cost, but if you haven't had any runs, or have you? That's the part I'm not clear about. Have all your activities come to a halt, and so what are we paying for?
Representative Lundstrom, the answer to your question is we began operating out of Colorado on June 13th. We ran only round trips from Antonito to Osier and return. Then we finally got permission to operate when Colorado's declared a safe state to operate out of New Mexico, and we started that on September 21st. So the commission has been very busy all summer trying to manage what we are operating and deal with the displacement of our critical employee workforce and the other issues that come up based on trying to operate in COVID times.
So, Mr. Chairman, my question then is that you do have a retail outlet, or did at one time, in Chama. Is that still?
That is correct.
Is it closed, or what happened?
No, there is a retail outlet, and even when we were not running trains, we were able to have that open with COVID spacing, COVID distancing, to allow a small amount of retail revenue, substantially less than we normally get each year.
What's that
We
about?
also have continued to do mechanical work, of course, in Chama over the summer, and we've still had to do the track work necessary, as well as maintain the administrative forces necessary to run the railroad.
All righty, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did you guys apply for the small business, the COVID aid funds that we've made available, $400 million, and if not, why?
That program we have not applied for, essentially because we don't qualify. The boundaries were outside of where we operate, so that we were not able to do so. We did successfully apply for a PPP loan and received operating or support that has basically saved our lives in being able to operate this summer. And we're also working on additional sources and also in the Colorado governor's office to try to secure more support from that side as well. So we're scratching anywhere we can to try to find money.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if you had been eligible to apply, would you have accepted a $75,000 loan that would have been due within 3 years? And if you had reason why you would pay it back in 6 years, would you have applied for the loan if you were eligible?
Unfortunately, we expect the recovery from this to be lengthy. Our customer base is such that they have not come out this year. They're generally an older group that's more vulnerable to the pandemic, and we're anticipating right now that we're looking at probably something like a 5-year recovery. So we're really searching more for grants because our cash flow position within the next 3 to 5 years we expect to still be rather difficult.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And did your local municipality or community apply for the local business grant? I think it can be up to $10,000. Do you know if your municipalities received that?
Mayor Billy Ilbrock, who is also one of our commissioners, is unfortunately not here, and he would be the one who's in position to answer that question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from Representative Garcia, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one question. How much impact on Chama does your service provide into Chama itself?
Obviously, the
Senator. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yes, Representative Garcia, the impact on the village of Chama has been dramatic. Chama exists primarily on the funds that it can gather during the summer months while the railroad is running. While the RV parks have done okay, the restaurant businesses and the motels have had a very, very tough year because we were not operating until nearly the end of September.
Mr. Chairman, I guess the question was, how much does the railroad itself impact the village of Chalmer? How much money does that bring into Chalmer?
The most recent data that we have was a study we did a few years ago, which indicated that within a 100-mile radius of the center of the railroad, which then included Chalma and also Antonito, Colorado, it did include Española, but not Santa Fe. We had a $15 million economic impact in that radius.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Great, thank you, Representative. Senator Gonzalez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one, and thank you very much. This definitely is a historical thing, and it would be a big loss to the state, if this was not in place. At the present, do you still have the same number of employees, or have you gone down in numbers?
We have dramatically reduced the number of seasonal employees, and we have done at this point everything we can to hold on to the year-round employees, because unlike so many other businesses, the skills necessary to operate this railroad have to be learned over a fairly extended period of time and are not easily replaced. So the year-round employees that we have who have the skills, it is important for us to be able to provide them some sort of an income so that we do not lose them to other industries and other municipalities.
No, Mr. Chairman, and if you have the number, what is that number?
Go ahead.
Senator, our normal summer employment total is somewhere in the order of 85, 87 people. This year, our total with the seasonal and the year-round employees, we're looking at approximately 57 to 60 people at any one time. Of those, about 40 are the year-round people, and we have a very, very small number of seasonal people that we brought back this year.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned that you had gotten your facilities back open on September 23rd, I believe. That's 7-8 days ago. Is that correct?
Actually, we were able to get open on September 21st.
Okay, so about 9 days.
We have only had slightly more than a week of operation at this point, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. My question is, how long do you get to run before winter will shut you down? How many weeks do you anticipate of revenue you will be able to generate? And do you have time to let the public know that you're going to be open? Can you speak to those issues, please? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, as soon as we got the authority to open, we began advertising again in the New Mexico market on television. We have been in the social media market advertising because we were operating out of Colorado. One interesting thing that we've noted, we keep track of the zip codes. Typically, in a normal year, New Mexico is the largest ridership at about 22-23%, followed by Colorado and Texas, sometimes Colorado in second, sometimes Texas in second. This year, up until September, Texas was in first, dramatically, up over 30%, Colorado at about 20%, and New Mexico reservations were down at about 14%, 11 to 14%. Since we managed to get the authority to open and to not have to quarantine going back and forth with Colorado, our New Mexico reservations have jumped up to 38% of the total. We will continue to operate this year through the 18th of October. And the plan at this point is that we will open again on the Saturday of Memorial Day weekend, 2021. We do not expect 2021 to be a very strong year in terms of ridership based on the recovery of tourism, and do not expect to get back to normal sort of ridership numbers until probably 2024.
So what I think I heard you say is you're basically going to be open for about 30 days. This whole season is all you're going to get to be open. Is that correct?
That is correct out of New Mexico, yes. We have been open since the 13th of June out of Colorado.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate those numbers. It helps me kind of think straight. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from members? All right, at this point, I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to temporarily table without prejudice.
So we have a motion to table, second by Representative Lindstrom. Any opposition to the table? Seeing none, it's been tabled for now. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, so we'll go to the second item, intertribal ceremonial offices, 538. Jacqueline, are you up?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, yes, we're in the Intertribal Ceremonial Office. With me, I have Secretary Schreier and Deputy Secretary Vigil of the Tourism Department. The Intertribal Ceremonial Office requested $159.6 thousand in general fund revenue, a decrease of 5% from the FY21 operating budget. This will fund a full-time director and decreases contractual services by 37%. With that, I'll turn it over to Secretary Schreier.
Please, Secretary.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me today. Thank you, Jacqueline, for that introduction. We are moving forward with some of our promises regarding intertribal ceremonial. We started having conversations about how we can improve the model of the event, where we have currently the model of having both an ICO appropriation that would be provided to McKinley County, which would go to a nonprofit that produced the event. And we are now looking to switch the model, which we discussed during legislative session, and the legislature appropriated funds for us to be able to do this, where we would hire an executive director for Intertribal Ceremonial Office, which is a requirement by statute. So we're looking to comply with the statute for Intertribal Ceremonial, and also provide the support to the community to keep this tradition and heritage alive and well. This year, the event was canceled by the nonprofit due to the public health order of limiting mass gatherings and the challenges that we've had with the COVID-19 pandemic. So now I'm very excited to announce that we do have an executive director that started this week, Melissa Sanchez. I want to welcome. She is here as well to share a little bit about her experience. She has 20 plus years in Native American event production, Gathering of Nations production coordinator, and she was appointed to the NM Music Commission, an alumni ambassador for Americans for Indian Opportunity Program. She is very well versed in not only event production, but also really elevating the traditions and heritage of our indigenous people. And we feel like she is going to be a wonderful fit for us to be able to continue to support intertribal ceremonial with full-time support. With that, and with the permission of the chair, I'd like Melissa to give a little bit of an update of her experience.
Please, Ms. Sanchez, welcome.
Good afternoon, Secretary Schreier, Deputy Secretary Vigil, Chairman Romero, and members of the committee. I'm Melissa Sanchez, and I am from Acoma and Laguna Pueblos. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'd like to quickly share a little bit about myself. My work experience includes operating my own production company, theater production and entertainment coordinator on the Gathering of Nations team, entertainment manager at Sky City Casino Hotel, and former acting chair of the New Mexico Music Commission. I have specialized in working with Native American and indigenous talent from our own state, nationally and internationally, and have benefited from a large spectrum of hands-on events training, from fully produced to reservation style. I have witnessed the elevation and progression of the genre, and I'm happy to have been amongst the trailblazers during that time. Moving forward, I am honored to lead the Intertribal Ceremonial Office, which would have been on its 99th anniversary this year, and I'm happy to be the new executive director. This event is recognized as one of the most important and culturally focused events in New Mexico and has an international reach. I am especially looking forward to meeting the stakeholders and acknowledge the tenacity of all who have contributed to the production of this event. It is a momentous accomplishment for an event to be on the cusp of the century mark. Amongst the objectives, my focus is to evaluate intertribal ceremonial's large potential, create sustainability methods, further worldwide recognition of one of New Mexico's treasured cultural events, and of course, possible virtual alternatives. An additional long-term benefit of the objectives will be the hospitality and tourism revenue potential for the city of Gallup and New Mexico. I am optimistic and looking forward to contributing to and building upon the intertribal ceremonial's legacy. Thank you, Chairman Romero, members of the committee, for your previous year's support and budgetary consideration on behalf of this worthy event. Thank you, Secretary Schreier, for the opportunity, and now I yield back to Secretary Schreier.
Thank you, Melissa. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, you can see that we are just so excited to have Melissa on board. We believe that she is going to be just fantastic in working at the local level with the community, and obviously is an expert in this field. So even though the event did not happen this year due to the pandemic, it doesn't mean that it's not going to be a busy year for Melissa. We have a lot to do. First, we are going to continue to recruit to appoint an advisory council per statute. There is an 8-member board, and so we are working on this as a priority. We also were appropriated by this body for the cultural asset inventory and archive. There have been so many beautiful things that have been donated to intertribal ceremonial, and we want to make sure that we have accurate records of these cherished assets, and so Melissa will be working diligently to execute that. We are also developing a strategic plan and partnering with the nonprofit that has been the champion of intertribal ceremonial for years, really looking at our current assets and what a great job they've done, and the wonderful volunteers that have partnered to make this event happen. And we're going to look for opportunities to bring in some additional sponsors and revenue opportunities so this event can sustain. So it is going to be a great year for Melissa to get acclimated, to do due diligence, to put together a strategic plan, so that way as we move out of this pandemic and it is safe again to have events, intertribal ceremonial will happen again. So with that, I yield to the floor. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. Members with quick questions? Representative Lundstrom, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Melissa, to the Indian Tribal Ceremonial. I appreciate your comment regarding integration of the volunteer board. This event has been run for 99 years, and the backbone of this event for those 99 years has been a volunteer board. At one point, for a few short years, we actually had a paid staff, a state staff person that was assigned out there, but I'm very happy that you'll be working closely with them, and as soon as you're able and allowed to travel and to come out there, we need to sit down and visit. And with that, again, just welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any other members with questions? All right, at this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to temporarily table without prejudice.
So move to temporary table. Second by Senator Gonzalez. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, it's temporarily tabled. So we'll go to item 3, but if we could have the presenters please be brief. We still have several agenda items to get through. So item number 3, Jacqueline, are you ready?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, we are now on the Border Authority, which you will find behind tab 4, Agency Code 417. With me online, we have Director Marco Grajeda. The Border Authority requested a decrease in general fund revenue of $22.6 thousand, or 5%. The agency also requested an increase in other revenue of $21.2 thousand, or 27%, from a renegotiated lease with the private company using parking space and storage. So that is the reason for the large increase. And with that, I will turn it over to the director.
Please, Director.
Thank you, Jacqueline, and thank you, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to address the committee. I did want to ask if we can share my screen for the presentation. Is that something we can do here? It's an alternative. Otherwise, I'll just get started. I briefly wanted, and you all have a copy of the presentation, I briefly wanted to talk about the exports to the world, and I'll try to be brief. I understand that we're in a bit of a hurry. As you can see on the first graph, New Mexico exports to the world. We started the year strong, then COVID hit, but as you can see on the graph, we continue to see growth in exports since that dip in May, and we've actually topped 2018 numbers. We're still slightly below 2019. Now, if we go over to exports to Mexico, this is where we've seen the strongest growth, actually. You can see on the graph that between May and July, we've seen significant growth. We continue to top 2019 and 2018 in exports to Mexico. Hope, obviously, this trend continues. And another thing to point out here, we've seen an 11% growth in exports to Mexico from January to June. And all of this despite the COVID pandemic. I'll quickly point to some of the New Mexico trade highlights here that are important for folks to know. New Mexico exports to Mexico grew by 68% from 2018 to 2019. That New Mexico actually led the nation in export growth. We've also seen export growth up to 300% since 2010, and our ports of entry, the Santa Teresa Port of Entry, actually ranks 5th in trade volume on the entire U.S.-Mexico border and is really nearing that 4th position in overall trade. And also the Columbus Port of Entry saw a 19.8% increase in total trade from 2018 to 2019. So really good news there when it comes to our ports of entry. Now I wanted to provide some updates here on our projects that we're working on. As you can see on the page with New Mexico Border Highway Connector, also known as the St. Francis Extension. This is a coordinated project that the Border Authority is working with NMDOT. Actually, the Border Authority is planning to release an RFP next week that will complete the feasibility and design of the project. Essentially, it creates a connector between Dominici Highway, which is the connection to the Santa Teresa Port of Entry, and McNutt Road, which leads to Sunland Park. Once this feasibility and design is complete, the project will be shovel-ready. The benefits of this project, obviously, it improves access to New Mexico for major road arterials in El Paso. It will increase traffic to Sunland Park, creating opportunities for increased retail and GRT for the states. It is a priority for Sunland Park, and this project is also a priority for the Border Authority. Lastly, I'll mention that it creates a border connector between Animas, Columbus, Santa Teresa, Sunland Park, and El Paso. The estimated construction cost, once this design is complete, we're estimating about $25 million, and we're hoping to get some federal funding for that. You can see on the map after that description that we have up to 3 options for a connector from Dominici Highway to McNutt. I will mention that I live in Sunland Park, and right now it takes me about 22 to 24 minutes to get to the office, which is located next to the Santa Teresa Port of Entry. With this connector, once it's completed, it'll take roughly about 6 to 7 minutes. So it's going to be a significant improvement in time to the Port of Entry. Moving on to the Port of Entry expansion and modernization. This is a priority for the Border Authority. It's a long-term priority for us. We are at the moment working with the New Mexico delegation to secure federal funding for design of the project and full construction. I will also mention that we're working with NMDOT right now to develop a analysis of the needs for the Border Authority, which could be the first step in trying to get that port of entry expanded. Some of the priorities for the port of entry include widening of inbound commercial lanes to include eliminating all obstructions and especially eliminating 90-degree angles, which make it very difficult for commercial vehicles. Another priority is building a hazmat containment site, a brick and mortar containment site. Right now, CBP has what they call a mobile containment site. This is in case of a spill of fuel, for example, but they do need a brick and mortar facility. Excuse me. Going on to the next priority on the list, this is the hazmat containment site, or as we call it, the Port Safety and Business Recruitment Initiative. Essentially, it will be a brick and mortar containment site at the Santa Teresa Port of Entry in case of, as I mentioned, a spill. The NMBA is seeking state funding to fund the project and transfer the facility through the Federal Donations Acceptance Program. The benefits of this facility obviously include spill control, so hazardous material, including fuel that is found leaking, would be retained safely in the designated containment area while it's removed. It protects the environment and it enhances safety of CBP officers and customers at the port of entry. This also will increase commercial traffic and economic development opportunities in New Mexico, which will generate more jobs in the region. The Border Authority is also pursuing a presidential permit application for a rail crossing at the U.S.-Mexico border west of the Santa Teresa Port of Entry. The White House has changed the process for submitting a presidential permit request in order to expedite the process. That's according to Executive Order 13687. We're told that the White House is comfortable with the presidential permit being the first permit approved for this project. Essentially, the Border Authority wants to create the opportunity for a project to develop. Given the fact that the White House wants to expedite this process, there is no fee to submit an application since this is a streamlined process. The approved permit would allow industry leaders and interested stakeholders to develop a project within a time frame that could be up to 5 to 10 years. This is another project that the Border Authority is also collaborating with NMDOT in order to submit an application. And I do have some graphs here on commercial crossings for the Santa Teresa Port of Entry. As you can see, we are beating the numbers for 2019 and 2018. We actually hit an all-time record high in commercial crossings at the Santa Teresa Port of Entry in July. And we beat 2019 and 2018 levels in August. This year, actually, the port director expects growth totaling 6.5% in cargo versus 2019, and all of this, again, despite the COVID pandemic. On the privately owned vehicle side, we are seeing we are seeing lower numbers of crossings to the Santa Teresa Port of Entry. This is directly tied to COVID, since no Mexican tourism or crossings are allowed to the port of entry right now because of a DHS policy limiting Mexican traffic to only essential crossings. Despite that, we are seeing growth in POV crossings, and once that restriction is removed, we are expecting to see that number bounce back up. I will also mention that the delegation is planning a letter to ask DHS to open the ports to Mexican visitors. I wanted to include a couple of other graphs as well that I think are really important for folks to look at because it shows the direct link between border commercial vehicle crossings. That's that blue graph with the red line. As you can see, the numbers of commercial vehicles have been going, just straight up.
Director, please.
Since 1996 through 2019. And if you turn to the next page, you'll see that the total industrial space has really mirrored that growth in commercial traffic. So
Director?
Commercial traffic grows.
Director,
you see
please,
that
excuse me.
Absolutely.
Can you please keep your comments brief, because we're on a bit of a time schedule and we have a lot of other presentations after you. So can you start wrapping up, please?
Sure. That's fine. I'll be glad to do that. I'll just briefly go over some of the projects that we're working on. The Columbus project, I will mention that this is a berm project in Columbus to protect from flooding. We are planning a groundbreaking in the spring of 2021. We're also requesting funding tied to the berm, cumulative wastewater pond, which would allow for future business growth in Columbus. As we prevent future flooding, we also want to make it able for businesses to be able to grow in the Columbus area. We are seeing growth also in Columbus when it comes to commercial vehicles and especially on the POV side. But I'll wrap up by talking briefly about some of our projects that we have right now to increase revenue. We are asking for funding for a parking lot facility for public access. It would include access control, sidewalks, landscaping. The Port of Entry is actually requiring an expansion of their staff parking areas, and they plan to close off the current parking lot facility. This would provide a more welcoming area, also create a safe corridor, and create a revenue stream for the state of New Mexico. The long-term plan, we do envision a welcome plaza, which with commercial space that could be leased out. Also, we're working on, we're planning legislation in the future, in the upcoming legislation that would create a hazmat fee. The NMBA is working with NMDOT to create a small fee that would be imposed on commercial vehicles carrying hazmat. The fee would be collected by NMDOT and distributed yearly to the Border Authority. Now, increasing revenue has been raised as a priority by these committees, and it's also a priority for the Border Authority, so that's one of our ongoing efforts. Lastly, I'll mention some other activities. The Border Authority hosted a congressional field hearing on ports of entry with U.S. Representative Xochitl Torres-Moll. The outcome of that was that the San Andres Port of Entry was selected as the site of the non-intrusive inspection technology demonstration project. We also organized a discussion with U.S. Senator Martin Heinrich on border industry representatives, and as a result, Senator Heinrich is taking the lead in trying to secure funding for an expansion and modernization of the Port of Entry. With that, I'll close and open it up to questions.
Great. Thank you so much. So members, Senator Papin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Marco, welcome back from Poland.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So, Marco, let me ask a couple of questions, Mr. Chairman. So how many of the maquiladoras have closed in Juarez?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I don't know the exact number. We did have I believe a 50% closure in maquiladoras. That number has been increasing. I want to say that the latest number is about 25%, but I'd have to get you the exact number how many maquiladoras are still closed.
So are any of them permanently closing, or is it a temporary because of the virus, Mr. Chairman?
My understanding was the majority of them were closed because of the virus, because of the pandemic. I don't know exactly how many of them closed permanently. I will tell you that the vast majority were only closed temporarily, and they were reopened rather quickly.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Also, at one point, they are looking at an overpass so that the trucks can go over the rail tracks. Is that still in the works, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, on the Mexican side, is that where you're referring to, Senator Payton?
No, I'm talking about in Santa Teresa. I know Jerry Pacheco was talking about an overpass so that the trucks wouldn't have to wait in such a long line to be able to cross when the train was crossing several times during the day.
Oh, yes, I understand. I know which one you're talking about, Senator Pittman. So that project is still ongoing. I know the county just received some federal funding for that project, but that is still a priority for the region. But again, the county just received some federal funding for that. I believe it was $1.3 million.
Yeah, thank you. And so, Mr. Chairman, also, tell me a little bit about what's going on at Antelope Wells at the crossing there, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Antelope Wells is currently closed because of the pandemic. So a lot of the traffic that would normally go through the Antelope Wells port of entry is currently going through the Columbus port of entry. And the reason for that is, it's actually one of the least used ports of entry, Antelope Wells, and because of the pandemic, limiting Mexican crossings, that number was expected to go even lower, so they ended up closing it. I don't know exactly when they're planning to reopen.
And I've heard rumors, I don't know whether it's accurate or not, that there's a possibility of closing the cattle crossing?
Members of the committee, Mr. Chairman, I haven't heard that rumor. I'm glad to look into it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Marco.
Sure. Thank you, Senator.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from members? I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you very much, Chairman Romero. I move to a temporary table without prejudice.
All right, so we have a motion for a temporary table, second by Senator Gonzalez. Any opposition? All right, so we'll move on to item 4, Office of Military Base Planning 491.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, with me I have Director Colonel Myers. The Office of Military Base Planning and Support requested a decrease in general fund of $12.4 thousand or 5% from the FY21 operating budget. And with that, I will turn it over to the Colonel.
Colonel, if you could, though, we're running close to time and we have a lot of other presentations. If you could keep your comments brief, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jacqueline, and Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. You have my report, hopefully, in your binder, and I won't talk specifically to that, but I'll just get to some highlights. So I've been in the position now for about a year and a quarter, and almost half of that has been under the COVID restrictions, if you will, which, like everybody else, has been quite a challenge. I think so most of this year's budget that I have, I'm applying toward an economic impact study. That will end up being about $60,000 worth. My intention for that was to study both the active installations, the 4 major installations, but also take a look at the veterans and how they impact New Mexico's economy as well. Unfortunately, my budget won't allow for all of that. I will be able to do the installations and determine what that is. The last time a statewide economic impact study has been accomplished was, I think, in 2004, 2005. Through other individual studies that have been done at the installations themselves, anticipate that this study that I'll be commissioning through UNM will be about $10 billion of economic impact. And that's about a 2.5 times increase from 2004. So I believe that report would be revealing. And as I talk about the economic impact, I think it's very important to understand what the military DoD installations bring to New Mexico, and I believe there's lots of opportunity to help grow those installations. And the Space Command headquarters is only one example of that. I believe New Mexico can be competitive, but there are many factors that I think we can improve upon. So one of the things that I am considering for future is looking at the potential for, I'll call it like a grant program. Other states do this that are heavily military presence in their states. Texas, for example, I think their economic impact is estimated to be about $100 billion every year. So we're a tenth of that. They pump about $30 million into their installations for resilience, for projects, for quality of life, for all of those things that make those installations desirable for the DoD and the services to be able to build up and grow their missions. So those are the types of things that I'm considering researching, and then seeing what kind of support I can get both through the executive and through the legislature in accomplishing. But the DoD provides a very stable and a very strong economic presence, and I think that was even highlighted this year during most of the downturn, that they have continued to be steady. So I believe that that's a great industry, if you will, that we could and in my view should be investing in a little bit to improve our position. So with that, if you've reviewed my report and have any specific questions from the report itself, or want to talk about anything else, I'm happy to discuss. Great, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Colonel. We have a question. Representative Crowder, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation, Colonel Myers. I think a current impact analysis or financial analysis of the impact of the military in New Mexico is an outstanding idea. Do you have any idea when the deliverable date might be on a study of that magnitude?
Mr. Chair, Representative Crowder, I just completed the first phase of that. I commissioned $10,000 for the Bureau of Business and Economic Research to do an analysis of what data was available. Is it quantitative and qualitative enough to be able to do a good assessment? They have just completed that, and just yesterday or the day before gave me their proposal for going to phase 2 and actually conducting the study. So as soon as I let that contract, they said they would be able to accomplish it within 9 months.
Okay, so their deliverable would be approximately 10 months from now. It'll take you a little while to go through what you have and make a decision. But so we would not have it available for this coming session, but we would for the 30-day next year. So, all right. I appreciate it very much. I hear good reports about the direction you're trying to go, and I thank you for all your work and your service. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from members? Senator Campos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Move to temporarily table without prejudice.
So we have a motion to temporary table. Do I have a second? Oh, Representative Gonzalez, thank you. Or Senator Gonzalez. Sorry about that. All right, so this has been temporarily tabled. Thank you all so much for the presentation. We'll go to the next item. Item 5, Board of Veterinary Medicine, 479.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm Caitlin Wan, LFC analyst, here to present the budget request for the Board of Veterinary Medicine. Again, this is agency code 479. Executive Director Francis Sowers is joining us remotely today. The FY22 budget request from the Board of Veterinary Medicine is $480.7 thousand, which is $15,500 more than the FY21 operating budget. But this is a non-general fund agency. The requested increase is in other state revenues. The request increases the budget for employee benefits, court reporting services, and publication costs for hearing notices. And I'll turn it over to Director Sowers now.
Good afternoon. There's just two items I want to update the committee on. As soon as the a public health order is lifted on restriction of gatherings, the board does fully intend to begin holding public hearings on the sheltering minimum standards so that we can get those into statute and we can begin inspecting shelters. The Sheltering Committee of the Board of Veterinary Medicine is currently working on a list of possible recipients for funds out of the Animal Care and Facility Fund, with hopes of making a distribution in first quarter 2021. Other than that, it's been a difficult FY20. We started out gangbusters and really got stopped in our tracks as far as revenues go and things that we had hoped to accomplish. I want to end it all by saying, please don't forget the solace and comfort that companion animals brought to the public while we were going through this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Do I have questions from members? Senator Campos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I go ahead and I move to temporary table without prejudice regarding the budget for the Board of Veterinary Medicine.
Thank you. So we have a tabling motion, second by Senator Gonzalez. Any opposition? No? Okay, this is temporarily tabled. Thank you. So we'll go to members. We will have the medical board go last. So we'll skip down to item 7, Board of Nursing, 449. So when you two are ready, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Kelly Clinton of the Legislative Finance Committee. With me today is Sasha Poole, the Director of the Board of Nursing. We're on Agency Code 449. That's Agency Code 449. The Board of Nursing requested $2.7 million from other revenue and $200,000 from other transfers, flat with the FY21 operating budget. The board currently has 25 FTE, 2 vacancies as of September 2020 tool report. The board requested other transfer decreases, revenues from the Nursing Excellence Fund of about $38,000, and an increased revenue from other revenue, licensing fees, and that's about $38,600. In addition to the slight revenue adjustments, the agency also made adjustments in spending. The board requests decreased spending on personnel of about $50,000, increasing its vacancy rate to 8%, and the agency also decreased contracts for IT costs and audit costs for other services. The board transferred these savings to personnel, from personnel and contractual services to miscellaneous costs for IT supplies. And with that, I will turn it over to the director for any further comment.
Please, Director.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Sasha Poole. I am the Executive Director of the New Mexico Board of Nursing. And to my left is William Duran. Just a brief reminder, we are an enterprise agency. Nursing is the largest healthcare discipline in the U.S. and in the state of New Mexico. We currently have approximately 36,000 license and certificate holders. We are in the middle of an IT initiative at the agency, which has allowed us to realize some financial savings, and additional changes are being made in the next calendar year to gain additional savings long term. And with that, I stand for questions.
Great. Thank you so much. Questions from members? Senator Campos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to temporarily table without prejudice.
All right. So we have a motion to temporarily table, second by Senator Gonzalez. Any opposition? Seeing none. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. So members, we'll go down to item 8, Board of Examiners for Architects, 404.
Mr. Chairman, our
analyst Allison Nichols is in the other subcommittee, and I'm going to present the request for the Board of Examiners and Architects. We have the director, Mallory Gonzalez, and she'll introduce the folks who are with her. They asked for a $412,300 appropriation for FY22 flat with FY21. And with that, I'll turn it over to the director for some comments.
Right, Director, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
A little bit closer,
okay.
please.
My name is Mallory Gonzalez. I'm the Executive Director and the Chief Financial Officer for the New Mexico Board of Examiners for Architects. Here with me today representing the board is our Vice Chair, Jim Oshwald. The board's mission is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. We currently have 2,281 licensed architects in New Mexico. We are an enterprise agency, and we are just requesting a flat budget of $412,300. Since we're moving further quickly, I just stand for question.
Great. Thank you. Questions from members? All right, Senator Campos.
Mr. Chairman, you're making this too easy. I move to temporarily table without prejudice.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, so we'll go to item 9, State Board of Registration for Professional Engineers and Surveyors, 464. Yep. Yeah. Making sure he gets some exercise.
Mr. Chairman, the Board of Engineers and Land Surveyors has a request that is flat for FY22. FY21 was a substantial increase, almost 50% it looks like. They have a couple vacant positions. They have a funded vacancy rate of $100,000. They've moved their administrative services function to contract with the Regulation License Department, which is probably a pretty good efficiency for them. And they've also, on the recommendation of the legislature, started a scholarship program because they have a pretty significant fund balance that is, in the last paragraph of our report, it was $500,000 at the end of FY22. So they have this scholarship program involves granting funds to some colleges that result in scholarships up to $4,000. And one recommendation of the staff is that the board get better reporting to both the board and the legislature on who gets it and what are the outcomes of the scholarship program, which they haven't done, but I think they'll be receptive to that recommendation. The director is Perry Valdez, and I had to be reminded of his name, but the reality is he's been with this board for 16 years and a stalwart for them, and we appreciate his service. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thank you. So some brief comments, please, Director.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Abbey.
Sir, could you please take off your mask so that we could hear you a little bit better and move the microphone a little bit closer?
Thank you, Mr. Abbey, for the introduction. Chairman Romero and members of the committee, my name is Perry Valdez, and as you know, I'm the Executive Director of the New Mexico Board of Licensure for Professional Engineers and Professional Surveyors. With me today is our Deputy Director, Annette Thompson-Martinez, and our Board Chair, Paul Rasha. The agency's mission is to safeguard life, health, and promote the public welfare. The board is self-funded with revenues derived from licensing and renewal fees and does not require any appropriation from the general fund for its operation. Currently, there are 15,700 active licensees and certified individuals. As with your help, the board was successful in creating a scholarship program for engineers and surveyors. And thrilled to announce that our scholarship disbursement was made last year for the first time to the New Mexico universities, UNM, New Mexico Tech, MSU, and CNN. And we are developing certain criteria to receive that feedback Mr. Abbey stated from the universities, so we can present that to the legislature and to yourselves as to how many have received the scholarships and where they're being distributed to. The agency continues to grow on average of 6% per year. Last fiscal year, we received 927 applications. Of those, 38 were for surveying. The FY22 request was submitted to fund 8 FTEs of the agency in the personnel category and assist with the retention of experienced staff which provides for reclassifications and in-band pay band adjustments. The FY21 operating budget includes these personnel actions and are currently pending approval. The contractual services category includes costs for board investigator services to investigate our complaint cases, in addition to specialized investigations which may be outside of their purview. The other costs in the category includes the scholarship amount disbursement and the daily funding for the operations of the agency. And with that, I'm open to any questions.
Great, thank you so much. Questions? Representative Crowder, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. Did the COVID pandemic affect the graduation rates last year, or has it affected the engineering students that are in progress of seeking their degrees? Has it impacted the total number of graduates in New Mexico?
Representative Crowder and Chairman Romero, yes, it did. The COVID-19 did affect and impact the numbers that we've seen. One was the educational standard that we have set for the requirement. The other impact that we've noticed was the exams, the national exams. During the COVID pandemic, as you're aware, several states as well as our own were shut down. Therefore, the exams had to be canceled. And the national organization which offers those exams has rescheduled those and offered additional exam dates to help those individuals to get their exams and to be licensed.
Okay, so based on your answer, Mr. Chairman and gentlemen, I would assume that while we had a decline last year or the beginning of this year, that there will be a surge that will make up that decline in the coming months and year ahead. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Chairman, gentlemen?
That is correct.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions? Senator Campos?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank the representatives of the agencies and the boards and commissions for the efficiencies within these budgets, and as we continue to comply with a 5% decrease, or if you will, to hold the budgets flat, it definitely is going to make the difference as we go forward with the proposed budgets. With that in mind, Mr. Chair, I move for a temporary table without prejudice.
Great. So we have a motion for a temporary table, second by Senator Gonzalez. Any opposition? Nope. Oh, okay. Next time I'll work on my peripheral vision there, Representative. Cool. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it. All right, so lastly, we'll go back to item 6, Medical Board 446. So when you all are ready, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Kelly Clunt, again with Legislative Finance Committee. We're with the Medical Board, Agency Code 446. The Director, Sandra Frank, was unable to be with us today, so I have Amanda Quintana, the Compliance Manager, and Gail Mascarenes, the CFO of the agency. The Medical Board requested $2.3 million from other revenues, flat with FY21 operating budget. The Board requested to increase licensing fees to more closely align with the FY20 revenues and reduce fund balances. The Board requested decrease personnel spending by $60,000 or 4%, and also reduce the other cost category $7,000 or 1.7% in order to increase contractual services. The Board currently has 18 FTE authorized with 2 vacancies as of the September tool report. one of which is due to the retirement of the board's medical director. As a result of this retirement, the agency is requesting to transfer $60,000 from personnel to contractual services in order to contract for the medical director services in the future. With that, I will turn it over to the agency for...
Oh, Director.
Sure, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. So the agency currently has a fund balance of a little over $1 million, and there has been some discussion, 1.1 million to be specific. There has been some discussion amongst the universities about possibly tapping into that fund balance to do some additional residencies at New Mexico hospitals and New Mexico universities, and that is what Mr. Abbey would like me to talk about. For those listening online, since they couldn't hear Mr. Abbey, what he said was it could be matched by Medicaid revenue and go a little bit farther funding-wise for those medical residencies. With that, I will turn over to the agency.
Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Still closer, please.
Sorry. My name is Gail Mascareñas, and I am the CFO for the New Mexico Medical Board. And next to me is Amanda Quintana, Compliance Manager and PIO for the agency. She is here to address any operational questions you may have of the agency. The New Mexico Medical Board consists of 17 FTEs and is 100% funded through other state funds. And it generates its revenues from licensing and other fees and does not receive any general funds. Our FY22 appropriation request is $2,336,900, which is a flat budget to this year in comparison to this year's operating budget. We stand for questions.
Great. Thank you all for being here. Senator Gonzalez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a real quick question is, where is your office?
Mr. Chair, Senator, it's over on Pacheco Street next to the post office here in Santa Fe.
Okay, very well. I don't know why I was thinking that it was in Albuquerque, but it's in Santa Fe. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Phelps Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a real quick question back to those internships. I can't remember what we're calling it. My question is this: if we take some of the cash balance and apply it to that and get a federal Medicaid match, what number do we currently have? And I'm trying to just get a sense of, if we did it, what percentage more or how many more we would stack on top of whatever we're already doing.
Just to be clear, this idea may be more from legislative staff from then, so I'll respond to that. But we get an 80% match from Medicaid. And the legislature in the last couple of years passed a residency task force. And the Health Sciences Center has done a nice job working with the commissioners of that task force and Human Services Department and Dr. Scrace. And they've come up with a plan to add about 30 residencies, including 8 in Gallup and 8 in Grant County to Hidalgo Medical, and then UNM to have 8. And of course, if we can land these residencies, we have a good chance of landing their practices in the future. So the cost, again, it's an 80-20% match, and I would say per resident, it might be in the range of 100,000 plus per year, and it would roll out over a few years. And I think certainly the general fund has a part to play, but we're in these fiscal circumstances, LFC staff, we're trying to identify every opportunity. And we've, just as with the scholarship programs, which we just saw for the engineer, we've had success with the boards and commissions on leveraging their funds in that way.
Thank you for that answer, and it sounds like a great idea, and of course those matches are always make things even much more attractive. And in the case of Roswell, I don't know exactly how we participate in that UNM Med School residency program, but it's well established, and look forward to any further expansion we can have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions? All right, so Representative Crowder, I'll go to you for the motion, please. Great, thank you, Representative. So a temporary motion to table. Second by Representative Garcia. You beat you to it, Senator.
Good.
We got a new crop of people. All right, so with that, thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. So good work today, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Chairman Romero. Job well done.
Mr. Chairman, did I hear that you said that the members that stayed to the end get an extra day of per diem?